Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 29th episode of Bad Apologetics. Today, we're going to take a look at Jordan Peterson's book, We Who Wrestle with God, which I guess he's been kind of talking about writing for a while. He did his biblical series lectures, I want to say in 2016 is when he started. Obviously, things have kind of changed for him since then, becoming a part of the Daily Wire. He did part 2 on Exodus funded by the Daily Wire and with like a bunch of different people other than himself. I think his kind of like views of religion and how he's interpreting and handling religious texts and synthesizing that with philosophy has changed a little bit since 2016 when he delivered these lectures. And I guess this book is supposed to be his kind of attempt at apologetics away from atheism or a secular or atheistic worldview towards whatever his alternative is. It's kind of difficult to characterize. I guess it's broadly something that's very sympathetic to like traditional Judeo-Christian monotheistic religions. It's often hard to characterize whether it's like a kind of political Judeo-Christianity, or I mean, there's also something more because he says a lot about the psychological significance of these texts and kind of builds in some kind of philosophical theses. What were your initial takes from the book, James?
Yeah, I haven't read through the whole book. I've read through parts of it, and I'll keep looking as we talk. But two initial takes. One is that I've heard a lot of this stuff from him before, which I suppose isn't surprising. And second is that I think a lot of Peterson's argument you can characterize as he wants to retain traditional Judeo-Christian values because he's really scared of whatever the alternative might look like. And third is that he just sucks at philosophy. He just makes wild leaps of logic and convey connections between things without trying to explain them in any coherent way.
Yeah, the thing that kind of struck me, like reading the book, is, for how critical Peterson is of, kind of women's studies, critical studies, and like, theory in all of the subjects that do kind of similar things. This book kind of reads like a sort of bad and verbose work of English literature almost. It's like it's kind of like drawing together a lot of just interpretations of stories that he seems to like the Bible, Lion King, and a few other things. And it's like, yeah, I mean, there's a place for that can be interesting, but I mean, also that is exactly what a lot of the people that he's very critical of are doing with, when they handle these texts and they kind of like put these layers of interpretation and get like drunk on the wine of metaphor and stuff like that, which is kind of the sense I got from the book.
Well, we talked about that in the last Peterson episode we did, or at least one of them, that basically Peterson is a postmodernist. Just he's more politically conservative rather than politically progressive. That's really the only difference.
Yeah. So to sort of sufficiently poison the well before we begin, I created a round to test your knowledge of the book. I've also definitely not read it cover to cover, by the way, but this is called Peterson or Prophet the Round. And so there's a series of quotes and you've got to guess whether the quote comes from Peterson or someone else. This was in the fight that you did have access to this everything in this folder, so you probably didn't see, but I called it "Don't open this before the episode, James. It's secret." So
no, I didn't see that.
Hopefully you didn't cheat. So, first quote: "If we accept the proposition that there is no real down, no real hell, no real and final moral transgression, then we also must accept the proposition that there is no real up, no real heaven, no real goal, and no hope." Is this Peterson or Prophet?
Well, Peterson definitely says that. But does this read like what he would write? I'm going to say it's Peterson.
That is correct. That was a We Who Wrestle with God from Peterson.
Sure.
Modern leftists tend to have some such feelings, possibly more or less repressed, and that these feelings are decisive in determining the direction of modern leftism. When someone interprets as derogatory almost anything that's said about him or about with whom he identifies, we conclude that he has inferiority feelings or low self-esteem. This tendency is pronounced among minority rights activists, whether or not they belong to the minority groups whose rights they defend. They are hypersensitive about the words used to designate minorities and about anything that is said concerning minorities. The terms Negro, Oriental, handicapped, and chick for an African, an Asian, a disabled person, or a woman originally had no derogatory connotation. Is this an original Peterson or a prophet?
This is less obviously the sort of thing that Peterson talks about, at least in this way, but he may well have said this. I'm going to say it's not Peterson.
Nice. That is Ted Kaczynski.
Oh, wow. I didn't know we talked about that. There you go.
So the next quote, you're going to find that many of the truths we cling to depend greatly on our own point of view. The truth is often what you make of it. The truth is often what you make of it. You heard what you wanted to hear, believed what you wanted to believe. Be mindful of your thoughts, they betray you.
Well, parts of that sound like they're from Star Wars. I don't recognize the middle section. The last part and the first part sound like Obi-Wan Kenobi, so I'm going to say not Peterson.
That was Obi-Wan Kenobi.
No, I don't remember the middle bit, but yeah, I definitely remember the other parts.
So to eat is to consume, incorporate, assimilate, develop, grow. Not everything can be eaten, however, only what is meat, so to speak, only everything in proper proportion, and certainly not what is poison, no matter how tempting and attractive.
So to me, this reads like Peterson. He likes to do the sort of pseudo etymology as a way of doing philosophy, but a lot of people do that. But I'm going to guess it's Peterson.
That was a legitimate Peterson. Yeah, you're doing really good at this. Tyranny and slavery are also inevitably allied with the domination of hedonistic whim and the short-term, immature, and narrowly self-centered gratification of desire that does not and cannot make for either a sustainable self-realization or a productive, generous, and harmonious polity.
Well, I'm pretty sure I read something very much like this in the book, so I'm going to guess this is Peterson.
Yeah, there you go.
I don't really understand what he's talking about there, but you know, it definitely sounds like him.
Yeah, I mean, when I say, this is world poisoning, I'm obviously comparing Peterson, like, unflatteringly to people who I take to not be doing clear or good things with, their kind of like philosophical and literature output. Well, I guess Star Wars is a good example, but it's derogatory. And it's just to kind of like bring out, I guess, the verbose, unclear kind of writing style, the way that what's said kind of doesn't seem to often follow a kind of reasonable chain of thought from one thing to the next and stuff like that. So the next quote is, hidden meaning transforms unparalleled abstract beauty.
Well, that's a difficult one. Hidden meaning transforms unparalleled abstract beauty. Honestly, that could be almost anything. That could even be randomly generated from like the Pomo generator or something. Or it also reminds me of, what's that guy's name? The Quantum Woo guy. I'm going to guess it's not Peterson.
Okay, that is correct. It's from the paper on the reception and detection of pseudo-profound bullshit.
That's exactly what it reminded me of. That sort of thing. Who's the guy I'm thinking of?
Deepak Chopra.
That's the one, Deepak Chopra. Yeah.
So the ego, however, is not who you really are. The ego is your self-image. It is your social mask. It is the role you are playing. Your social mask thrives on approval. It wants control and is sustained by power because it lives in fear.
This could be Peterson. He definitely likes to talk about this sort of psychological theorizing, and there's definitely He also draws on ideas from Freud, though he's also kind of critical of Freud. I could go either way on this one. I'm going to say it's not Peterson.
Yeah, correct. That was Deepak Chopra, who we just mentioned. Quantum theory has reached the point where the source of all matter and energy is a vacuum, a nothingness that contains all the possibilities of everything that has ever existed or could exist. These possibilities then emerge as probabilities before collapsing into localized quanta, manifesting as the particles in space and time. And then I should have left that last word out.
I should have cut that. This one isn't really wrong exactly. It's just a crude popularization. So this honestly could be taken from a lot of sources. It could even be the sort of thing that it's that guy who writes the Brian Greene. I think it could be something that he wrote. It could also be Peterson. I don't know how much he talks about quantum mechanics, though. I don't know. I'm going to guess not Peterson.
It was Deepak Chopra again.
Deepak Chopra again. Yeah. It's actually more coherent on the more coherent side for Chopra, to be honest.
Yeah. I probably could have found worse examples if I looked a little bit. I just kind of like Googled some
how consciousness became the universe.
Yeah. The mysteries of the quantum world have assured us of that. Whatever is at the bottom of things appears no less incomprehensible than any spirit, hypothetical or otherwise, that might characterize the cosmos. And perhaps our reductive materialism is a reflection of something worse than mere ignorance. Maybe we insist on the deadness and intrinsic meaninglessness of the world to rationalize our unwillingness to accept the immense burden of opportunity and obligation that a true understanding of our place in a truly meaningful world would necessitate. And this is my favorite part. Perhaps it is not religion that is the opiate of the masses. Perhaps it is instead that a rationalist, materialist atheism is the camouflage of the irresponsible.
Yeah, see, I'm pretty sure I've seen things like this from various apologists before. It also does seem like the sort of thing that Peterson would say. I don't know if he uses the term reductive materialism. That's giving me pause here. Maybe he does, but that makes me think it might be because this is very much the sort of thing he says, but the framing feels a little different. I'm going to lean not Peterson.
So that was a genuine Peterson. That's the first one you've got wrong. But
that was a close one. That was a tricky one.
Arguably, though, I don't know if he had like a ghostwriter as well. So maybe there's like a confound in some of the writing. No,
I wouldn't be surprised.
God's timeless nature explains why he does not cause collapse in quantum experiments.
I'd be surprised if that was Peterson. I don't think that is.
That is an inspiring.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, in fact, now that you mention it, yes, of course, that's who it is.
Okay, so there's only a few more. Much of our communication is the description of aim. We tell other people what we are up to, and we expect and want them to tell us the same. We talk among ourselves, often shallowly, about just exactly what those we know are up to. What do they want? What are they attending to? How are they acting in consequence?
This is one of the most banal quotes that I've ever read. It's like, yeah, okay, that's how people work. This is the sort of thing that I think Peterson would say, so I'm going to guess it's Peterson.
That is a legitimate Peterson.
Yeah, he loves to describe the most obvious banal things in the most pompous and pseudo-profound way.
For years, we've asked questions like, is there a meaning to life? Philosophers ask questions like, how am I thinking these things? When you think about it, thinking about thinking is some of the hardest thinking there is.
Oh, I'm pretty sure I've seen this quote before. I don't remember where it's from. I don't think this is Peterson.
That is right. It's Philomena Kunk, which is
where do I know her from?
Name's
familiar.
She's an actress in her actual name. Sorry, isn't Philomena Kunk. That's like the character she's playing. But
okay.
Philomena Kunk is like this character who sort of appears doing, like Ali G style interviews
Oh,
with academics, and she kind of like
yes.
deliberately plays on equivocation of like the specialist terms and asks, very simple kind of. So, for example, like she sits down with a philosopher and is like, "Hello, how do you know I'm here?" or something, and then they'll give an answer, and she'll be like, "Oh, maybe I'm in a like," and kind of it's the
Some good
joke is,
satire in some of those.
yeah. An infinite plethora of facts present themselves continually for our consideration, one fact per phenomenon, perhaps, and more, a fact not only for every phenomenon, but for all their possible combinations. That is simply too many facts.
Peterson likes to talk about facts. This sort of statement could occur in another philosophical context, but every combination. I'm going to guess it's Peterson.
That was a genuine Peterson. Yeah. So I think that's it. Yeah, that's the
Too many
end
for what? How many was that?
In total, we had what? 27/2.
Well, presumably there was an intro slide, right? So that's
Yeah,
13.
Yeah.
So, all right. Well, how many did I get wrong? One?
Only one. Yeah. So
above chance. There you go.
Yeah.
I can distinguish Peterson from non-Peterson above chance levels. I don't know that that's. I'm kind of upset at myself actually. I feel like I don't want to know that much about Peterson.
Yeah. and plausibly, maybe the one you got wrong was a ghostwriter. So maybe 100% hit rate. Who knows?
Oh dear.
Yeah. So I don't know what
fun.
that proves, but yeah, it's fun nonetheless. So we Who Wrestle with God, I think it came out like 2 months ago, something like that. It's about 500 pages of actual content in the book. I guess the font size is fairly big, but it does seem like too much content for what's in there. I guess just briefly to do a tour of what's in the contents, because the kind of like overview of the direction that he's taking in the book is fairly interesting. So we've got.
I actually found the contents very amusing. I'll see if you pick up on this as well.
We've got one in the beginning, God as creative spirit, the spirit of man in the highest place, the real and its representation, Eve from Adam in God's image. I guess in this section, there's nothing like too objectionable. It's maybe like standard sort of figurative interpretation of the Bible with a little bit of philosophy in there, real and representation. It could be like an art book or something. Adam, Eve, pride, self-consciousness in the fall, the image of God in the eternal garden, pride versus the sacred moral order. So the language is kind of getting a little bit. I mean, I guess if you were taking the sacred moral order as like a phenomena that is expressed in religion, and you kind of like want to look at it under a microscope, maybe. So maybe I'm doing a bit of but I'm starting to think, that's getting a little bit weird. The incompleteness of Adam and the arrival of Eve, the eternal sins of Eve and Adam. I love how he inverted the naming order to put Eve as the first one there. That's probably.
He goes on about why that's significant.
Yeah. And that obviously tightly connects to some political commitments and perhaps personal values and things. The eternal serpent, just let the audience understand, I guess. Naked suffering as the fruit of sin, loss of paradise and the flaming sword. 3, Cain, Abel, and sacrifice, the identity of sacrifice and work, the hostile brothers of good and evil, the sacred patterning of the political. I think that, again, this one for me struck out as like being just a harmful way of viewing politics in general, particularly with, the sort of stuff we see happening in the US or Afghanistan, or, any of these places where politics becomes overly tied up with people's sort of very strongly held religious commitments. So I was a little bit sort of maybe worried about the contents of this subsection. The Good Shepherd as archetypal leader, the sacrifice pleasing to God. Again, potentially some, harmful stuff in something like that. Creatively possessed by the spirit of resentment. This is increasingly bizarre. Humility and faith versus pride, despair, and vengeful anger. Fratricide, then worse. Noah, God is the call to prepare. Giants in the land. And I just feel like by this point it's kind of like really far off the rails of anything normal. Sin and the return of chaos. Salvation by the wise and the re-establishment of the world. The faithless son doomed to enslavement. And then I think this was my favorite one in the Tower of Babel, God versus Tyranny and Pride. Lucifer and the engineers.
Oh, that one sounds interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of about, Peterson's, one of, I think, Peterson's sort of thought terminating cliches is like whenever anyone tries to challenge what he's saying by thinking carefully about what he's saying, he kind of like accuses them of using the left hemisphere of their brain too much and being too logical. And like, this is apparently what Satan's problem was and why God cast Satan out of the Garden of Eden. Cast Satan out of heaven when things were perfect. And it's like the rebellious spirit against God is like too prideful in its own intellect. And so whenever anyone's like intelligent and clear, unlike Peterson's philosophy, I guess, he kind of like views them as succumbing to this satanic spirit. It's sort of like this really bizarre mechanism of stopping yourself from engaging with what people have to say who disagree with you. But yeah. So I guess this is like an expansion of some of those themes. Pride in the fall, reprise, descent into hell itself, inability to understand one another, God or else. Abraham, God, a spirited call to adventure. Go forth, the devil at the crossroads. Life as sacrificial secession. Sex and parasitism. I mean, that again, very sort of like perhaps unhealthy way of viewing sex, which is not, what would I say, like unfamiliar amongst like high control, really unhealthy expressions of religious communities and things, right? Sacrifice and transformation of identity. Abram, Sarai, and Jacob. With the angels into the abyss, the pinnacle of sacrifice. And then Moses 1, God as dreadful spirit of freedom. The Jews as unwelcome sojourners and slaves. The fiery tree of revelation and becoming. The return to the... I guess, like, even just reading through the titles here, like, I don't know about you, but I'm just like, I'm so bored of like the crazy like God fan fiction. Like, it's just so much. Yeah.
Well, Peterson seems to agree because we get to Moses 2.
Yeah. Hedonism and infantile temptation, materialism and orgiastic celebration.
I'm gonna read that one.
Okay. Desperate reestablishment of the covenant. Jonah and and it's like,
so we're up to Moses, and then we do one on Jonah, and then I guess he got bored, and it's like, oh, that's enough.
Yeah.
So we don't have anything about like the other prophets, like Isaiah. We don't have David. We don't have Solomon. We don't have anything about like Proverbs or the wisdom literature. Nothing. We just stop at Jonah. It's like, I can't be asked with the rest of it.
Yeah. So
because I actually went back and like, is this part one? Like, you're missing we're missing half the Old Testament here. Some of the best stuff, actually, arguably.
So my take on partly why this is the case, right, is that in Peterson's weird systematic theology, which is his biblical lecture series, this is where he's got up to in that. So maybe this is just a repackaging of his notes from that. I don't really
100%.
know. Yeah.
In fact, I'm going to go out on a limb and suggest that he may not have written this. He may have got someone else to put together it from his notes and, how to read through. I'd bet that that's what this is. especially when
yeah,
it leaves off like that. Like if you were going to write a book, you don't leave it like that. Just doesn't make any sense.
yeah.
To end it like that.
So, we're gonna like go through some of the parts of this. Again, just to get a sense of how kind of bizarre this is, we have some this kind of I guess standard like sort of dedication. I found this bit a little bit weird. This poem that it begins with.
I didn't read that.
I just think that this is all part of the it's like if you like asked Chat GPT to kind of like behave like it was doing some deep and profound work, it would like produce some sort of impenetrable poem like this at the start. It's like the thing when people stand around with wine in front of art and kind of like discuss it, and you're like, I don't kind of get what's going on here. It seems like the act of performing this way is part of the depth of the act or something. I just didn't kind of get
it's all very performative. I mean, I think that maybe Peterson would say that this book is an encapsulation of his wrestling with God, in which case, if anything is like incoherent or poorly developed or contradictory, he can just say, well, that's part of my wrestling. Like, it doesn't have to be. So it's more like, maybe it's more like a journal than an actual work of philosophy or like critical analysis of literature or something.
Yeah, I guess that's sort of fair enough, but then maybe I'd expect it to take on more like note form or something.
Well, it could be a bit shorter, maybe, if that's what it is.
Yeah. Whereas it seems to sort of try and present itself with like an overarching theme and structure, and I just found this kind of weird. I guess it makes sense by the time you get to the end of the poem, because it kind of mentions God. Yeah, and then there was like another quote. I guess so. We're on the third sort of initial kind of dedication and quoting, and this is a Eliade quote about the importance of supreme beings and how they're important to people, I guess, which is kind of fair enough. So for the introduction, I think we can actually listen to Peterson himself in his own voice read it out. So we have this here. So if we go to, oh Jesus Christ, it's an hour long of reading that out. So yeah, we're probably not going to get through the whole thing like word for word, but
he narrated the book himself.
Yeah, I think so.
I always find that a bit odd when authors do that. Not that it's never appropriate, but essentially authorship is just a different skill from audiobook narration, and I don't know why you would expect them to be in the best position to do that.
I think in his case, maybe because
in his case, I guess it kind of does make sense because people know what he sounds like, and
he's got such a unique voice, and he delivers these talks. But I get what you mean. Like it's a little bit like maybe a voice actor would be a better, or someone who like knows how to pronounce and speak with the cadence and stuff. But okay, let's try this then.
Foreshadowing.
Yeah, there we go.
The still small voice. We begin our journey, our wrestling with God, with the consideration of a singular tale, that of the prophet Elijah, also known as Elias, recounted in the Old Testament books of 1st and 2nd Kings. His story is one of many in the biblical corpus that might and will be so contemplated, chosen for introductory purposes because it provides a surprising and sophisticated characterization of the divine in a brief yet highly instructive manner. Before we begin our exposition, however, we might first well ask, why devote so much or even any time and effort to the analysis of any story, let alone one so ancient, forsaken, and even obscure? There are many reasons.
Like, even this, and, there's just not going to be time to comment on everything, but it's like, it's such an odd way of motivating what you're doing. Like, why ask it's like almost a joke that I make sometimes when someone will ask me, like, why are you doing that? And like the joke is like tactical misunderstanding or something, like if you ask a kid, can you pass me the ketchup? And they go, yes. And then they don't do nothing. And
classic.
why care about anything? You know, someone would be like, oh, why do that in philosophy? But yeah, why care about anything at all? Like, you know, why go to work every day? Why, you know, it's like you're misunderstanding. Like, they're asking you for specific reasons about why you're doing what you're doing, and you sort of like defensively do this whataboutism and go to like, why care about any stories at all? It's so verbose and like meandering.
Yeah, he spent 1 minute to say, basically, let's look at the story of Elijah because it's informative.
Well, he's not even got to that yet. He spent 1 minute to say, why am I doing this? Like,
yeah, that's right. He hasn't. I did too much, but yeah, the whole book is 10 times. Like, I don't exaggerate. I think 10 times longer than it should be, because he just takes so long to say anything.
Yeah.
But one has become paramount, perhaps, in recent decades. Something truly revolutionary is afoot, something that has riven the world, although the cause of such division, manifesting itself, for example, in the form of the culture war obsessing the West, has not yet risen widely to consciousness. It is...
And just so people know, I'm playing this, I'm going to put it up a little bit to like 1.6 times speed. So even if you think the cadence is normal, just imagine, I'm going to play it at 1 time speed for a second, just to give you an idea of how kind of like slow this whole thing is. Like
the near simultaneous discovery by literary critics, researchers into robotics and artificial intelligence.
Dude, I think I gotta buy this just to help me get to sleep. I think this is gonna be amazing, like game changer.
And
he sounds like, a bit hoarse as well, or is that just me?
Yeah, I think like maybe, I mean, to be fair to him, what is he now? Like maybe like in his 60s.
Well, then don't narrate the book. Like, get someone else.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound very melodious or very pleasing to me.
And as someone has pointed out in the chat, you know, we who wrestle with benzos, like he's been addicted to all sorts. He's been on his all meat diet. He's been taught, like, there's so much going on in this port. Like, what he needs is not like to be doing this audiobook, but like, you know, to be locked in a monastery for 50 years and to not say anything, sort of thing.
Well, actually, maybe that's sort of what happened, right? So the publisher's like, hey, we want you to narrate your audiobook. And he's like, can't someone else do this? And they're like, well, it'll sell a lot better if you narrate it.
Yeah. Well,
so they just lock him in a room. It's like, we're not letting you out.
Well, it's funny you should say that, actually. Let me see if I can find this. Oh, God. Where is it? I've shown so yeah, this is it. I think I might have shown this before, but it's like this thing where it's like,
I'm afraid your father will have to remain in his coma for several more months. We'll be feeding him pure meat through a tube just like you asked. In the meantime, let's go party all over Europe.
When people think of happiness or pursuing happiness, the first thing they think of is, well, it's a pretty selfish desire. I want to be happy for me. I mean, after all, who wants to be unhappy?
All of the audio in this animation is legitimate verbatim audio, by the way. It's not like...
Yeah, that's penis Prager. Everyone knows that.
I'm here to tell you that, in fact, happiness is far, far, far more than a selfish desire. It's actually a moral obligation. Whether or not you're happy, and certainly whether or not you act happy, is a very, very altruistic endeavor. Yes, indeed, we have a moral obligation. Happy people make the world better. Unhappy people tend to make the world worse.
There's a scene in Pinocchio where Geppetto wishes on a star, right? And what it means is he lifts up his eyes beyond the horizon to something transcendent. And so he lifts his eyes up above his daily concerns and he says, what I want more than anything else is that my creation will become a genuine individual, right? It's a heroic gesture because it's so unlikely. And that catalyzes the puppet's transformation into a real being. And we start as puppets. And so the trick is to get rid of your goddamn strings.
I want to be like you, Mr. Peterson. Please tell me how to live.
I want to get into this because this is I think this is a fascinating thing with you personally. Your diet. you're on this carnivore diet
Yes.
now. This is what I mean. What's fascinating to me is I haven't heard any negative stories about people doing this.
Well, I have a negative story.
Okay.
Okay, when we restricted our diet and then ate something we weren't supposed to, the reaction was absolutely catastrophic.
What did you
So-
do? What did you switch to?
Well, the worst response, we had some apple cider that had sulfites in it, and that was really not good. Like, I was done for a month.
You were done for a month.
Oh yeah, it took me out for a month. It was awful.
Apple cider. Like, what was it doing?
Sulfites in it.
What was it doing to you?
Oh, it produced an
This podcast episode here, by the way, it was right before he was admitted to he admitted himself, against the Canadian doctor's wishes, to the Russian hospital for benzo addiction. You know, when he put himself into the coma in a Russian hospital to try and overcome the benzo addiction. And maybe that visit to Russia was just unconnected from any potential sources of funding by Tenet media related things or anything like that. I don't know. Who knows? But he randomly chose to go to Russia for therapy, like, you know, a couple of weeks after this.
Such a weird dude.
overwhelming sense of impending doom.
Come on over here.
We are intrinsically tied to the president. He's with us. He's for us.
If you love birds, you'd never want to walk under a window because it's a very sad, sad sight.
Jesus said, take this cup. This is my blood of the new covenant.
I said certified free 7 days a week. Wet ass B-word. Make that pull-out game weak.
How come they didn't make Ben Shapiro look or sound weird like all the
Here
others?
is a fact. There's no God over me. There's no policeman over me. There's no one over me. I am God.
Fucking cider.
Oh, I didn't sleep that month. I didn't sleep for 25 days. I didn't sleep
What?
at all.
Oh my
25.
God.
Oh yeah, not
And
no.
this is from
That's not
fucking
possible,
cider.
my
Or
man.
did you see the art in the background?
Oh, yeah. 25 days. Yeah. Okay. Sure.
Days. I didn't sleep
What?
at all.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah, not
And
good.
this is from fucking cider. From cider.
That's what we thought. Yeah. I mean, look, again, I don't know what the hell I'm talking about.
You need to wake up, Dr. Peterson. My master, please wake up for us. We are so lost without you.
I think this next bit is the setting for this book and how the deal was struck.
12 more rules. What is natural must be right. Eat your meat and worship might. Stand up straight, listen carefully, accept your place within the hierarchy.
Pinocchio. My boy. My brave little boy.
Clean your room, pray to God, obey your lords with 12 new rules.
Pinocchio! Oh, Pinocchio!
Think of all the cash, think of all the suits. Don't you think the world needs 12 more rules?
You watch what you say, and you will find out
What is
some
natural
things you
must
say
be
they can come
right.
apart.
Eat your
They can
meat
fall
and
apart.
worship
It's a
might.
feeling of chaotic
Stand up
weakness and
straight,
dissolution.
listen
It's
carefully,
a sense of
accept your
self-betrayal.
place
And then
within
if
the
you
hierarchy.
tell the truth, that pulls you together and strengthens you.
12 more rules. 12 more rules. 12 more rules.
You're dead, Pinocchio.
So that is how the book deal came about.
Yeah, wow, that's a good background to have. You feel sorry for the guy.
Yeah. Okay, so back to the intro.
And neuropsychologists alike, that we do and even must perceive reality through a story, or more accurately, they're just
so obviously this is the sort of like loose way in which he kind of like delves into claims of neuroscience and psychology, and he kind of like will make reference to these things. So like what he's just saying here of like we need a story, there's like a loose sense in which he's like kind of right, if that makes sense. It's not that. So when he says we need a story, it's like, look, there's a sense in which it's perfectly possible for a person to live without learning any language and narrativizing what's going on around them at all. So when the sense of like needs here is maybe like very ambiguous as to what he's saying, so maybe a more specific claim is something like, there's an interesting fact about psychology, which is that people seem to narrativize their lives and use that to generate salience or something like that, right? And then you might ask, well, what's going on there? Like, how does that relate to different cognitive architectures in the brain, or findings in psychology? Are these like universal across culture? Like there's a bunch of interesting questions, but he kind of like brushes over the details, isn't very specific in what he's saying, and makes it sound like any kind of questions relating to this in neuroscience or psychology are like what he's answering with this book, which I just don't think is right.
Discovery that a story is a portrayal of the structure through which we perceive reality. The Enlightenment, which so transformed the world technically, scientifically, philosophically, and theologically, was predicated on the belief that rationality or empiricism or some amalgam of both had permanently supplanted the religious, even the superstitious, and that we could henceforth be guided by the facts alone.
So this trope again, I don't even know if it's historically correct to say that sort of like, firstly, that there's some unanimous voice of the Enlightenment thinkers, and secondly, that they sort of like unanimously thought that nobody would have at least like a psychological or pragmatic need of religion. I'm not super into reading the canon of the Enlightenment thinkers, but I know obviously there's like an attempt to sort of persuade people towards secularism and not like, not being like so dogmatically religious. But I also don't know that it's like this unanimous voice of there's no utility in religion, or people don't need it, or anything like that. I don't know if that's something you want to comment on, James, or if you just want to get through.
Most of the Enlightenment thinkers weren't atheists; they were deists,
right,
or some kind of heterodox Christians, and so they generally accepted at least what some of. I mean, it's so hard to make sense of what Peterson's actually saying, but Peterson says things like that we need to believe in some kind of higher being, which is the ground for morality and gives us a sort of purpose and direction in life, and keeps society together. I think a lot of the Enlightenment thinkers would have agreed broadly with something like that. I mean, you just look at the excuse me, U.S. founding fathers, most of whom were either deists or heterodox Christians, and they used much of the same imagery and language. So Peterson's trying to draw a contrast here between the Enlightenment or Enlightenment thought and what he's attempting to argue. But it's not obvious to me that contrast even makes sense. I mean, maybe when he says Enlightenment, he's thinking more about later 19th century figures like Marx, for example. But I would call that post-Enlightenment personally. And maybe, he could say more specifically atheist materialism, right? And then he could draw more of a contrast. But like most of what Peterson says, he's not very interested in being precise. That also means that it's hard to critique, because it's always possible to defend what Peterson's saying using Mott and Bailey tactics, right? Oh, no, he wasn't saying that. He was just saying, and then you can insert whatever more plausible, defensible claim you like, because there's always enough ambiguity. And in this sense, I think it's fair to to not give the benefit of the doubt in the sense that if someone's making claims that are so ambiguous, then I think that, you can point out that they can be read in a more defensible way, but that shouldn't count in favor of the person making the claim.
Yeah.
Because if you're making a claim that's ambiguous, what's the point of making the claim? Why not make a more precise claim so that it can actually be evaluated and people can profit from it or not as appropriate? So this is one of the problems with Peterson, is when he's critiqued, people can say, well, no, that's not what he meant. And then you can almost argue whatever you like as being what he really meant, at least for a lot of his quotes.
I think that something like this as well is what is part of what's the problem with when people get like mimetically infected with Peterson's ideas, which is for many of the people who come across Peterson's stuff, this is sometimes the first exposure that they have to like any of these ideas, like kind of intellectual history or politics or theology and stuff. And then when Peterson is saying these sorts of things, it gives them the impression that they're making some kind of progress with respect to putting together a worldview that makes sense of where they are, and like why study history to understand the present and why we are where we are and stuff like that. And Peterson's kind of like narrativizing of all these things purports to be synthesizing knowledge from like psychology, neuroscience, politics, history, religion, and like it's narrativizing it into this overarching like truth that is putting forward a model of reality that makes sense of the insane complexity of modern human life. And the problem with what Peterson's doing when he's like doing this and brushing over all the details is like everything he's saying is like ambiguous or false. And so it gives people this impression of this progress and that they're like they've profoundly understood all of these topics by like reference to them in Peterson's synthesis, but there's just like nothing there, or whatever is there is like so vague or plausibly false, and it's harmful to that degree, because then when someone gets to the point where they're in a position to deconstruct any of this and maybe reinvestigate views that they might have adopted off of Peterson, there's like a ton of work to do just untangling that mess of like what's been put in there by Peterson.
So cynically, at least in my experience, maybe yours differ, Nathan, but a lot of people, either current Christians or people even who have a background in Christianity, going to Bible study or Sunday school or something, are probably used to dealing with this sort of thing, because this is what you do in those Bible studies. Like you read a lot of text, which are just very ambiguous, like passages from the Bible and so forth, which can be interpreted in a lot of different ways. And it's sort of, they sort of are given obviously because they're scripture, they're given the air of sort of authority and profundity, and maybe there's some profound things in there. I'm not saying there isn't, but the point is that the exercise is really, well, what is this actually saying? And so people are kind of used to trying to draw out meaning or sense or coherent message from passages like this. And so when presented with Peterson's writings, maybe they're sort of primed to, especially when they know that he's broadly sort of sympathetic and raises some of the concerns and talking points and slogans that they like to hear. They're primed to sort of think that there's real substance here. Whereas I think a lot of what Peterson has to say is a lot of people who aren't very familiar with this sort of these sort of historical, scientific, and philosophical references aren't going to be able to distinguish between genuine, insightful analysis and what I would say is actually the case of Peterson, which is an incoherent pastiche of references and sort of random ideas. But to a lot of people, they're not going to be able to distinguish that, and they're going to, I think, be primed to assume or read into this that there is something profound to be said here.
Yeah, I think that's right. I'd be really interested actually on seeing like data on who the current demographics of Peterson's audience are. Like, is it people who attend Bibles? Like, who are they? People who are with him since 2016? Is it like the new generation of people growing up, being exposed to these ideas for the first time?
Well, I thought a lot of his audience was teenage and men in their 20s. Relatively young men, right? I honestly can't see too many such people reading this book. Like, obviously, there's some who would, but I don't know. It feels like that. The Joe Rogan interview or something like that is more the sort of media that they would be likely to consume than a book like this. So I don't know if this is appealing to that same audience, or there's other audiences that he has, or I don't have a good sense of that.
Well, honestly, I've got like Penguin. He must be selling stuff, because like Penguin are continually making deals with him to write more and more books. I mean, I guess I'm somewhat contributing on that by, like, I've got the Audible edition here, so it's like maybe it is just the spectacle of the whole mess that draws people, out of like a morbid sense of curiosity to engage with these things, because it's Peterson's like this public figure. Or I just genuinely don't know who. I get a sense as well that a lot of people who were interested in him like 5 or so years ago now have kind of like grown up a bit and moved on, and that there's like other young people who are now in university or in their early 20s, just after like university, and trying to make sense of the world in the context of Trump's presidency and the kind of information landscape in the US, and coming across some of these ideas. And that's like just what the culture war stuff that Peterson's a part of has just always been like normal adult politics for them as well. Like, they remember like Obama when they were a kid, and then like a Trump term, and now like a second Trump term. And, all their whole life, this has just been like the politics and mainstream information and stuff. I don't know how representative that is though of like the whole demographic. That's why I'm like, I'd be super interested to see some analysis.
Well, my hot take, based on not really any data, is that there'll be some diehard fans or some people who are into this sort of thing who will, actually read it. But I suspect a lot of people who are going to buy this will buy it as a gift for someone who they think, they would benefit from this, or they're a Peterson fan or something like that. And the vast majority of copies of this book will never be read. Now, maybe that's true for a lot of books, but like especially this book, because of how long it is, how boring it is, how poorly written it is, and how the audience doesn't really match well with that sort of style, as I was saying. So that's my hot take, that a lot of this is probably just being gifted.
This supposition turned out to be wrong, even by the standards established by that very Enlightenment, and seriously so. Thus, the current era of our understanding of the world is ending, and something new is striving to be born. This will either be the descent of the world into the nihilism, hedonism, and striving for power that has always characterized the end of the world, or, as the poet T.S. Eliade had it, a new arrival where we started, knowing the place for the first time.
Like, again, how is that piece of poetry useful to an analysis of what the universal human psychology of the end of an historic era or something? Is he saying that that's where we're at now, like the end of some historic, and like how is he characterizing that? It's just there's so much in there, like. Well,
Peterson said that the end of the world, or I guess what he means is people believing the end of the world is always, or has been, associated with hedonism and nihilism. Which seems an odd claim to me, because Jesus taught that the end of the world was coming. A lot of people seem to believe that around, around then, and also, with the destruction of Jerusalem. But I don't think you could really characterize Jesus' teachings as hedonistic or nihilistic. I don't think Peterson would either. That's, a type of apocalyptic prophetic teaching. I mean, there's heaps of that in the Old Testament as well, right? So I guess that doesn't count. I mean, this highlights a point where Peterson will say something that, if you don't think about it, maybe sounds like, oh yeah, I guess, people think the world's coming to an end, and then they're, lose hope and meaning, and they just out for themselves. But if you think about it for more than 2 seconds, you realize, well, hang on, there's actually lots of different responses that are possible to the end of the world, including many that are contained in the Bible that are completely different to that. So how do we reconcile that with what Peterson's just said? And I think the point is that, well, you're not supposed to think about that. Peterson certainly hasn't thought about it. And really, the claim that he's made is only supposed to serve the purpose of facilitating whatever general point, the thrust that he wants to make in this particular section of the book. It doesn't actually have to stand in like a logically consistent framework. I mean, as you were saying, you'd probably just say, oh, these are my, you're thinking too rationally with your left side of your brain. These are my wrestlings with God, right? Blah, 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 like just excuses. But this is one of the reasons why I find these sorts of texts Peterson's not the only person who's writes sort of like this, but I find it very hard to read because I naturally think in terms of, logical systematization and connections, right? Which is one of the reasons I kind of enjoy reading Craig, right? As much as I disagree with him, because he at least thinks in that way. As opposed to just throwing out a bunch of things which seem to have no connection to each other and then raising tensions between them. It's like, well, hang on, how does that fit with this other thing?
So actually, this is kind of interesting. I think the issue is that like maybe it's like a lack of self-awareness in Peterson's writing, because he takes himself to be sort of simultaneously telling people sort of like a metaphysical account of reality, that's how it is and how they. So I can tell you some sort of thinkers who do something that's similar to Peterson, but I think they sort of disambiguate what they're doing as like maybe a creative form of fiction or something like that. So there's the people like Alan Watts or Terence McKenna, who's this biologist, like psychedelic guy, but they give these lectures that are drawing on themes from Eastern philosophy, and they're kind of like creatively putting stuff together, but they never they're always like clear that what they're doing is like a kind of creative performance that's entertaining, and it's supposed to, I guess, stimulate people towards maybe creative ways of putting together new ideas and maybe reframing concepts and stuff. But they're not, very infrequently are they kind of like saying that in that ambiguity and stuff, are they offering you some like super like a clear idea of this is how things actually are. They're like more kind of playful with it. And I think maybe I'd give Peterson a lot less shtick if he was like very clear about that. Like if he was like, this is more like literature or dream interpretation. It's not like you shouldn't be trying to put this on like the same epistemic bar as like physics or medicine or something.
But the thing is, Peterson, as far as I understand, Peterson thinks that those sort of like that sort of storytelling archetypes is the most fundamental truths, right? So he does place it even more fundamental than like physical truths.
Yeah. And I think that that's kind of the issue, right? Is that that there's this like inversion of prioritization or something where, I mean, okay, maybe there's a thread of truth to what he's saying, which is like when it comes to people, like in maybe like a naive atheism, like maybe someone like Dawkins had in the 2000s, when people talk about the new atheists or whatever, it's like just the wrong way of approaching a funeral is like to mention, well, they're dead now and who cares, whatever, because the appropriate sort of level of description and vocabulary is a social one in that context, and that's to refer to people's grieving and their reflections and maybe some like symbolism of hope or something. And like, yeah, okay, sure, there's something to that, like that there are different levels of description or discourses, and it's not always appropriate to be describing things in terms of fundamental physics or something. But that doesn't mean that that doesn't mean that then Peterson's approach is like the right way of breaking down those different levels of description and like the appropriate context to use them or something. If that makes, like, that's the small thread of truth in what he's saying, which is like that's this caricature version of reductive materialism or something. There's something wrong with it, and it's like, yeah, okay, that's maybe a bit true.
Yeah, I mean, there are other philosophers who have been critical of, like a standard sort of analytic philosophical theorizing and or like positivistic approaches in science and things like that, as appropriate ways to understand reality effectively. So I guess I don't know if that's exactly the angle that Peterson's coming from. I don't get that sense, because often those people are kind of like postmodern leaning or sympathetic to that, which he doesn't like, which is what I was saying. Like, he kind of is a postmodernist, because he seems to be saying it's all about narratives and you can't like just logically work your way through it. You basically just have to tell stories and
and they happen to be the biblical ones.
Well, yeah, it's about telling stories and getting used to them and living them out or something like that. But he doesn't have a defense of that, nor does he have a rigorous way of working through those stories or explaining how they work, like a systematic theology or something. He seems to reject all of that. But at the same time, then sometimes he seems not to, right? He seems to be critical of people who say things are relative or who reject the idea of like objective facts and stuff like that. I find it very hard to make sense of how to fit these things together. And the best I can come up with is that Peterson like deliberately wants there to be this sort of tension and doesn't want to resolve that or explain how his system works. At which point I would say, well, I think there are better ways. I think there are better ways to understand reality that are less confused, right? And
I think that's what feels kind of perverse though about what he's doing, because it's like if that's the approach he's taking, instead of saying like listen to my podcast, buy my books, shouldn't he just be saying like go to church and join a religious community, like, because that's religion in its natural habitat in the conflicted.
Yeah, that's a good point actually. Because he doesn't, at least I haven't encountered him saying that. So it would be like the sort of the Wittgensteinian. I was thinking of this before, the idea that he's here's the ladder that I built up, and now you got to tear the ladder down. The ladder gets you to a point where you realize that the ladder is kind of nonsense, right? Or you didn't need it, or however he phrases that. And so Peterson maybe would be saying something like, so the point of this book is to convince you that you don't actually need to read books like this, and you should go out and like go to church and get involved in your communities and like live. Strive for the good or whatever, whatever he.
But he doesn't do that. It's like subscribe
he doesn't
to
seem
Daily
to
Wire.
say that. Yeah.
The ladder takes you to.
I do think that is
Ben Shapiro's bank account.
We have always and will always live in a story. It is something truly new that we now know not only that we do so, but why we do and must. There is more. We can now also understand the necessary, true guiding story and its dread alternatives much more explicitly and consciously than we have managed in the past, and can use that understanding to provide us with a meaning that sustains and to deliver us from evil, to undergird and buttress our determination to do good in the world rather than ill. The potentially revolutionary significance of this more specific realization can also hardly be overstated. We have discovered that the facts alone cannot provide direction or meaning. They cannot structure perception or determine action, cannot quell anxiety, provide hope, or unite.
Again, like just everything he says here, I think is so like philosophically and psychologically kind of confused. Like what I have no idea what he is sort of meaning here when he's like the facts alone cannot structure. Like there's a sense in which whatever the facts are about human neuroscience and psychology do determine how perception is structured. There's a sense in which what's meant by the facts here are like English language sentences, and it's like who thinks that English language sentences exactly structure perception? But then there's a sense in which maybe that's true because it's like the languages that you use are connected to your training of your sensory experience. So the point is, it's just like this vague, it sounds like but what the hell is he actually saying, and how is it useful for understanding anything to do with any of these things, either psychology, neuroscience, philosophy, epistemology, or even just the skill, the pragmatics of how to live as a person? I can't see that this information does anything for any of those things. It's just like it's intellectual empty calories sort of thing.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it.
Psychologically and socially. This is not least because there are simply too many facts, one per phenomenon,
there's
perhaps,
that quote.
or even one for every conceivable combination of phenomena. We can only drown in such an infinite plethora. We have neither the attentional resources nor the time and energy to contemplate even a fraction of the sense data, so-called, that constantly presents itself to us.
Like, what's he even saying here? Like, he's saying what we don't have the attention to process the sense data that we do have, but it's true that we are processing. I mean, well, sense data, you could interpret that as like a very specific epistemic thesis, right? That maybe is wrong. But if he just means like of the sensations that we have, we're unable to process them. Well, that's not true, because that is exactly what we do all the time. So what is he saying? Is he saying if we didn't have the cognitive architectures that sort of like filter out different predictions that our sensory apparatus is making, then we would have a different sensory experience. Well, then that's true. And again, there's like lots of literature on what that's like when people have, lesions on certain regions of the brain, or when they take certain drugs that modify the way. So it's again, just what the hell is he saying, and how is it either true or useful, or
And we certainly cannot even begin to compute the significance of the exponentially expanding number of pathways that emerge in consequence of any single action we might undertake. This is an intractable.
This is actually, by the way, the thing. I don't know if you saw when I had like John Vervaeke on. Peterson, I think, has got this from John Vervaeke. John Vervaeke did philosophy and then cognitive science. And like, look, I think obviously there's a bunch of useful stuff that comes out of cognitive science, but there's also a lot of like very wishy-washy, unclear stuff as well. And I think he kind of leans towards the end. And so he kind of talks about, relevance, in like the 4E cognition stuff. And like, I'm kind of a fan of some of that stuff, weirdly, but also there's like massive issues with other parts of it. And he talks about the problem of relevance realization. And like, there are interesting problems in that area, which is like, how does salience work? Or what, how do we understand the way that what's called like sense making in human psychology works, such that we can build, artificial agents that, do goal setting and things like that. There are like, I think some useful, interesting questions, and like they should be approached with a good, robust methodology to get operational answers out of them. And then I think that there's other people who kind of approach these from a more wooey angle, and they sort of make reference to things that sound like mathematics or computer science, but they aren't actually, like they're deploying these things metaphorically. So for example, you might say combinatorial explosion, which can like algorithmically, you can cache that out. You can define an algorithmic problem, right, which has a time complexity of big O of n factorial, right, which is to say that as the input size of the algorithm increases, the time that it takes for the algorithm to and that's specified in a precise way. It's very useful for a particular problem, like sorting a list or doing something computationally. But they kind of like make reference to things like combinatorial explosion and say, well, that applies to relevance realization, but then they haven't like defined how. They haven't defined anything about the sense in which like an agent finding a goal is an algorithm with an input that's like defined. Like they've not drawn the connections between why this discourse is useful for what they're doing. It's like a metaphorical, trust me, bro, I'm doing something computational here. And then Peterson, I'm critical of like John Vervaeke doing this in cognitive science, but then Peterson's like a step further, where he's like metaphor on the metaphor, kind of applying this to like bad epistemology and theology takes over here.
Yeah, as far as I can tell, all Peterson is saying here is that there's too many facts to pay attention to everything, so what we pay attention to is determined by what we value or what we regard as important.
Yeah, right.
I think he takes about like 3 minutes to say that, as usual.
Problem, something that philosopher Daniel C. Dennett famously characterized as a new, deep epistemological problem. There are a near infinite number of ways to categorize, hence to perceive, a finite number of objects. We do not and cannot attend with equal devotion to everything occurring always and everywhere around us. Instead, with every glance, we prioritize the facts. In doing so, we attend to very little and ignore much. We do so in keeping with our aim. We do so to gain what we need and want. But what is that? It is that fundamental question that the analysis of the remarkable story of Elijah will help us begin to answer. The great prophet in question lived in the time of King Ahab and his wife Jezebel.
Whoa, hang on. So we've just gone from like raising some questions of epistemology and interpretation and hermeneutics in like a really vague way, gesturing at them, and then going, oh yeah, this is all to do with Elijah and Ahab and like just some biblical names. Like what? What? I mean, okay, Nathan, you've not given him the time to articulate what the connection is, but it just seems like this crazy jump from like on the one hand these like really underspecified questions to like Bible stories.
By the way, the text in my version of the book doesn't seem to match.
Oh, really?
The audio book. It seems to be ordered slightly differently.
Do you know what? I wouldn't be surprised if he sort of like went off piste in the booth as any artiste.
I don't know if I'm missing something, but it seems to be in a different order. Anyway, doesn't really matter.
I mean, maybe there's been like a little bit more editing. Maybe there's different versions.
Yeah, it may just have been edited in between the printing and the audiobook, or whichever way.
9th century BC. Though his story is a brief one, Elijah is notable among the prophets for 2 reasons: his strange manner of death and his much later appearance alongside Moses and Jesus of Nazareth at the pinnacle of Mount Tabor during the so-called Transfiguration. Matthew 17, 1-9. Mark 9.
Like, why does it, like, why use 2 or 3 words when 2 or 3 paragraphs would do? Like, he just shoves in like all these extra little bit, like the so-called Transfiguration. Like, oh my God, just leave it, man. Like, make a point.
9, 2-8. Luke 9, 28-37. That term, transfiguration, was employed by the Latin translators of the original Greek text, who referred to that event with the word metamorpho, with its connotations of the qualitative transformation of caterpillar into butterfly. Human beings grow and develop as they mature, assuming they mature, in a manner nearly as radical as that of the winged insect.
It's like, okay, so some medieval scholars who were Christian noticed that in the Bible there is a transformation of Jesus, and they used the same language that they apply to what they observed as the transformation of caterpillars to butterflies. So what? Right? Like, people tried to use language for a thing that was sort of similar in 2 cases. What's the sort of like relevant point that's supposed to be deep and profound here?
Well, it's because psyche means butterfly or something.
Yeah, like what metamorphosis, I think was what he was. Though I do remember in the text, actually, yeah, he says something about.
Well, that's what he says here.
Yeah.
Why that's important is unclear to me.
Let me.
But that doesn't seem right either. I thought psyche meant breathe.
I
mean, it means butterfly.
Yes, well, psyche is like the root of like psychology or whatever. I guess it's like the spirit. Yeah, is my understanding of what that means. So
yeah, but he says it is thus far from irrelevant that the Greek word psyche literally means butterfly.
Wait, what are you saying? I'm looking here on page 11 of the PDF.
First
psyche,
page.
The root from which the term psychology is derived. Does he mention psyche on a different page?
No, that's what I'm looking at. Look, it says if you ignore the insert there, he says psyche literally means butterfly.
Oh yeah, because I didn't highlight that bit. I just didn't see it then. That was my relevance realization was off. Yeah. That's just not true in a quite strict sense, I guess.
I'm wondering if I missed something. Like that doesn't sound right at all.
Psyche literally means, but yeah, that's just not true. That is not a correct interpretation of that. Like, maybe like if we go to, oh God, it's been so long since I thought about like ancient languages. What are they called? Like concordances, like where they offer all plausible interpretations of a Strong's Greek concordance. So this is a Bible one, so it's biased against like it's not just pure classics. We have psyche, definition: soul, life, self, inner being, the vital breath of life, the human soul. The soul is the seat of affections in the will. The self, a human person. There's just nothing about butterfly, and I have no idea what his sources for this, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't know if that statement got muddled in the editing or something, because that just doesn't, that can't be right.
Yeah, I think, yeah, maybe what it is because in this audio, which you said is different from the text, he did say something about metamorphosis. So maybe it was the metamorphosis for butterfly, and like it got edited together by who can blame the editor for kind of like making these mistakes? I'm just going to turn off my radiator as well, so I'll play the thing because it's getting kind of hot in here.
As the Apostle Paul notes in 1 Corinthians 11-13, when I was a child, I spake as a child. I understood as a child. I thought as a child. But when I became a man, I put away childish things. It is thus far from irrelevant that the Greek word psyche, the root from which the term psychology is derived, the signifier for the human spirit or soul, literally meant butterfly. Profound as that linkage is between soul and butterfly, it is not the only reason for the comparison. Butterflies are also capable of astonishing feats of navigation. This is something at least near miraculous, given their fragility.
That you would think if it was an editorial mistake, he wouldn't then go on to repeat that mistake in the audiobook and then expound on butterfly in the next paragraph. So maybe it's not.
Oh, okay. So I think I know what he's talking about. So Psyche was a Greek goddess who was often represented as a beautiful woman with butterfly wings.
Right. Okay.
The Psyche means soul in Greek and was commonly referred to in Rome.
So it doesn't mean butterfly. It's
well, as far as I can tell, it doesn't. But maybe that's what he's talking about there.
This is kind of like saying, Zeus is the name of that Greek god. He was often depicted with legs, so Zeus means legs or something like. It's kind of like seems like that.
It's also interesting that even something small like that, they changed the tense between the written and the audiobook. Because he said literally meant butterfly, but the written text says means butterfly. I wonder how many other changes there are like that.
Yeah.
Very strange.
Agility and hypothetically limited intelligence. In this navigational capacity, and perhaps in their brevity of life and restrictions, they are similar to human beings who have traveled from their African point of origin to every corner of the planet, no matter how distant and inhospitable. The gossamer winged insects are also beautiful.
Wait, you're saying butterflies are like humans because we both come from Africa? Yeah.
Exceptionally symmetrical and remarkable in their capability to perceive in relationship to that beauty and symmetry and select mates accordingly. They can detect deviation.
Butterflies are like humans because they mate. We both come from Africa. We both mate.
I like that it's taken him like 2 or 3 pages to go from talking about Elijah to talking about butterflies. Just imagine the guy like, Jordan, can we stay on topic, please? Like, why are we talking about butterflies?
It's like a fever dream, like the whole. Yeah.
That's why I said it's like that video. It's just like all sorts of nonsense.
Variations from both characteristics with stunning accuracy. This reveals a high capacity for judgment in relationship to the ideal. Another ability that the perfectly crafted.
Wait, hang on. Because we both come from Africa and we both make judgments in relation to the ideal. What? How is that a plausible interpretation of what butterflies are doing?
No, he says they can navigate. So pay attention. Look, okay, so they can navigate long distances, right? Which means they can detect deviations from like their course with accuracy, which means that they can judge in relation to the ideal, right? Which means they're like the humans because we judge in relation to the ideal.
Yeah.
It's very simple.
Like I mean, it's sort of like following a set of reflexes to geographically find yourself somewhere else behaviorally. I do not think is the same as sort of like having a complex geographical representation, and I don't think having a complex geographical representation is the same as comparing to the ideal. Like that jump in his sort of argument there is kind of,
it's like when he's thinking about these things, he just goes to Wikipedia and then clicks clicks the first link that he sees, and then it's like, yes, there's a connection here.
Well, he does like his links. Do you remember? I don't know if you remember his his claim the Bible is the first hyperlinked book.
No, I hadn't heard that.
Yeah, in one of the biblical lectures, he's like, have you ever seen the graphic, of like the Bible? It's like the Bible along the x-axis, right? And it's like each of the books. And then there's sort of like, a line from every thing that is interpreted in some later part.
Yeah, I haven't seen that, although I can envision what you're talking about.
Yeah, yeah, and obviously, like, so if you understand a bit about how the Bible was produced, it's like it's a religious text that's being handled by religious people who are then producing more text. So obviously, it makes reference to the past religious texts, across.
Yeah, I kind of thought that all. Well, I mean, the Bible is not one text, right? It means books.
Yeah.
So if you collect a series of books written over centuries by people commenting on a similar shared framework, then you're going to get something that looks like that.
Whereas Peterson like takes the fact that he's like, look, it's the first hyperlinked text. He's like, as if he's just found out that they had internet or something. Like when people talk about the pyramid having electricity and batteries or something, and they're like, look, that he talks about it in a similar way when he's like, they invented like hyperlinking or something. It's like, well, that's not true. They didn't have like. It wasn't like the Torah in a web browser or something. Like I just don't understand what.
Well, actually, and the word hyper comes from the Greek hooper, meaning above, right? And God is above everything, right?
Yeah, exactly. And then, yeah, obviously, someone did like a joke thing where they did like a similar thing with like the Satanic Bible or something. Like, just the kind of like triviality of finding like cross
Harry Potter.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Insect shares with the human psyche. Why is all this relevant to our account of the prophet Elijah and to the understanding of life?
That's literally the guy who's like inscribing this. Like, how is this relevant to it? I'm getting to it. All right, let me come back.
Because his manner of death and his later reappearance in the company of the transfigured Christ are both representative or symbolic of the psyche's capacity for qualitative and revolutionary transmutation.
I like all of the actual interesting detail in why he's interpreting it this way is sort of left out as well. Like, there's no discussion of why it's best to interpret the text here in terms of it representing the psyche's rebirth. Like, that's just kind of inserted, and that's where all the work is done. Because, like, from my point of view, that the only stuff about this that I would probably now listen to with any interest would be, like Christine Hayes has these Yale lecture series on interpreting the Old Testament. And it's like, okay, what, as we look as historians or anthropologists at what these religious communities were doing, like, what were their methods for coming to knowledge in their culture's own terms? And so, like, they do this thing called midrash, right, where they would engage with the religious text that they had through the lens of their sort of like Hellenized Judaism, and try to reinterpret and understand the present times in terms of the past times. I'm sure like people are kind of familiar with some of this stuff. And so why would one particular sect of believers who thought that Jesus was a prophet come to tell stories or reinterpret the Torah, which contains stories of this Elijah guy, in terms of, other references and thoughts about Elijah that applied to Jesus? Now, well, because that was their epistemology, that was their methodology for handling the text, interpreting and stuff like that. So I think that, there's one interpretation of why Elijah reappears in the story in the New Testament, right? In the Transfiguration. That is a different explanation from what Peterson is saying, because it expresses some human universal metaphor of the psyche's rebirth or something like that. And I'm much more interested in kind of like comparing and contrasting these different hermeneutics, methods of handling the text and interpreting them and applying them to our lives. So, and all of that is just, left out of Peterson's kind of like discourse, right? Yeah, I mean, he'd probably just launch some ad hominem at me again about like the left hemisphere of my brain or something. Without,
as far as I understand, Peterson's view is that reality, in the broader sense, is in some vague way governed or underpinned by
the metaphorical substrate,
metaphorical narratives. Yeah, the metaphorical substrate, the archetypes, whatever, right? And so those have been revealed, he sometimes says, or made known, or devised, or told by peoples throughout history, right? And so he's then interpreting some of these stories that are found in the Bible and explaining how they're relevant today as well. And in doing that, he doesn't feel any particular interest to give an actual like historical discussion of the development of those ideas in their historical context, like a good scholar would do, because he's more interested in the underlying archetype or the story itself, right?
But he doesn't even discuss any of that, right? I think at least even laying out like those are my relevant kind of commitments, or
well, I'm doing my best to make sense in my like left brain way of what he's doing, right? He doesn't explicate this precisely. He sort of gestures at it at different points. I think he could say most of what he says in this book in 30 pages or so. But again,
you could say a manifesto.
But maybe that would be missing the point, right? But I'm still not sure what the point is, because it does seem that the meta lesson that he's going to want to draw from this is that you need to live out these stories, essentially.
Yeah, but even that,
not just like read about them.
So yeah, like, oh, the Greeks had some different words to us. Butterflies are beautiful, therefore vote Trump. Like what? Like, how does any of the stuff he's saying here connect to like the politics he advocates for now, and like therefore eat?
Well, I think that's the problem, because at least as far as maybe there's exceptions like the carnivore diet, but for the most part, he doesn't draw very specific lessons about how to live.
Yeah, it's all implied.
The standard platitudes like, clean your room and treat people well and stand up straight. And
but when you look at what he does actually advocate for, it's like if you have any kind of a more, an approach to contemporary living that's like more sympathetic to pluralism in ways of life, or different expressions of gender identity or sexuality, whatever, well then you're literally like embodying Satan himself, and maybe you have demons, metaphorically speaking, and stuff like so the sort of implications of what the practical output of this is, at least from other things he says and his kind of like terminally online political engagement, is that somehow this connects to that stuff, or maybe it doesn't. Maybe he would. I don't know.
Well, I think that's one meta level criticism I would levy against this approach, right? Because at the end of the day, we have to live in a world where we need to make lots of very specific practical decisions, right? Like, for example, how to deal with climate change. What sort of institutional
Peterson thinks,
environment to set up?
What is climate, James? You can't say what.
But that's what I mean, right? So I'm going to approach that. My sort of approach is going to be like a very structured, logical. Think about the different pros and cons, benefits and costs. Look at the evidence and things like that. Maybe Peterson sometimes talks in that language, but often then he goes back to appealing to archetypes, right? And then he'll make some argument as to like that's the spirit of Satan, which is about like what is it? Is about
trying to understand things irrationally. And
I can't even remember. He says some stuff about the environment, which we might get to about. Well, anyway, the point is that he'll make some vague references to like his archetypes,
Mephistopheles
stories and things like that. But then the point is, you could question, okay, look, let's suppose I accept Peterson's fundamental framework, but how do I know that those are the right lessons to draw from it in this particular case, right? And it doesn't seem like Peterson has any type of coherent methodology for determining that. It's just sort of his opinion. This is the lesson to draw, like the specific lesson to draw in this particular case. Whereas I was saying I do kind of have a framework. I mean, obviously there's, nuances and room for disagreement, but I'd say there's a broad framework which we could talk about in terms of like broadly positivistic science and, a liberal, what's the word I'm looking for? Expert-based, technocratic, liberal technocratic approach to solving problems in a complex society, right? There's a framework there, but he tends to reject that framework without having a clear answer as to how we actually solve those sorts of problems. And it's not just at the level of like climate change, but even in my individual life, like how do I know who to marry? I don't know how I'm supposed to answer that question on the basis of Peterson's archetypes and things. And it seems like what actually happens is that he has a lot of, I mean, this is me psychologizing a bit, but Peterson has a lot of personal hang-ups and biases and things that he just doesn't like and seem icky, right? And then he essentially dresses up those prejudices and biases in the language of all of this sort of pseudo-scholarly psychobabble and references to mythology and scientific results and stuff like that. When at the end of the day, he doesn't actually have any coherent explanation as to how the one thing relates to the other. he sort of feels like it does, and then uses critiques when it suits him against, positivistic frameworks or even postmodern frameworks or any other frameworks that sort of disagree with him without having anything clear to replace it with.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, that's my take on what he's doing.
I think that's the sense then in which what he's doing is like this bad postmodernism as well, because it really is just like a smorgasbord of random stuff that he's picked. And within that, he's also rejected all of the sort of like standard norms of rationality and reason and trusted institutions. It's literally all just boils down to power, in the sense of I just pick whatever the hell I want to pick and no one can force me to, and to hell with you if you try and bind me with any sense of norms of reason and rationality and democratic institutions. And that's the spirit of Satan and Dolores Umbridge, because I've picked that and I don't want it to be that way. And it's just like maddening. I don't know.
Yeah, if people think I'm being unfair, I mean, we'll see some we'll see some examples of what I'm talking about in the book, where he just sort of makes these extremely bizarre leaps between very abstract ideas and like particular, relatively specific political positions, and it's just completely unclear what method he's using to make that connection.
We are informed in Kings 2:2 that Elijah is taken up bodily into heaven while still alive, a privilege that the Old Testament awards only to him and the prophet Enoch, Genesis 5:24. It is, of course, part and parcel of Christian tradition that Jesus rises in a similar manner after his resurrection. Luke 24:50-53.
Peterson unintentionally debunking the resurrection.
Someone like Peterson, he's not going to care about whether the resurrection is like a literal bodily resurrection or whether it's like.
Well, did you see the
story? Because to him, that's the same essentially.
Well, did you see the famous clip from Alex O'Connor's interview with him?
No, watching Alex O'Connor interview Peterson is not very high on my priority list. I have to say,
this might be
maybe should have been. I don't know.
Just for a clip. Okay, so I actually suspect Alex maybe got this quest, like might have been watching a bit of Pine Creek to kind of like steal. But
I have no dog in this fight. I'm not a Christian.
Yeah.
But I know that a lot of Christians are frustrated when they begin asking about Jesus, who's a much more physical entity, right? It's a real human being. It's someone of flesh and blood. It's someone who's physically crucified by the Romans.
It's very different questions. Very different questions.
And then is seen as a physical entity, at least according to the canonical tradition, by his disciples after he died.
Yeah.
So when somebody asks you, do you believe that happened? And when I've seen you ask about that question, you tend to still speak in terms of the psychological and the mythological. I think the frustration is that, as you've just said, these are
I don't mind frustrating
right?
Christians in that regard either, because the truth of the matter is, with regard to the gospel accounts, that the mythological and the historical are inextricably cross-contaminated.
Sure.
There's no pulling out the history.
Have you noticed, by the way?
That's basically what I said. That jacket, though, what is he wearing? That is so crass and gaudy.
It's like...
and he says not minding upsetting Christians while wearing like the most Christian iconographic jacket I've ever seen. Why would he wear that?
I feel that the jacket is a sort of diagnosis in and of itself of something.
Yeah.
An
There's
episode.
something going on there. I'm not sure I know what it is.
Yeah.
Historical Jesus, right? That's a non-starter. And why that is, I don't know. It's very mysterious. It's very hard to understand.
But
as
Alex is
are the, let's say, the accounts of the resurrection. Okay, so what do I think about that? Well, I think that denying the historical reality of Christ I think that's just a fool's errand.
Of course.
I don't know why anybody would bother with it.
So a man exists called Jesus. We have that much.
Now, there's a claim that is attributed to Christ that he is the embodiment or the incarnation, the fulfillment, let's say, of the prophet and the laws.
Yes.
I think that's...
Not to focus on chat too much, but have you noticed someone sort of like threatening me in the chat? I think they've commented on my name here. Gnosis kind of makes me think of Billy and his four-bided knowledge. He also claimed to know more about the Bible than Christians as he laughed. And then he's not laughing anymore.
I don't know. I don't know who that is. I just thought they were joking. But
maybe, yeah. I don't
can't
know.
tell the difference these days.
Yeah. Not as good as the famous. What was the comment? Sodom and Gomorrah, or whatever.
Oh, that was fun. Yeah, I remember that guy.
It's true. Yeah. What does that mean? Well, I think it's in the Gospel of John. I think Gospel of John closes with a statement that's something like, if all the books that were ever written were written about the gospel accounts, that wouldn't be enough books to explain what had happened.
Yeah, if all the things that Jesus did.
Yeah. And it's there's a truth in that. The truth is that profound religious account is bottomless. And the biblical representations are like that. There's no limit to the amount of investigation they can bear, not least because the text itself is deeply cross-referenced. So there's
you get the hyperlinks.
an innumerable number of paths through it. It's like a chessboard. And so it's inexhaustible in its interpretive space.
That's true.
And that's a problem too, because it means it's also susceptible to multiple interpretations, including potentially competing interpretations.
I think a lot of people interpret Paul, for example, the earliest New Testament source, as saying that if Jesus did not literally rise from the dead, if there was not a man who stopped breathing and then started breathing again, then your faith is futile and you're still in your sins. That is, Christianity is undermined. Now, that means that, and Paul doesn't say sort of believing that that's false is really bad. He says, if you do not believe this proactively, then your faith is futile.
I feel like Alex sort of messed up what he said there. He's like, Paul doesn't say, if you don't believe this. He says, if you do not believe, which is maybe...
I assumed he meant to say if this didn't actually happen.
Yes, I think so. I think.
That's the problem I have with that.
If you don't proactively believe that yourself, then I think when a Christian asks you, do you believe in the resurrection of Jesus? Are you a Christian? I think you must be committed to saying no, at least under that interpretation of Paul. And even if you're not sure, I mean, it's fine if I say to you, do you think that a man physically rose from the dead? And you say something like, well, I don't know. I mean, I wasn't there, but I think it has a lot of mythological significance, or I think that maybe it happened in a different sense, or it happened in the sense that good fiction happens, then fine. But it needs to begin with that caveat of the simple sort of, historically speaking, I don't know. And I know you don't like to pull out the historical Jesus and the mythological.
That's a good objection.
But it's an important question to ask.
No, of course. It's a very good objection. So I just did a seminar on the Gospels with a crew of about 8 people. And it was the same crew that walked through Exodus with me with a couple of very...
Can you remember who's in the crew, by the way, James? I know you're not as necessarily...
The crew, his crew?
Yeah, the crew of 8 people.
No.
So one of them is Jonathan Peugeot, of famed symbolic... One of them is Dennis Prager.
Oh, I didn't know he was so closely associated with Peterson.
Yeah, Daily Wire. Peterson is on the Daily Wire now.
I don't keep track of all of these things.
Ben Shapiro as well. So what, like when he says this crew, you might sort of like think, yes, leading scholars, but it's like just a bunch of like really like heterodox.
I thought he meant like his PA and his cameraman when he said crew. I didn't realize he meant all these other people.
yeah. And
but this must be. This is a bit confusing, right? Because Prager is a Christian and
a Jew.
Is he?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I got confused.
He's sympathetic to evangelical Christianity.
My mistake. Well, that's why I got confused so much, because he's but he and who's the other one? Ben Shapiro are Jews.
Yeah, exactly.
And Peterson is, I don't even know what you call. Well, he wears that. He wears that jacket.
I mean, that non-Christian jacket.
I guess the point I was making is it's not obvious that there's a lot of theological commonality between Peterson and a conservative Jewish position, or for that matter, a conservative Christian position.
I think there is an alignment of aims, though, right? So I think you can like sort of. It's like, well, this is the problem. Is that, I mean, does Peterson actually have any sort of like particular view, or is he just saying? Is he just making noises? And I think like arguably he's just making noises. And then it's like, well, let's not try and like think about the content of what he's saying then. and just look at what's actually happening. And it's like, yeah, there's just this political allegiance between a bunch of people who are trying to do stuff with a particular base of like evangelicals, maybe. And so yeah, like the kind of allegiance here makes perfect sense, right? The performance.
It's just interesting because the types of the sort of language that a lot of evangelicals like to use is quite strong, and that strength is going to apply to people like Peterson, who's certainly not an Orthodox Christian in their sense, right? It's going to apply to Jews as well, right? But they seem to not selectively not deploy that language when it's convenient, right? But then when talking to like materialist atheists, they do that. But then it just doesn't seem actually consistent with their theological position.
Well, this is what's so weird about this like US political landscape as well, is that, you know, suppose that there are clips out there, for example, of Peterson not only wrestling with God, but wrestling with the Jewish question, like literally put to him in that terminology, like, what do you think of the Jewish question? And rather than him going, you know, bloody hell, like, go away, you clear, you know, N-word, he's like, and like, you know, engages with it and kind of like dog whistles and stuff.
We do need a solution to the Jewish question, don't we?
Yeah. But then there's always this plausible deniability, because he's like, how could you say I'm anti-Semitic? Because I support the state of Israel and appear with Dennis Prager and Ben Shapiro to do biblical studies. So how could that be anti-Semitic? And it's like, there's this weird sort of like, you know, set of views that anti-Semites in contemporary discourse have, that are like, well, I'm sympathetic to Judeo-Christianity and like conservative Judaism because it's like sympathetic to my religion. But then also I dislike the Jews because they control the World Economic Forum, you know, as Peterson also does, and the banks and all that. But then also they should all live together in one country somewhere else, because I don't know exactly where that comes from. You know, like there's sort of like this, again, pastiche of what maybe don't seem consistent viewpoints taken together, but all make sense on the whole around what his relationship to like Judaism is.
Very, very interesting.
We spent a lot of time on the resurrection accounts, for example. And of course, that was the toughest, let's say, that was the toughest morsel to chew and digest. The thing about the resurrection accounts is that they're all, look, so I could say something like this, which will just annoy people, but doesn't matter. I believe the accounts, but I have no idea what they mean.
When you say you believe the accounts, do you mean, and I hate to be sort of pedantic here, it seems pedantic, but do you mean you believe that these are things that happened such that so
this is where I say I think he's been watching Pine Creek.
It's a strange
I know you don't
thing.
like that. Let me put it this way. If I went back in time with a Panasonic video camera and put that camera in front of the tomb of Joseph of Arimathea, would the little LCD screen show a man walk out of that tomb?
I would suspect yes.
So that to me seems like a belief in the historical event of the resurrection, or at least of Jesus leaving the tomb, which means that when somebody says, you know, do you believe that Jesus rose from the dead? It doesn't seem clear to me why you're not able to just say, it would seem to me yes.
Because I have no idea what that means. And neither did the people who saw it.
So there we go.
Well, I think it's because if there were straightforward answers to questions like this, then he'd be out of a job, right? So it's his role to make them as opaque as possible.
Yeah.
Much of Christendom also accepts the doctrine of the assumption of Mary, the taking up of her body and soul into heaven after her death. But that is the extent of such phenomena. Ascension to the divine realm marks the presence of someone very notable indeed. At the time of Elijah's passing, he is in the company of Elisha, his disciple and successor. They are traveling from Gilgal to Bethel, both places of deep biblical import. Gilgal is, for example, a place where the Israelites set up a memorial to God to commemorate safe passage over the river Jordan to the promised land. Joshua 4:19-24. Bethel, for its part, means house of God. It first appears in Genesis 28:10-22 as the place where Jacob dreams of an upward-reaching ladder to heaven, with angels, intermediaries between the divine and man, descending and ascending upon it. In this dream, God reaffirms to Jacob the covenant he had made with Abraham and Isaac, promising him numerous offspring, land, and divine protection. Any story that features its heroes moving from a place of momentous occurrence to another of equivalent or even greater consequence, is an account of the idea of significant journey itself, a description of a path of life being realized in the optimally adventurous and meaningful manner.
Again, like it's like anything that happens, there's a way of interpreting it as a journey. Therefore, what? You know.
When I eat a donut, it goes on a journey from my mouth to my anus, and there's many stages in that journey, which we can, I'm sure, profitably talk about for many hours on end.
Yeah, that's a difficult morsel to digest.
Yeah, some more than others. Very true.
It is in keeping with this that Elijah's last and greatest adventure occurs at or near Bethel, the site of the vision of Jacob's ladder. Elisha is with him. And it came to pass, when they were gone over, that Elijah said unto Elisha, ask what I shall do for thee before I be taken away from thee. And Elisha said, I pray thee, let a double portion of thy spirit be upon me. And he said, thou hast asked a hard thing. Nevertheless, if thou see me when I am taken from thee, it shall be so unto thee. But if not, it shall not be so.
Peterson clearly relating to the Old Testament prophet here. Thou hast asked a hard thing. Peterson answering any question.
Is he using an archaic translation here? Because
I think he's using like King James-ification translation.
Yeah, well, that's an interesting choice in and of itself, because not too many denominations use that these days. So I wonder why he made that choice.
Oh no, I tell you what I think it is. Peterson's favorite translation actually is it is a King James translation, but it's like I forget exactly what it's called. It's like a literary it's like this from the 1900s, and it's like the Bible but a literary interpretation of that. So what they did was they took out all of, you know, the standard divisions that are made in terms of the chapter names and verse numbers and things.
Oh, the verse numbers, yeah.
Which is obviously yeah, exactly. So those are like later additions by you know, like the 1300s or 1400s or something, and there are like some kind of like pictures alongside the stories, and there's a little bit about interpretation. I actually bought a copy of this Bible on Peterson's recommendation. I can't remember where it's gone, but yeah, that is like it is a King James version. That so I think that's Peterson's version that he's probably using for translation.
And it came to pass, as they still went on and talked, that behold, there appeared a chariot of fire and horses of fire, and parted them both asunder. And Elijah went up by a whirlwind into heaven. And Elisha saw it, and he cried, my father, the chariot of Israel, and the horsemen thereof. And he saw him.
But yeah, the point I wanted to make was obviously talking in King Jamesified language sort of has this biasing effect on people's psychology, where it makes them think that something is like, you know, it's like the pseudo profound
yes,
type thing, which is kind of like, isn't this one of the things that deliberately some of the books in the Mormon canon are sort of like written to sound like the King James English rather than normal English?
Yeah, they're written like that because that's what Joseph Smith was familiar with. So
yeah, it's not exactly
depending
like
on who you ask. He either wrote them that way or he was inspired to translate them that way.
Yeah.
Depending on who you ask.
But I guess the point is that sort of talking in that way for some people seems to kind of like bias them to be like, oh yeah, now this is like God talking sort of thing, you know?
Yes, exactly. Obviously, God spoke in 16th century, early modern English. It would actually be, I mean, there are probably translations out there which kind of go the opposite way and translate not in a maybe literal way, but in a sort of like, how to express this, in a way that places it in an analogous socioeconomic and historical context to what it would have been at the time. Like Jesus wouldn't have had a formal education, right? So he would have spoken in a certain way. So translate that in a way that gives the same kind of cultural, social resonance to what it would be today.
Yeah. So so there's two approaches to this I've seen. So one is like David Bentley Hart's translation, which is more an attempt to kind of like Greekify and Hellenize and Jewify it. So it's like, he tries to, when he translates it, it'll be like the spirit of the age and stuff like that, rather than eternity or something. And what I mean is like it sounds more like you're reading a translation of Greek philosophy sometimes, or like talking to a rabbi or something. But then the other approach I've seen is so there's like, have you ever heard of like the Street Bible?
I don't think so.
So the Street Bible is like, and then when, you know, Jesus went into the dorm room and he was like, yo, you cats, what's up? And
that's more what I had in mind, actually.
Yeah.
Because it would be interesting to, well, that's sort of the point, right? So imagine that you could be there with a recorder to like record what Jesus actually said in Aramaic to his disciples. And then what you can't do is literally translate the accent and the exact vocabulary and the connotations. Just like today, when you hear someone speak English, you have connotations of their background and education and values and things like that based on how they speak. That would have been the case then as well. But if you try to what you can do, I think, is choose an analogous like social context today, which has some of the appropriate connotations. Like an example that I think is interesting is the use of like an educated received pronunciation for ancient Romans in film and TV, which obviously isn't how they would have sounded like. But I contend that in a sort of in a sociolinguistic sense, that's actually a more appropriate for an educated Roman than if you just gave them a modern Italian accent or something like that, because that has the wrong resonance for us. Whereas I think an educated English accent probably is closer to the resonance that, you know, someone speaking with an Italian Latin accent would have had at the time, right? So that sort of thing is interesting to me as to how to convey those subtle aspects that you can't convey with a literal translation. And I think, and I kind of suspect that because of the history we've gone through, using a King James translation gives a very different resonance than what you would have had at the time listening to Jesus, you know, speak in the street.
Yeah.
I'm no more. And he took hold of his own clothes and rent them in 2 pieces. 2 Kings 2, 9-12. In this manner, Elijah is delivered into the kingdom of God, in the same manner that the great seeker after beauty and navigator of the insect world takes wing into the heavens after its metamorphosis. His rise into the realm of the divine on the part of the prophet sets the stage for his later reappearance with Jesus on the pinnacle of Mount Tabor. And after 6 days, Jesus taketh Peter, James, and John, his brother, and bringeth them up into a...
It has like the same vibes as like a bipolar episode or something, you know, like where someone's just like, you know, sees a butterfly and like cries about its beauty or something. Like, it's just like, what the hell is going on?
What I want is an annotated version of this book.
Abridged.
Like in the no, that'd be nice. But what I was referring to is so that in like the in the margin there are comments from the like the scribe or the editor or something like that as they're thinking about this, like, oh god, not the butterflies again. I was like, for goodness sake, finish. Like, all right, we get the point. Shut up.
Well, you know, obviously in 100 years' time, scholars of theology will debate and discuss Peterson's works, and you know, there'll be a JEPD hypothesis for, you know, like the seams of the text where you can see the authorship change from, you know, one mood of Peterson and one ghostwriter to another. And so
I suspect to the extent that Jordan Peterson is studied in the future, it may be more like how contemporary philosophers study Ayn Rand.
Yeah, that's probably right. Or it's sort of like a Mad Max post-apocalyptic, and it's just, you know, people sort of like worshipping Peterson in some weird way.
Yeah, maybe that.
A high mountain apart. And was
Elon Musk under Elon Musk's oligarchy.
Well, that would be an interesting science fiction, right? Where you have the contemporary ideas and players from today, but it's told from like the perspective of 1,000 years in the future, where most of the details have been lost, and it's all a complete jumble.
It's Neuralink. You wake up and it's like a Black Mirror episode. Neuralink beams into your head like morning prayers with Peterson before you go off to generate GDP for Musk's. Everyone works for SpaceX.
Yeah, and Musk sits at the top of his ziggurat or something like that.
Transfigured before them, and his face did shine as the sun, and his raiment was white as the light. And behold, there appeared unto them Moses and Elias, talking with him. Then answered Peter, and said unto Jesus, Lord, it is good for us to be here. If thou wilt, let us make here 3 tabernacles, one for thee, and one for Moses, and one for Elias. While he yet spake, behold, a bright cloud overshadowed them. And behold, a voice out of the cloud which said, This is my beloved Son, in whom I am well pleased. Hear ye him. And when the disciples heard it, they fell on their face and were sore afraid. Matthew 17, 1-6. A similarly awe-inducing transformation occurs in the accounts of Moses. And it came to pass when Moses came down from Mount Sinai with the 2 tables of testimony in Moses' hand, when he came down from the mount, that Moses wist not that the skin of his face shone while he talked with him. And when Aaron and all the children of Israel saw Moses, behold, the skin of his face shone, and they were afraid to come nigh him. Exodus 34, 29-30. This shining is the co-occurrence of the ultimate up, so to speak, with what is normally merely human, an indication of the descent of the divine to the profane, or the ascent of the latter upward.
Like I remember
the ultimate up.
Yeah, I've read this bit. Yeah, the ultimate up, Benzos. Like I was like, what the hell? You know, like, how is that the best interpretation of the shining of his face? Right? I'm like, look, his face is shining, which is to signify that something special is happening that's to do with God, right? I could maybe jazz it up a bit, but like that's obvious what's going on. The ultimate up, like what the hell is the ultimate up? Like, that's such an ambiguous and bizarre way of restating like something theologically special has happened or something, or you know, like if you're in these circles and you want some specialist jargon, you know, you use some of this language like a Christophany or something like that, or you know, it's like a divine image. Or,
yeah, at least give it some sort of pseudo-Greek or Latin sound to it if you're going to say something like ultimate up. I mean, come on, you got to at least try.
But ultimate ups imply an ultimate down.
It therefore makes perfect sense, symbolically speaking.
It therefore makes it's the juxtaposition of those two things. Like he's like, it makes perfect sense with ultimate clarity, and then he caveats that symbolically speaking, like, so not in no sense of the word clear at all.
Yeah, it's literally metaphorical.
Yeah.
Precisely ambiguous.
Such
Absolutely
radical
relative.
transmutations of psyche or transformations of character take place on mountaintops. The summit of the holy mountain is the mythical place where heaven and earth touch, where the merely material meets the transcendent and divine. Further, life is well and accurately portrayed as a series of uphill journeys.
Like this, I just found to be nonsense as well. Like the idea that the only way of making sense of psychological transformations is stories involving mountaintops. Like that's just not true. You can, for me at least, when I consider mountaintops and psychological transformations, like they're not connoted by each other at all. If you did, you know, your LLM vector edition of the two concepts, they're not nearby each other at all in my mind. Or like, I don't know what Peterson is on about here. Like what I don't know, maybe for you have a different experience. Like mountaintops and psychological transformations are just not similar concepts for me. So this is just crazy talk.
Well, when I think about mountaintops and psychological transformation, I think about the start of Oswald Zarathustra, where he comes down from the mountain and is like, and he meets that priest and he's like, haven't you heard that God is dead?
Yeah,
I don't know if that's what Peterson was getting at, but that's just what I think of.
Yeah, maybe that's related.
Mountaintop is where you go to meditate, right? And to like reflect on life. But then the point is that you eventually come back down from the mountain and like share your wisdom or something. I don't actually think that, because he was saying life is like a series of uphill mountain journeys, which doesn't seem right to me.
Yeah, I don't know. Is it? I mean, it seems like as you get older, you kind of accumulate more wealth. You've paid off your mortgage. You've got a pension. Like maybe it gets easier in some ways. It's not. I don't know what he's talking. Like, you know, watching Country File in my mortgage paid off house doesn't seem as difficult as having no money and having to work all the time, whatever. That's less uphill. What sense is he talking in? I don't know.
I think life is more like slash and burn agriculture, right? You start off with this sort of impenetrable and strange and scary forest. You cut it down and you make a nice farm for yourself and things are okay for a while until you've realized that you've deforested the whole area and there's no food to eat anymore, and you just sort of starve to death in a hellscape. And you know, wish you'd made better choices in life. I think that's like, maybe a better metaphor.
Well, that's like climbing a hill twice, James.
Maybe.
For pessimists, that is the dread fate of Sisyphus, doomed to roll a rock up a mountain to the peak, only to have it roll back down. So
which isn't even exactly what happens in the myth of Sisyphus, but who cares about anything if we're doing this? It's not that he pushes it up and then it rolls back down. It's that he's just always pushing it up.
process must be endlessly repeated. A more optimistic observer might see instead endless opportunities for personal transformation. When we have climbed a new mountain and reached the pinnacle, that is, attained our aim, we have brought something successfully to an end, fulfilled a proximal vision, and become more than we were. When we have reached the top, at least of our present climb.
Well, like even everything he says is questionable. Like maybe we've become less than we were. Like, you could run a marathon and get rhabdomyolysis and you've deteriorated and like I don't
get frostbite and die and then become a way marker on the route to the pinnacle for other people for decades.
Yeah, well,
that's the way to go.
And be traumatized beyond belief and never come back. Like,
one interesting thing about the climbing the mountain analogy is that there's sort of two. So the normal purpose of climbing a mountain, at least historically, was to get to the other side, right? So you go up and you haven't actually achieved your aim yet. You're like halfway there. Maybe it's the harder part because you're at the top and now it's downhill. The downhill can be harder too sometimes. But the point is that your actual destination is on the other side of the mountain. You don't want to just hang out at the top of a mountain because that's kind of pointless. Like, what's there to do at the top of a mountain? So I think the analogy here of achieving your object by reaching the top doesn't really make sense historically. It only makes sense in the context of mountaineering, right? When your object is simply to get to the top, which is interesting because in a sense that's entirely pointless. Like there's actually no purpose in climbing the mountain. You just feel like doing it, right? You're not doing it to achieve anything other than, well, I feel like climbing the mountain, like the classic question of like, why did you want to climb Everest? Well, because it was there, right?
Yeah.
Which I don't know is exactly what he wants to get, like the sort of, what he wants to really get at is doing something just for the hell of it that doesn't actually have any real purpose.
Well, I was going to say maybe this is a bit of a Freudian slip that reveals more than Peterson wants in the sense that it's like, why do people climb mountains? Because they're bored with their white collar jobs and want to do something that feels, makes them feel alive. Why do people turn to pseudo profound self-help religious nonsense? Well, because they're bored with their white collar jobs and want something that makes them feel alive. Like, I think there's a maybe more similarity.
I don't know, but like for someone who this is their thing, like to read into these sort of metaphors, I feel like it's just bizarre because it seems to me that historically very few people would have thought, oh yes, climbing a mountain represents the pinnacle of achievement. Like it seems to me that climbing a mountain is simply the thing you did to get to where you wanted to go. Like when Hannibal brought his elephants across the mountain, across the Alps, he wasn't like, oh wow, we're at the top of the Alps. No, the point is he wants to get to Rome, right? That was the point.
Yeah, well,
So this whole metaphor seems to only make sense from a very like modern privileged context of, oh, I feel like climbing a mountain just to get to the top because I'm bored with my life kind of thing. So maybe think about a better analogy that gets better at the point that you want to make, that gets at the point you want to make better than that. Now maybe Peterson would say, oh, you're reading too much into it. That's not the point, or blah blah blah. But well, if you're gonna try to convey your truths through these tortuous metaphors, then like pick metaphors that actually do the job instead of ones that just don't. Just convey a different message.
Yeah, you're reading too much into it, unlike me, who wrote a mere 500 words and produced a 50-hour series in Daily Wire on it.
We can also see everything laid out in front of us, including the next challenge, the next possibility for play, maturation, and growth, the next calling for transformational sacrifice. The continually ascending progress represented by a series of uphill climbs, each with its peak experience, is a variant of the path of ascension, represented by Jacob's ladder. The spiraling.
Honestly, like my brain is just thinking like this is almost like, you ask some early version of ChatGPT to like understand itself or something, and this is like what it comes out with, just a bunch of like random ass stuff.
Well, the ironic thing is that these. Like older versions of language models maybe were a bit more like that, but then they started using a technique called what's it called? HFRF. I forgot what it stands for. The fine tuning based on human feedback.
Okay.
So what that means is actually they give the prompt and the output to a bunch of like Paul Sods in India or whatever who like manually rate how good the response is given to that prompt, and that probably amongst other changes has led to the large language models tending to like they're still a bit verbose, but they tend to, you'll notice there's often a structure to their answers where like they have a little introduction and then they have like dot points with like little subheadings and then like a conclusion. There's a very specific structure to them. And it seems the main reason for that is because people like that sort of bite-sized and organized response. So the kind of stream of consciousness rambling approach that Peterson has is actually not the sort of response that you might be able to elicit that with the right prompts, but it's not the sort of default behavior of a lot of large language models. Basically, because
that's why it's like a bad LLM.
That sort of
that's why I say Peterson's like a bad early LLM. Like it's just
exactly.
It's like something's gone wrong, and you're just getting all these like word association, like random sentences.
Rise into the heavens toward the kingdom of God, with God himself beckoning at the high point, on the apex of the highest conceivable mount. There is much more to the story of
God is the highest mountain.
Elijah than his remarkable manner of death and his final transformation. The great prophet lived in the time of the divided kingdom of Israel and Judah. At that point, the people of Israel labored under the rule of King Ahab, who turned them to the worship of gods other than Yahweh, the traditional deity of Abraham, Isaac, and the chosen people. This perversion of aim occurred as a direct consequence of Ahab's marriage to Jezebel, a wealthy, privileged princess of Phoenicia, one who brought
this bit gets good, I think.
Her false gods in tow in the aftermath of her wedding. Baal, her god of choice, was a Phoenician Canaanite, deity of nature, responsible for fertility, rain, thunder, lightning, and dew. Ahab's new wife, who was nothing if not direct, killed most of the prophets of Yahweh during her attempts to establish Baal's primacy. It is said that Jezebel's husband, fully under her sway, did more to provoke the Lord God of Israel to anger than all the kings of Israel that were before him. 1 Kings 16:33. Elijah warns the king against his weakness and idolatry, telling him that the consequences of his misguided rule will be years of drought so severe that even the dew will cease to appear. As Baal was the god deemed directly responsible for the life-giving rain, Elijah's predicted drought clearly undermined the authority of the god and his priests, as well as the people's trust in Ahab, their king, and Jezebel. The literary motif of the parched kingdom employed in this narrative fragment is a stably meaningful symbolic trope. This was illustrated, for example, in the Disney animated masterpiece, The Lion King, when Scar, the evil brother of the rightful king, deposes Mufasa, true king of Pride Rock. He banishes his son, Simba.
And this is what I mean by, like, Peterson's like, oh, these woke gender studies feminists, they write their their feminist interpretations of Wuthering Heights, and it's useless. Did you see the PhD thesis of that Cambridge PhD person recently? It was like, a feminist that she was on Twitter, put up this picture where she's holding her like Cambridge University thing, and it says, like a feminist interpretation of power relations in some book that I enjoy or something. And it became this popular thing because everyone's like, you see, she's not drilling oil like men or something. And like this is kind of partly Peterson, and particularly like the Daily Wire and PragerU and all that their criticism of critical theory and literary studies and maybe the humanities more broadly, when it's not just when it's not just uncritically endorsing like evangelical Christian or Jewish takes. But like, what's Peterson doing here? He's just writing some like fan fiction about like films he likes. He's like, oh yeah, I just love, this is like my favorite film, The Lion King. You can see Scar is not merely an evil character. Not only is his name Scar, but he has a scar on his face, metaphorically symbolizing the psychic damage that was done and how when we harm other, like it's just this like, like a literature student sort of like drunkenness on verbose metaphor and their enjoyment of these concepts and things.
I think that one of the big differences is that conservatives who do that tend not to do so in academia, because academia is not very friendly mostly to that sort of analysis, to that sort of work, unless maybe you're working in like a private university that's religiously affiliated. There is plenty of that there, but they certainly do it in other contexts. Mostly they just write books and sell it to gullible audiences, or they work for private think tanks, or for churches. So I think like the same kind of well, not to say that a feminist reading of a certain text is necessarily worthless, but there is a lot of crap work that happens in academia. But the point is, I think that the political valence is largely just because of the institutionalization of academia is much more progressive. compared to these conservative ideas, which find a home for people who do this sort of similar sort of low quality, ideologically driven work, but just they don't tend to do it in the context of academia.
Yeah, but this is what I mean, though. Is like it's the same sort of like just wishy-washy, no meat on the bones, uncritical nonsense based off of like, you know, the facts don't care about your feelings except when those feelings are me crying about Lion King sort of thing. Like,
yeah. For someone who, well, maybe we need to do more on Shapiro, but for someone who talks about facts not caring about feelings, he certainly seems to get upset by very trivial things a lot of the time. I'm sure I'm not the first person to have made this observation, but also Peterson like makes a show of how emotionally wrought up he is by things like this. So I don't know how that fits with, you know, being buds with Shapiro.
Mm-hmm. The rain ceases to fall, and the animals the lions hunt and depend on vanish. When Simba retakes the throne, the rain returns. The fairy tale The Water of Life by the Brothers Grimm elaborates on this theme, presenting it as the adventure of a younger brother charged with bringing the water that revitalizes to his dying father. Something similar is indicated in the book of Exodus, with its contrast between the stone-like rigidity of the intransigent Pharaoh and
But what I dislike about this approach as well is it's like this, not Orientalism, but it's like this kind of like Victorian approach towards anthropology and human psychology, where it's like based off of 2 or 3 examples, you know, I'm going to like plumb the depth of the abstracted themes of these things and infer some general, you know, deep primitive feature that is shared between the savages and ourselves of human psychology. And what I dislike about it is it's this clear example of like the foil in the drawer effect of just focusing on the hits that make the case and ignoring all of the misses. Like, what do you do with all the stories that don't include these themes and make, you know, emotional salient points? And it's just such bad inference.
Yes, well, and you know what other figures have been criticized for this sort of cherry picking historical analysis?
Oh, I'm not sure who you're going with.
Well, Foucault and postmodernists.
Oh yeah, of course.
That's exactly the criticism that's made of them.
Yes,
which I think is apt, right? So I just find it so ironic that Peterson is just so much like them. Maybe it's like, what is it? The narcissism of small differences. Like he hates them so much because he sees himself, except he disagrees with their political takes, so it makes him angry.
Yeah.
The dynamic mastery of water, characteristic of Moses.
Sorry, the dynamic mastery of water, characteristic of Moses.
So I'm thinking of that scene from the what is it, Prince of Egypt, where he's holding the staff and like the wall, and he's thinking so here's my fanfic there. He's literally thinking of the same scene, but he doesn't want to make another reference to popular literature after having just referred to the Lion King. So it's like, I need to find another way to say this. Dynamic mastery of water, characteristic of Moses. Brilliant.
It's like, I mean, that's certainly some words. It's like that's a way of describing what's happening there. Like,
because if you call it magical powers, that sounds a little bit silly. So you need to find a better way to say.
Yeah, there's 2 events I'm thinking of. Is like the striking of the staff and the water split. God does that, I guess. I interpret that as God doing that rather than Moses doing that. And then similarly, like the trickling of water, right? There's a miracle where like Moses strikes the stick and some water trickles down from a rock. But in both cases, I take it to be that God's doing that, and God does it as like a show to the people that he's with them or something. Like I don't kind of take it to be Moses that has some causal powers that God's given him.
Yeah, so but it's literally true in a metaphorical sense, right? It says dynamic mastery of water.
Yeah, that's true. It's
like all the deepest truths, they're like very literally metaphorically true.
The dynamic mastery of water. Well, he can only master it I mean, he can't freeze it, right? So at least for or he doesn't do that much with steam, for example, like turn it into electricity. So it's only for liquid state water that I guess Moses has a dynamic mastery. I don't know. It's just bizarre.
The wrong principle is established as supreme. When a false king is set upon the throne or an impious ethos prevails, the people quickly find themselves deprived of the very water of life. More deeply, however, a kingdom oriented around the wrong pole that worships the wrong gods. So
yeah, if you get the wrong, if you put the wrong king, then you might have a drought. Think about it.
To speak, suffers psychologically or spiritually. After declaring the drought and retiring to the desert, where he is initially fed by ravens and drinks from a brook, the prophet's own
I'm sorry. It's just like it's like a crackhead describing that. He then goes back to the desert where he's fed by ravens. This is significant, like, right?
Stores dry up. God directs Elijah forthwith to a widow in the town of Zarephath. He finds her by a well and asks for water and bread. She responds, "As the Lord thy God liveth, I have not a cake, but a handful of meal in a barrel, and a little oil in a cruse. And behold, I am gathering 2 sticks, that I may go in and dress it for me and my son, that we may eat it and die." 1 Kings 17:12. Elijah reassures her, saying that God will not allow privation into her house. "For thus saith the Lord God of Israel, the barrel of meal shall not waste, neither shall the cruse of oil fail, until the day that the Lord sendeth rain upon the earth."
This is why Trump saith, "Drill, baby, drill."
I've gotten completely lost as to why we're talking about this. Isn't this supposed to be an introduction to the book?
Yeah,
he was originally explaining why Elijah's important, but maybe we'll get there eventually.
Maybe the weave is gonna.
I'm getting really, and I feel like we don't have time to go through the whole book at this rate. So I don't know if there's a particular point you wanted to.
Yeah. So I'm thinking.
Foreshadowing.
I don't think we'll get through the whole book. I was thinking maybe we do like as much as we can of foreshadowing, and then just jump to a couple of specific points in the book.
Yeah, well, there's some. I feel like there's probably. Sorry, the book looks quite repetitive. I've worked my way through like the first third of it or something. So I do have some comments to make on the first couple of sections. Which
do you want me to put the pages up? I can do that.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I don't know if you had any particular points you wanted to look at.
I only had a few. I mean, we've kind of commented on some of these points.
Yeah, we've commented on some of the broader issues. So maybe can you just go back to the contents? Oh, that is a loud mouse. Just so we can situate the discussion. So yeah, the book is organized around biblical figures essentially from the Old Testament. So there's the first one is like the creation, and then there's Adam and Eve, then there's Cain and Abel, then there's Noah, and then the Tower of Babel. I guess that's sort of a biblical figure in a metaphorical sense. Yeah. Then Abraham and Moses, for some reason, split into two. I don't know why. And so I've looked through the creation one, and then Adam and Eve and Cain and Abel. So I can talk a bit about like what the point is there. I guess
it's quite a leap from Moses to Jonah, isn't it?
Well, that's why I said it looks like he sort of got tired with Moses and then just threw in Jonah because that's a cool one. He gets
like a third of the Bible.
Yeah, I just love it how there's just one little section by itself. It just it's just so tacked on. I just find it hilarious. Anyway, so I don't know. I haven't looked at the Jonah bit, but in terms of what he has to say in the first three sections, it looks like the idea is that he takes the passages relevant to that section, so like creation or Adam and Eve, and he tries to Bible.
And that was the Lion King bit.
All right, and so Peterson then tries to sort of again, broadly speaking, he tries to explain what the importance of that story is for us, sort of in the modern day, but not in a very specific way. So like creation. In that section, he talks a lot about human value and morality and why it's important that we're made in the image of God. And then Adam and Eve, he talks more about that, actually. It's a bit repetitious. But then he also talks about like sin and so he talks about the differences between men and women and like pride and things like that. And then Cain and Abel section, he talks about the archetype of like the brothers fighting, and he talks about sacrifice. He talks about work, because each of Cain and Abel were both asked to give sacrifices of their labor. Like one was a farmer, one was a hunter or something. And so he talks about that. I presume it's similar with the other sections that I hadn't got to. So he's sort of drawing broad lessons about the stories, but in kind of like the worst way possible, in the sense that he's not doing a careful reading of the Bible. He's not talking about it in a historical context. There's maybe a few references here or there, but it's nothing very deep. Nor does he say anything very specific about how we can use these lessons in the modern day. It's all at the level of very coarse generalities and like metaphors. And so then the question arises that we've mentioned before: what exactly is the point of this? What are we supposed to get out of it, and who is it for? I don't have good answers for those questions, but that's the best I can come up with as to what the ostensive aim is. It's to help us to understand and like wrestle with these lessons from a contemporary perspective, but not with a close reading of the text or the historical context or like specific modern applications or anything like that, just in a very sort of crude, allegorical, associative way.
Oh, so the search function doesn't seem to be working. Oh no, here we go. Something I noticed as well is that there's these like various locutions that he uses when he's reaching these crude allegorical interpretations of these things, which is that if it's difficult to kind of like draw the analogy between what's being said and what he wants to make it say, he uses like various locutions, like so to speak, for example, in a manner of speaking, which is sort of like to say, yeah, you might be having trouble seeing the connection I'm drawing here, but I want to make it anyway. So like, you know, this is where he's like the shining,
the ultimate up, so to speak.
Up. Yeah. This is to do with my, so to speak, knowledge of Eve's essential sensitivity is a key to understanding her fundamental temptation to sin. So like he when he goes from like the particular in the story to these like general universal human psychological things, it's always this possessing their earthly followers and acolytes, so to speak, impelling them to do likewise. We can sit out there with our familial and friends in a hospitable manner, dining at the celestial table, so to speak. Apparently, this is so something we can do is dine at the celestial table, so to speak.
It's a metaphorical dining at a metaphorical table. I actually have no idea.
This
is weird, right? Because so Alex O'Connor asks him a quite specific question about did a man, come out of the grave and was alive again, right? Yeah. And he says he can't really answer that because he doesn't understand what it means.
Yeah.
So
he does also say yes.
Yes, he affirms it, but then he also says he doesn't know what that means, right? So he
doesn't know.
So he sort of wants to eat his cake and have it too, right? He wants to say yes, but I don't know what I just said.
Yeah.
But then the point is, then when it comes to all of these sorts of claims, like all the dining at the social table and everything else,
yeah,
he's sort of happy enough to talk about that.
Yeah.
As if he knows what he's talking about. Although maybe if you press him, he's like, no, I don't know what any of this means either. This is my wrestling, right? So I can already see the response there. But like, it's sort of an inversion where instead of, trying to make things clear and simple, and then when it comes to things that are complex and difficult, we say, well, it's a bit harder to grasp this and it's a bit harder to be as specific or understand as well what we're saying. He kind of somehow inverts it so that the most simple basic things, or like what is climate is another example of this. The problem ties to that is if you can't talk about climate, somehow that's too difficult. But then all of these extremely abstract ideas and vague references, it's like, no, we can talk about that. Just throw in a so to speak and whatever, and then we're good.
Yeah.
It's very, very strange. And your sound just went funny, by the way.
Oh, yeah. I think it was, I moved and yanked a cable a little bit. So can you hear me okay now? Or
yeah, but you sound kind of like a robot.
Oh, let me...
I think it might be a different mic. Digital Gnosis is piss afraid of debating inspiring philosophy. Is that true? I debated inspiring philosophy. It wasn't that inspiring.
Is my...
That's better.
Is my microphone clear to you?
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah.
Are the allegations true, Nathan, that you're piss afraid of debating inspiring philosophy?
It's not true at all. I would talk to him any day he desired to call in, or if he wanted to set up a conversation with me. I'd love to talk to him. It would be fun and would attract viewers to my channel and would be entertaining. I think that I'm not saying I don't think he's scared of me, but I think he has no desire to talk to me because I think he dislikes me for having laughed at him talking about quantum mechanics. And actually on Friday he was doing a live stream, and I was going to like just comment something like that I took to be like jokey and friendly in his chat as a super chat, but then I couldn't even do that because I'd been blocked in the chat. So
well, there you go.
I suspect, I think it's not I who does not wish to debate. So yeah, we have the ability to hold internal dialogue even between intensely competing he's done both. He's put personalities in quotes, in scare quotes, and so to speak, is apparently an ability that can be honed and taught. Socrates may have fostered precisely that ability first and foremost.
Got to throw in a Socrates reference for some reason.
Yeah, and Socrates was the first guy to do this, don't you know? Formalizing, clarifying, and transmitting the technologies of thought, giving rise to philosophy as such, literally teaching people to think on their own, or at least to think far more efficiently, as Peterson has clearly learned in this book, rather than to rely unquestionably on revelation or interpersonal argumentation.
So look at the sentence that starts the next paragraph.
Yeah.
Every idea that is alive, and that is every idea that announces itself as truly worthy of consideration, expresses itself not as a mere description, but as a personality with an aim, a viewpoint, a world gathered around it, and a full panoply of emotional responses and associated ideas. What an absolute just mishmash of...
Hang on, James. Use your right brain. Use your right brain. It makes sense.
Well, I think it does make sense. It's all I think he's saying here is that ideas have associations and connotations beyond their literal content. Maybe that's what he's saying.
I think he's saying something like the ideas, in order for me to take an idea seriously, it has to jump out to me as more than a description or something. Like it has to come alive.
I guess you could read it that way.
But maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, exactly. Like I don't think it's clear
dialogue is the battle between the personality of various ideas.
I mean,
that's interesting because this seems to be an anti-rationalist way of looking at things. Like dialogue is not a contest of ideas in the sense that you analyze them on their merits. It's a contest of, it's a battle of personalities, right? That's he's non-rational.
Yeah, but why is he talking about it as the battle? Like, so he's using like the rationalist abstraction of like the marketplace of like what's going on in a disc.
No, it's not a marketplace. It's a battle.
Well,
that's a very different metaphor.
Sorry, I know he's using a different metaphor, but what I mean is like he's using their abstraction to like talk about the decontextualized ideas. But then he's talking about, he's like, look, the ideas, they battle with each other. But it's like, no, but in an argument, people verbally battle with each other. Like why talk about it at the level of the abstraction rather than just looking at like people argue? Yes. Like what is your point?
Well, the way I read that is that let me have a warring idea, constantly using martial language here. Death of the losers, warring idea personality within no different to the war of the gods in heaven.
Oh, is it? Is it not? Is it?
To me, this is saying something like that the contest of ideas is not a rational contest where ideas are evaluated on their merits or the evidences and reasons, but it's a clash of their personalities, which he said before relates to emotional responses and associations. So I'm reading that as a kind of a clash of like a war between the Greek gods, like he's saying here, that it's not about it's a very different notion from sitting down and carefully thinking through things, but it's more of an emotional, it's emotional clash where the outcome is not necessarily determined by any rational process. It's just determined by whoever has the greatest force of personality,
right,
or whoever sort of wins the day.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's actually what he's trying to say. That's just what I get out of it.
Yeah, it's really hard to say what he
but also, I mean, I've got to be careful here, but that idea does sound a little bit fascist to me because this is the sort of thing that they said. The will to power sort of idea, a rejection of intellectualization and the idea that it's like the will and the force of your convictions would lead you to triumph.
And then I'd say another thing that's kind of like jumping out to me as an interpretation of what's being said here is like both I, the author, am very interested in theology, and I, the author, have borderline personality disorder. Like, like it's like a projection of a description of like emotional instability and like extreme feelings. Yeah. Well, this is what I mean. Like it's like the description is the phenomenology of like extreme dysregulated emotions, but then the interpretation of that experience is like all of this knowledge that Peterson has, or surface level knowledge of like, theological concepts and Greek gods and psychological motifs. And yeah, I do sort of like kind of read this in terms of more of dysregulated, disordered emotional state or something. Obviously, I can't diagnose something like that, but I do think that that's where a lot of this stuff sort of comes from, because I don't think it's like an empirical analysis of ways people have disputed about God. So I think it's more of a description of Peterson's like dysregulated psychology.
Interesting.
Very Freudian of me, though.
Well, he talks about the Lion King a lot in this book. I've just found another reference.
Oh yeah, the Lion King and Pinocchio are his two like you know, things outside the Bible. The Lion King and Pinocchio is all you need. Is what it should be called. Before Disney became feminist and got ruined. Oh, this is a good one. The idea that such offering must be of the highest quality is already implicitly axiomatic at the time when the Cain and Abel story emerges, although that story represents the understanding and furthers it. Only God knows, so to speak, how much intense striving for clear conceptualization preceded that stunningly clear, distilled, and unforgettable formulation.
Speaking of stunningly clear and unforgettable formulations, that isn't one of them.
yeah. Oh yeah, the cosmic tree. So I don't know if you know about this, but I know this from his biblical series lectures, the early ones he did. Like he's really into, you know, like Jacob's ladder, and he like connects Jacob's ladder to like a bunch of other myths that include vertical structures. So, you know, like the myth of the world tree Yggdrasil and stuff like that. Like,
isn't that from Norse mythology?
Yeah, exactly. And and Peterson kind of like, he looks at these two things side by side, like Jacob's ladder to heaven and Yggdrasil, the tree and stuff. And he's like, they kind of look the same, right? Like they're both sort of vertical lines. And so they must be expressions of the same universal psychological force in human psychology, even though they're disconnected spatiotemporal. Like, and that is exactly how Peterson. So yeah.
Well, if we're talking about straight lines which reflect an underlying sort of psychological force, we got to go to Freud, surely. Like that's obviously phallic. What else could have possibly been?
Right. Well, to be fair, I mean, I don't know how much he mentions some of that actually, but yeah, it would be more interesting. I think he talked. I don't know if this is Peterson now or Jung who talks about this, because I know there's like this one Jung thing about like, you know, a dream interpretation where God is like a big penis fertilizing the earth with semen in a dream or something. Like, is really bizarre like imagery.
But isn't that what Christians say, or well, actually Jews as well? If you ask them about the use of masculine pronouns, they say, "Well, God is the active force in creation." Which,
well, yes, yeah.
If
this
you
is
think
what
about
I mean.
What that means,
yeah. But then they don't necessarily, they like abstract it, whereas I guess the Jungians sort of anthropomorphize it. Yeah.
It's literally metaphorical. Remember?
Yeah. It is not up to man or woman to usurp the right to create that moral order, or to attempt to circumvent its strictures pridefully, or in a Machiavellian or otherwise manipulative and false manner. Instead, we are built, so to speak, to honor and reflect that order, to adapt to it, so this is, again, I take, you know, Peterson to be taking his emotional prejudices about the correct natural hierarchy, which is reflected in, you know, who's rich and who's poor, who we consider good and bad, and what Peterson finds icky and okay. Saying it's not up to us to change that. By us, he means just anyone who disagrees with him. And then he's like connecting it to what God created, basically. Like, and this is just like this lazy metaphorical thinking that then justifies whatever he had. Like, I doubt that Peterson has ever read the Bible and been challenged in his moral views, in the sense that like he's read something and gone, oh wow, like Jesus says that. He says, you know, it's harder for a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven than to pass through the eye of a needle. Well, I kind of am a millionaire and I don't do that much to help the poor. So maybe I should like reflect. I like Peterson never does that. Instead, he just like reads the Bible and he's like, bloody hell, Jesus has got a lot of opinions about trans people. Like,
well, to be fair, he's not very unique in that respect.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
That's actually, well, that gets us a bit off topic, but that's something that I find very frustrating about, especially a lot of political Christianity these days. Anyway, maybe that's what we've actually already talked about that to some extent, but maybe we'll talk about it more because it's going to be more relevant. It's going to be relevant for the next 4 years at the very least.
Yes. Yeah. So I don't know. I honestly don't know how much use there is in much of this. I think maybe the next salient section that could be quite interesting is just going to be like, because something that's like a new theme, right? All of this stuff is just like metaphorical ambiguity, mention of people with weird names. In this bit, there's a new theme, which is Peterson's sort of issue with rationality. So maybe if we get to
I do have some comments to make about the alleged ground of morality and intrinsic value.
Feel free.
Which is probably the big theme throughout sections 1 and 2.
Mm-hmm. Do you want me to go to a page? If you give me a page number, I can bring it on screen. Or...
Yeah, well, it's always hard to do with Peterson because he sort of says the same thing 50 times. And a lot of my notes are just me highlighting sentences and then typing question mark, question mark, question mark. So,
yeah.
Let me have a look here. So go to section 1 in the beginning. I don't know if these are chapters or sections. Whatever.
It's hard to say.
I love the first part. So Genesis opens with a confrontation. God is moving upon the face of the waters. What does moving mean? It means God is mobile, obviously. Okay, well, thanks for clearing that up.
Cheers.
Now, it does raise questions about how
obviously
an immaterial, omnipresent being can move, but I guess Peterson's not going to have anything to say about that. He's just going to say, well, obviously, it means God is mobile. Okay.
Obviously.
But then he also says God is, and then there's more of this association. It's like, moving is what we say when we've been struck by something deep, like it moved me.
Is
so
it?
God is what has encountered us. God is what we encounter when we are moved to the depths. Okay, that's interesting.
What?
I don't know if that linguistic association actually exists in Hebrew, but I guess it does in English, so he's going to give it to us.
Right.
Anyway, so I just found that funny.
Yeah. What then does waters mean? Oh yeah, this is his tohu and bohu thing. And he's like, the other thing about like in Hebrew, if you put like tohu and bohu in one order, it's like chaos, and if you put it in the reverse order, it's order or something. And
I did not know that.
Well, that's kind of deep,
sounds
right?
profound, but
it is deep. As above, so below, James.
Yeah,
it's like alchemical.
Okay, so a couple of pages. This version doesn't have page numbers for some reason.
If you use the PDF, page numbers should be the same though. If you use
will they be the same as? Oh, okay, well, 33.
Yeah.
They're not only confront. Yeah, this one. Okay, so this is when he talks about creation and the God judges creation to be very good and specific. God judges creation to be good and specifically creating man and woman is very good. So then that leads him on to talk about, well, what's the nature of humans? And this seems to be pretty core to the political linkages that he wants to draw out of it. Though again, he doesn't draw very specific linkages, but you sort of get the gist. So he says here, I've just highlighted a few things. So two human beings, similar or even identical in essence, charged with forever reiterating the creative process. I'm 14 and this is deep. So he's saying that what we have in common with God is that we're avatars of God himself, who is the creative spirit.
Sounds like Hinduism.
Well, yeah, that doesn't sound very Christian to me, but similar or even identical in essence, charged with forever reiterating the creative process, right? So first of all, this sounds more of a Hindu idea, where the idea is that we're actually, so our essence is Atman, which is actually the same as Brahman, which is sort of like a dream divine essence.
God,
yeah. And the thing is, those two are actually the same. And when we realize that, then that's when we achieve enlightenment and we exit the cycle of, birth, death and rebirth. I guess the difference would be that we don't forever reiterate the creative process because we want to join the we want to exit the cycle of death and rebirth to rejoin or realize that we're already one with the sort of
dream, God, self, being.
Yeah, God self, probably a good way to put it. Yeah. Anyway, so that sounds vaguely Hindu to me more than Christian, but whatever. But I think the point he's trying to get at there is he wants to explain what it means to say that man is made in the image of God. Because the idea is that this is going to be the ground of why humans are so special. And so we want to say something about what that means, which is, I think, important thing to do because many Christians in particular want to say that humans have intrinsic value because they're made in the image of God. And then when you ask, what does that mean? You get sort of uncomfortable scratching and changing the subject. Anyway, but then, so then a bit down, he says, the biblical account ascribes to each of us a value that places us at the very pinnacle of creation, a value that is very good in a cosmos that is good, a value that supersedes all earthly evaluation, given that we reflect the image of the divine itself. So he says this, to be honest, is to be understood as a matter of definition, the stake in the ground around which everything else must rotate as established upon humanity's divine reflection, that is to be held as immovable, sacrosanct, inviolable, sacred. So he says something like that repeatedly throughout the next two chapters, that we need to have this like grounding in the idea that humanity is at the pinnacle of creation and is fundamentally good and has great value. So as far as I can tell, his explanation for why this is the case amounts to... I'm just trying to find the best passage where he sort of says this. Again, I'm trying to like rationalize and systematize what he's saying here, which he doesn't do. So necessarily I'm jump around.
It's good that he references the German philosopher Hegel to bring some clarity to things.
Yeah, some much needed clarity.
I don't know if you saw the bit that I highlighted on that first page that we began with in this section as well, where he goes like, do we believe this? Is this true? He goes, do we believe this? After like some rambling bit, do we believe this story? Do we believe what it states and implies? First, what does it mean to believe? And then like, cue massive rambling. Like,
well, what he actually says there is that, I highlighted a section on the next page. He says, we treat the people we love and even the people we hate as if they were indefinitely, indefinite. Okay. Wait.
Indefinitely, yeah.
No, it is indefinitely, yeah. It just doesn't seem the right word. As if they are indefinitely valuable loci of creative consciousness, capable of finding their way forward and creating the world.
Indefinitely valuable. What does that? Yeah. That's like I can't attribute a value, or that
actually doesn't seem the right. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Incapable of finding their way forward and creating the world that is dependent on their finding. So I read that. Maybe it's not as obvious, but in the context of other things that he says, he talks about consciousness a lot, for example, and free will. So here's my reading of what he's arguing here: is that to say that humans are made in the image of God is effectively to say that we share with God two key characteristics that sets us apart from the rest of creation, and that these two things are being conscious and having free will. And those two things are fundamentally important. Later on, he talks a lot about the importance of individual freedom and how it's important for societies to respect that.
God was a Randian.
You do get some of those vibes. Again, not much more than vibes, because he doesn't articulate this. Rand kind of writes like this as well, actually. Like, she writes novels rather than this sort of literary analysis. But she also didn't like systematizing her thinking. That's an interesting parallel now that I think about it. Anyway, and had a cult following in a kind of weird way. So he seems to be saying, so that's the Judeo-Christian idea about the basis of value. It's in these properties that we have in virtue of the fact that God made us sort of like him and having consciousness and free will. And then he says, if that supposition is so absolutely necessary, how is it not true? And if the presumption that structures our every interaction is acceptance or dramatization of the transcendent value of the individual, then in what manner do we not believe that value to be real? More profoundly, we may ask, at what point must it be admitted that a necessary fiction is true precisely in proportion to its necessity? He says similar things in other places as well. So what he seems to be saying here is that this assumption about the inherent value of humanity is so essential to society or our living that effectively makes it true. Like, it's true in proportion to its necessity is sort of what he's saying there. Which is, it seems, a radically pragmatist notion of truth. which honestly is pretty extreme, even than I think most of the pragmatists.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a pragmatist. I mean, I'm a pragmatist, and I don't tend to agree with what Peterson is saying here, right? Like, I'm kind of like, what the hell for his conception here.
Yeah, and so it seems this is where it's a bit odd to contrast that with facts don't care about your feelings, because it almost seems that he's saying here, it would be really bad and scary if this wasn't true. And so we just need to pretend that it's true. Because that's what the counter would be. Well, that's just make believe pretending, right? That doesn't mean that it actually is true. By the way, I'm not saying that it's false that humans have whatever. That's just a point. I'm saying his argument for it is very weak.
Yeah, it's like so maybe here's like a little bit of the contrast, right? So like something more like my pragmatism would be like, you might ask what's needed in terms of what beliefs are required in a theory or something to depend upon them such that you can act in a successful way in the world, you know, to achieve some goals or something that you might have as an agent or an institution or something like that. But then rather than Peterson talking about like pragmatic necessity, like these beliefs are required in order to achieve some particular goal, he's just saying like, it would be terrifying and sad if like, you know, I didn't say these statements or think these things, which is like, you know, just basically Freudian wish fulfillment, right? It's like that's like the Freudian interpretation of the opiate of the masses or whatever. He's like leaning directly into that and saying, I would be very sad and maybe kill myself if I didn't believe this, so I need it or something.
Yeah, very interesting juxtaposition to other sorts of statements that him and his fellow travelers often make. There's some other interesting points that I wanted to touch on in this section. So,
but they'll say things like, you know, Marx's analysis of religion as the opiate of the masses is really shallow, and then they're like, it's my opiate, I need it to like it, you know, it's like this kind of like double think about these things. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and then he says so at the end of hang on, where are you? Yeah, scroll down a bit. I think it's the next page.
Yeah.
He makes vague statements like this as well. Yeah. So do we believe? He's referring back to what we just saying about human value. When we falter in that commitment, catastrophe looms. He says this sort of thing many times in these first two chapters. He never seems to really say what sort of catastrophe looms. Sometimes he says he makes vague references to like totalitarianism and authoritarianism.
Yeah.
But he doesn't really explain why we would expect a catastrophe to occur or authoritarianism to emerge because of rejecting this particular understanding of the grounding of human value. And it seems it's entirely just sort of associationism. It's like, well, he's afraid particularly of totalitarian Marxist regimes because he has a hang-up about that. I mean, you know, understandably, they were horrible, right? But he associates that with the denial of this particular viewpoint of the value of humanity. And so for him, it's just kind of obvious that if you reject one view, then you just sort of automatically get the resulting, you know, Marxist totalitarian regime. At least, you know, over time that will happen. And he never even tries to explain why we would expect that to happen. There's another point that I wanted to mention, which I've brought up in my criticism of this, the kind of moral argument. Not that I don't think Peterson is exactly making a moral argument, but he's appealing to some similar talking points, which is that if you believe that humans are special because they have consciousness and free will, you don't need to appeal to God in order to ground their specialness. You can simply say, we have consciousness and free will, therefore we have value. And we're made in the image of God doesn't actually add anything if you can cash that in terms of consciousness and free will. Now, of course, you may reject that those things are unique to humans or that those are what makes us special, but I'm simply saying that actually the God isn't doing anything to ground anything there, right? It's actually just the properties that humans have.
Yeah, you say we're made in the image of God in what respect, right? And they say, well, we're kind of like him in the sense that we have free will and in the sense that we have consciousness. And it's like, well, yeah, we knew that already. Like,
yeah, and that's what's doing the work, right? I agree with that. I just don't think that came from God.
Yeah.
So obviously we differ in our views about where we came from, but we already knew that. What we don't differ is why humans are important. I would go further and say animals are important too, because they have, you know, consciousness and autonomy to varying degrees, but, you know, that's a further question. The point is that, again, a very small amount of thought. Oh, and also there are other ways of grounding sort of morality or value. a whole host of ways that he doesn't address. He mentions social contract a couple of times and sort of vaguely
Yeah.
dismisses that without any explanation. And anything else is just not addressed at all. So if you're going to say that catastrophe looms when we reject this very specific story about why humans are important, it seems appropriate to at least try to explain why, and why other stories about the importance of human beings and why it's good to treat people well, why those are not satisfactory to avoid this catastrophic outcome. In fact, Marxism, which he so despises, has pretty elaborate views about the importance of, treating humans with treating other humans equally, and brotherhood of mankind and equality and things like that. Of course, Marxists say, well, those were ignored and fundamentally perverted by the totalitarian regimes in the Soviet Union and communist China. And arguably that was sort of true, right? That was about power rather than a rigid following of communist doctrine, though, you can argue about the particulars. But again, all the work seems to just be done by insinuation and association. There's no actual argument here, which is one of the things that just frustrates me endlessly about this sort of presentation of ideas. It's just the argument is, or the actual reasoning, the inference, the justification is all done in the reader's head, if not at all. He's relying on you as the reader to make these links
to just feel,
to just sort of, it feels right, to give you the vibe of it, rather than even trying to make these arguments.
What I find funny, when I was looking for where you were in the document before, and I typed in "stake in the ground," that there are 4 occurrences of the phrase "stake in the ground" in the book. So like just these like repeated sort of like metaphors that they're kind of, like you said before, there's like martial metaphors, but also like stake in the ground, like I'm really putting my foot down with this one when I make this point.
This is actually a very good point, which is that at least Chinese civilization doesn't seem to have ever had the conception of man being created in the image of God in this sort of Western notion. And it seems to have done pretty damn well.
No, they didn't invent the printing press first, or gunpowder and
But again, I feel like that sort of response would simply be completely uninteresting to Peterson, because he's not, he probably say something like, well, he's not giving a comparative historical analysis of the causative role of that belief in the development of different civilizations. He's saying from a more fundamental sense that we need this, and he'd probably say that they have some other view that they had the mandate of heaven, maybe, so that did it. Like there'll be some excuse as to why that counts or whatever. But this is partly the problem, is that the view is so vague that it's really impossible to give counterexamples, because they can simply be avoided by saying, oh, that's not what I meant, or I was actually saying this other thing, or whatever. And in fact, Peterson can even deny that he's really making the argument that I've attributed to him, because he doesn't really make the argument. He gestures at the argument. He talks around the argument, but he doesn't actually say the argument.
So this part here, and this is like a common Peterson theme, the kind of like anti-climate change thing, where he kind of...
Oh, yeah, I wanted to talk about that.
He may as well here be an evangelical pastor just kind of saying, and those woke liberals, they've got their golden calf today, which is climate change, and just diminishing like problems that he disagrees with without really thinking about what people have to say. Now, Amos Wallen wrote a little bit on this particular essay that he so sometimes what Peterson does is he will, and this is actually quite common amongst like the anti-woke people, is that they kind of like gesture at either an essay or the name of an academic on the other side to give the impression that they're like deeply engaging with what those people have to say.
Craig loves to do that.
when Amos, with like the physicist theories and things like that. So Amos wrote a short review of this, which I thought was really good. So this is the quote of this part. This inversion of value enables us not so much the stewardship of the earth as the exploitation of those deemed no more worthy than the lowest forms of life, exploitation by exactly the sorts of people who eternally step forward to abuse such advantage. So he claims to be citing Lynn White's essay, The Historical Roots of Our Ecological Crisis. According to Peterson, White claims that whatever constitutes the ill-defined term nature, or worse, the environment, should be put first and foremost instead of man and woman, society, or human being. Amos says, I read White's essay and it didn't say that. All White rejects, as far as I can tell, is the idea that nature has no reason for existence save to serve man, and the attitude that we are superior to nature, contemptuous of it, willing to use it for a slightest whim. So it's just like this insanely uncharitable reading, because he's so distorted by the conclusion that he wants to get to, and his kind of like vitriol framed in. I mean, when you say demonization, right? I guess Peterson's literally doing demonization, not even figuratively, because he's kind of like bringing demons and stuff into it. You know, the spirit of Lucifer in his kind of ideological opponents here.
Yeah, although I feel like Peterson could just say, well, I wasn't saying that he said that, I was just gesturing at the idea.
I have the concepts of a plan.
Yeah, because he just sort of, again, he just sort of gestures at ideas and doesn't often clearly endorse them.
Yeah. Was there something you wanted to say about the climate?
Oh, sorry, yes. So about that, it's interesting what he says and doesn't say. Let me just get back to that part of it. Where are we?
Like
page 36 on again?
Page 36-ish.
Yeah. So he says, so if nature is placed above man such that every brook has its transcendent spirit, then man, woman, and child are by necessity placed below nature. This might mean in principle that the wonders of the environment would be rightly valued. Okay, so that actually sounds nice. Yeah, we do want to value the wonders of the environment appropriately. But then he says, in practice, however, it all too often means that instead that human beings are given no more shrift than weeds or rats.
Yeah.
What is the basis for that claim? Nothing at all. He just said it.
Well, I think to try and use what I know about Peterson, he's just thinking like people who care about the environment throw oil on Van Gogh paintings, which is the same as treating people like weeds or rats. Like he just makes this kind of like slippery slope leap to like it's like black and white thinking, right? Like if you care about the environment, then you're going to be like the worst kind of cherry-picked examples of climate change protesters or something, rather than any sensible alternative.
But ironically, in the next paragraph, he goes on to, at least apparently, endorse a pro-environmentalist position. So here's what he says. A similar moral objection is frequently leveled at the injunction to populate the earth. This directive, however, is offered in a very particular context, blah, blah, blah. This means that the human enterprise of creation, including that of the family, must be carried out in a manner that is replenishing, as is clearly stated in exactly that verse, implied by those who precede it, and that most truly reflects the spirit of the Creator. Man's dominion over earth must be, to use a word now tainted by association with ideological force, sustainable, must make what is good still better. A planet is not to be worked selfishly to exhaustion, a strategy that would render the injunction to be fruitful and multiply meaningless. So basically he's saying, yeah, we actually should look after the environment. We shouldn't exploit it to the point that leads to problems. It should be done carefully, and so on and so forth, which is what many environmentalists are saying. So he disagrees with them, but he doesn't disagree with them.
Yeah, well, it's like he wants to say, maybe it's because there's a reasonable point that they make that, and he doesn't want to be like, it's kind of like when anti-vaxxers are like, oh, it's not all vaccines that I'm against, but it's this one or two that it's the one that causes autism and the mRNA one that I'm against. Where it's like, I don't want to identify with the crazies. I want to sound like I have something reasonable to say on this. But then when you look at what Peterson actually endorses, he's against green energy policies, any kind of government intervention with markets whatsoever, because that is satanic. Any initiatives to reduce emissions.
But the point is, none of that's here, right? He's in this book. He doesn't draw those specific policy level links. But rhetoric.
What I mean,
he's still endorsing sustainability as a concept.
I know, but this is what I mean is how is that cashed out for him in any way whatsoever? You know, it's like that he's saying, I don't want us all to die and have no food, but how does that relate to anything that he has to say about farming practices or government policy or polluting the environment? I have no because I've never seen him endorse a position that isn't unsustainable in that sense. So I don't know what he could even possibly mean by this. or how this is consistent with his political commitments to other things. I'd be really interested. Like, what's an example of what you would consider a sustainable policy, then, Jordan? Like,
well, good luck getting a clear answer from him about that. But
yeah,
yeah, but I think this is an illustration of what we were saying before, that this book is pretty useless because it's ostensibly a reading and a wrestling of the Old Testament, or at least the first third of it or something, that is going to be relevant to us. But although it makes mention of contemporary issues, like in this case, for example, environmentalism and sustainability, it doesn't actually say anything that's even remotely at the level where we could apply it or use it to inform anything. He rejects environmentalism, but then also kind of endorses it, at least at a very abstract level, and doesn't tell us anything more specific.
Yeah.
So what on earth are we supposed to do with that? It's just useless.
Yeah.
So in the next section, then he talks about large language models. And
do you want me to go to like the section is in like the numbered section? Or
1.3 is what I mean by the next section. I'm in
1.5. Well, I mean, it's not clear.
Well, we were just in 1.2, right? So I'm just scrolling through my notes.
But I just mean I've got no. Oh yeah, here we are. The real and its representation.
The real and its representation. He talks about large language models and representation, which is.
I hate when he does this. Because, well, it's interesting if you're not doing this like pseudo profound bullshit stuff, because like did I ever play for you like the podcast episode where he says that I don't know if you know Jim Keller, he's a hardware engineer, so he worked on some like chip instruction sets. Like I think he worked on the ARM instruction set and the RISC-V instruction set.
Oh, cool.
And then he was hired by Intel have done some stuff to produce chips that are better at doing like matrix multiplication. So language and so anyway, Peterson like references this in a podcast where he's like, oh yeah, Jim Keller's like my brother-in-law or something. He says, I can't remember exactly the relation, and he's like, so he knows about AI and stuff because he's this big tech guy. So then, therefore, by association, I know about AI and stuff because I'm a psychologist. And then he like goes off to say, words get their meaning from other words, which is, there's a way of making sense of this, which does make sense, like that like distributional semantics paper, and obviously your PhD work and all that stuff, right? It has more reasonable and ways of interpreting a sentence like that, right, where it actually makes sense against the backdrop of all of this context and understanding. Whereas Peterson like just says this stuff, and then he goes off into like, he then uses that as a metaphor for like how stories get their meaning in terms of their relationship to other stories, and then he brings it back, loops it back to like the stuff he was saying about relevance realization and goal setting, and how these stories are like eternal parts of human psychology. And so he's like, yeah, so like LLMs, which are popular right now, prove God in this popular way. Like, it's just like word association nonsense where he clearly has no understanding of anything that he's actually saying technically or with respect to like cognitive science or linguistics or anything. It's just this kind of bizarre pick and mix.
Yeah, well, it seems to me that he's found some ideas that in a very vague metaphorical way relate to his and sort of justify his focus on like archetypes and and stories, right? So he talks about that and the idea that like concepts in a large language model are defined in terms of associations and co-occurrences between different words. And so then he brings in Hegel and the idea that there's like I don't even know how to explain it, that there's some reality to the archetype as the narrative trope that you can like visualize in terms of the representations in the large language models. He says, in creating these artificial intelligence spirits, talking about large language models, we have externalized and formalized our unconscious, even our collective unconscious, and must now contend with and benefit from the possibilities and perils resulting from it.
Yeah.
This is a grandiose way of describing that.
But what he says though about words having their meanings in virtue of statistical regularities of the associations between them seems to me at least to be in tension with what he wants to say about the inevitability of the meanings of things, and then which connects to like his epistemology and heuristics of like using the way words sound to get at like deeper meanings in reality. Like this word sounds like this word, which tells us the essence of things. Like if he buys into that those words have their meaning purely contingently by virtue of the statistical regularity between them, and there's no like deeper truth maker or something, well, that seems to be inconsistent with what he's doing and how he's thinking about these. So I just think he's not thought about any of this stuff that he's saying.
Well, and that's actually a critique of distributional models of semantics, is that they don't actually have any notion of external referent. So it's entirely internally defined, right. Relationally defined. So there's sort of no notion of what the language is beyond. About. Yeah, which I think Peterson wouldn't be happy with, but I don't know. I just think that he heard about this or someone told about this, and he's like, yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
yeah.
There's a sentence here that I'll read out. I mean, I could give the context, but it won't help. Such networks are best considered alive, transpersonal, but also personal, abstract in that they are in part the relationship between ideas, but concrete in that they invite and can be welcomed in by the careless, prideful, and bitter, and subsequently take control of every aspect of their being. So I'm not exactly sure what he's talking about there, relations between ideas or zeitgeist or something, but most of the section's just filled with sentences like that.
This possession by a living idea is what the Swiss psychologist Carl Gustav Jung, he gets his middle name here to sound extra deep,
Gustav,
was striving to indicate in much of his work in relationship to the idea of God. Yeah, okay.
Anyway, I don't really have much more to say about that, but he tries to sort of put a vague modern scientific or engineering spin on this notion of archetypes and zeitgeist ideas, the fundamental narratives. He mentions a few of these, like the Dragon of Chaos, the Great Mother, the Great Father, the Divine Son.
Yeah, the big penis in the sky.
I don't know how he's derived at those as distinct from any of the others.
I think it's just because it happens to be what Jung and Freud said about things. So I'm gonna say what they said. It's not. I don't think there's like any principled reason beyond the inheritance of those ideas, right?
We then get a section on gender, which is interesting because he says in the previous section he says to subdue is not to dominate; it is not to control and to command, but to put everything in its proper place, to give everything its subordinate value or due. And I think that that's an important concept to bear in mind when understanding a lot of what Peterson is talking about, because he seems to have this idea, which is very fundamentally conservative idea, I think, that everything has a proper place in nature and in society, and that what we should try to do is put everything in its proper place. And often that order, that sense of putting things in their place is intrinsically hierarchical. So then in this section, I don't know that he says anything quite so explicit about hierarchy between gender, but he does talk about the idea that, there's differences between men and women. He talks about personality differences and makes some references to the scientific literature there, which I don't actually know if that's really relevant to his claim, because I feel like that he's making a much more fundamental claim there. Because he talks about like Eve's essential sensitivity and the fact that women are like more sensitive than men or something.
Which
Adam categorizes and orders the world, but then Eve has a different role.
Therefore, trans people don't exist.
Well, it doesn't say anything about that here.
I guess it's implied, though, right? Like, it's like in the God story, they have different dispositions. So, what all people ever have these fall into one of these two dispositional categories or something?
Well, so on page 55, he says.
Just going down.
Yeah, this is kind of about environmentalism as well, but I think he's talking about nature worship here. But I think it applies as well to distinctions between men and women, because both of them relate to putting things in their proper place. So he says, the reader of such words tempted to moralize without sacrifice is supposed to assume uncritically that such an attitude was superior to the the dominating anthropomorphism of the evil nature savaging Christians who did place the pathetic creature man at the center of the world, naming, subduing, assuming the mantle of stewardship. So that's what he's responding to, like someone who...
to be honest, you say that's what he's responding to, but my brain did not like process any of these words. Well, these words taken together. I was like, so man's at the center.
Well, no, he does think that, right? But he's responding to someone criticizing that as being...
right. Okay.
But so then he says, but what is the alternative to raise insect, rodent, tree, and shrub above the status of children, to elevate the unconscious and uncaring natural world to the status of deity, to put nature in the highest place uncritically is to denigrate man, and the consequences of that will not be good for either nature or man. I mean, look, man and woman will subdue and dominate precisely because they rightly wish to live and for their children and grandchildren to flourish in abundance. Any attempt to replace this central concern will end in disaster, in the worship of ideologies or idolatries or false gods that will elicit tyranny and totalitarianism.
So this is like the Chesterton argument, you know, like when people reject God, they will replace it with like any old crazy thing. It's like, look, there's two options on the table: either fuck nature and let grandma heat her home in winter with whatever she has to burn to do it, or what you're going to do, worship cockroaches, because those are your two options. Like
that's pretty much exactly what he's saying here. Though he also does say at the end that, well, we do have a responsibility to not be selfish and just pillage nature, but to act responsibly.
But because there's only the two options, what else are we going to do?
Yeah, it's weird because he presents this ridiculous dichotomy as if we shouldn't worry about the environment, but then says, but yeah, we should worry about the environment.
Yeah,
but we should worry wasn't about that the point you were responding to?
But because there's only two options, we have to not worry about the environment, because, you know, worrying about the environment would be worshipping cockroaches. So.
Yes, it's very hard to understand, and it's interesting that discussion occurs in the context of a section which starts off being about gender, and then it kind of goes back to being about the environment, which we already discussed previously.
I would suggest
very well organized. Or maybe it is.
I would suggest maybe this is someone who is like very riled up on these topics, and so using their system one thinking and all of these stereotypes that they've been sort of like trained into by a very unhealthy media ecosystem and political environment, just rambling about all the associations that they have between things they don't like. I would suggest maybe this is what we're experiencing. So it's like woke, trans, postmodern, climate change. Yeah, bad.
Well, I'm reading into it a little bit because he doesn't explicitly say this, but I don't think that's unreasonable given the nature of this book.
I mean, he did say postmodern neo-Marxist in this section as well, I saw.
Well, one of his favorites. But what I was saying is that he talks about the fact that it's the proper way to the appropriate thing to do is to put things in their rightful proper place, and for humanity the proper place is to be in the morally superior position relative to other animals and the environment and so forth. Although we should exercise stewardship, he doesn't explain how that's supposed to work, but clearly we should also not put anything above humanity, because that would be to invert the moral order, and that leads to totalitarianism or something through unspecified mechanisms. Now, he also talks about how there are inherent differences between men and women, which are also part of that moral order.
Yeah, right.
He doesn't specifically say anything, as far as I can tell there, about hierarchy or anything like that. But I get the implication that some sort of generally conservative ethic is part of that moral order. Conservative ethic about gender relations, gender roles, is also part of that moral order. Because he talks elsewhere, I think we went through this about like personality differences between men and women. He also talks about this sort of like he talks about Eve and Adam and their respective roles, but I think he's making them stand for men and women, not just talking about those specific historical characters.
Yeah.
And he says a bunch of stuff that I don't actually understand very well, but yeah, so I get the sense that he's also saying that gender roles are part of this correct moral order, and that if we mess with those, then we're also going to lead to totalitarianism and tyranny and things.
Yeah.
And I think that might be why it's in the same section as the environment, because he's saying, well, like, just like animals shouldn't be below humans, likewise, there's an appropriate roles for the different genders.
Yeah, just like animals should be below humans, women should be below men.
Well, see, he doesn't explicitly say that, right? But again, he doesn't explicitly say a lot, so you kind of have to read between the lines a little bit to understand what he's trying to get at there.
But then what does he say, right? He says, for example, but when the king has a bad wife and gives her too much power, God punishes the people with a drought. So, be careful about giving women too much power. Like, he does say stuff like that, which taken with these other things about, the nature of Eve and stuff is like, okay, he's not explicitly saying it, but the jigsaw pieces fit together quite nicely.
Yeah. So then in jumping down a bit to page 63, there was some more.
Well, before that, this was an
sorry,
interesting quote just here. The view that man's mediating capacity is central or even identical to consciousness is reflected in sources as diverse as the cosmogonies of the ancient Mesopotamians and Egyptians and the musing of modern cognitive neuroscientists. Now, I guarantee this reference number 42
what is
going to be, I bet it's John Vervaeke, but let's get, so reference 42 is what we're looking for. Maybe over reference 42. I don't think I'm in the right chapter, right? J.K. Rowling, Harry Potter.
Oh, there are actually a lot of references there. So we've got.
Am I in the wrong? Is it by
That's not
chapter?
how you're supposed to. Well, I just clicked on it, my man.
Oh, okay. Yeah. What's the reference? Which page are you on?
A lot in one, which is a strange way to do references. So we've got.
Which page are you on? Sorry, just to get on.
It's on page 536.
Okay.
Near the bottom. Self-organized criticality and explanation of 1F noise. That's interesting because I don't know what that has to do with that. Peterson maps of meaning, so he's citing himself. Self-organization of insight, entropy, and power laws in problem solving. He does have a Vervaeke reference here.
Yeah.
So he went wrong. What else does he have here? Neurodynamics and neuroconnectivity of general intelligence. I'm going to go out on a limb and say some of these papers here probably don't support that citation made. Some of them may. The Vervaeke one maybe does. Smart data, privacy meets evolutionary robotics.
Nice.
What a weird set of references. I just whatever. I mean, who's going to check the references? How many people who read this book are going to check the references? A few nerds like us. And who cares what we think, right?
Hang on. On the end, we have this Substack article. Let's. I'm going to open that and see what it says. Order, chaos, relevance, realization, and mythology.
It's a Substack article.
Hey, there's some serious thinkers on Substack now. on the relation between John Vervaeke,
right.
yes, on the relation between John Vervaeke's relevance realization and Jordan Peterson's maps of meaning. Let's see. So we have. Hang on, what increasing random? How do these graphs represent increasing randomness? Hang on. No, that's just not. This is what I mean about the type of cognitive psychology or whatever that Vervaeke's doing, and how he kind of tries to use mathsy and computational metaphors, but it's actually saying nothing. What are they actually saying? How have they operationalized this circuitry such that increasing the connections increases what the randomness of a path, the chance of any particular path being taken? What is being said? There's just some drawings, and you meant to look at it and go, "That's deep, bro." Look, what do we have on the y-axis here? Does that say entropy, but it's inverted?
Yeah, that's weird. They flipped the graph. Why did they do that? The numbers are inverted as well.
I think so, but
they would be, right?
But
why did they do that?
It looks to me like it goes 8, 1, 9, 6. I can't really read what the hell this graph says.
I don't think it matters. It might as well just draw a cartoon picture.
Yeah, but what are the units?
Heuristic.
Yes. What are the units of entropy?
Oh, it says he inverted the figure actually and added some text. It's meant to convey what this process looks like. Why not just make your own figure, man?
Yeah, but this is what I mean. What's the difference between why does it look? It's meant to convey the meaning. Why does it look sciencey then? Why not just draw me a picture of God or whatever? I don't know. This is and here we go.
Oh, my boy!
Woo!
The diagrams.
The science gets us here.
Yeah, no diagrams in this book. I'm disappointed.
No, there were pictures at the start of the
the front pieces.
Yeah,
it's not the same.
Yeah, so fucking hell, Vervaeke's here commenting on it himself. This is amazing, Brett. I think the proposal that meta-mythological processes are the relevance realization of collective intelligence working in distributed cognition is bang on. Your final schema is also very helpful. For what? You are quickly becoming the master of making these insightful connections. Oh my goodness. Let's see what's going on with Avaki's Substack. Yeah, he's not really done.
He's the director of the cognitive science program. Oh dear.
Yeah. Well, I think it might be a more specific, because associate professor of psychology being the director of a program seems a little bit like strange to me, but I don't know. Yeah. My understanding was like that Michael Ainslick at Uni of Toronto was in charge of the psychology stuff, so I just don't know exactly what I think that there might be a little bit of overstatement of things going on in some places with these people.
Surely not.
Yeah. So back to We Who Wrestle with God. Sorry. So we've got this like block of disconnected references that some guy synthesized in a Substack article that proves it all, apparently. Why do my hyperlinks?
What is the percentage chance, do you think, that Peterson himself compiled this set of references?
Oh, I give it like 30%, maybe.
I'd put it less than that. Yeah. Maybe he gave them a reference to his book and he's like, yeah, add a few more references there to bulk this up a bit. You know, I don't want to seem like I'm just making this guy. I mean, look at 41. It's just a reference to his own book. And 43 is the same thing.
See section 1.3. Just cross-referencing himself. John von Neumann.
A lot of these are self-references, actually, now that I look at it. A lot of them to map to meaning.
Yeah. Well, it's all there. It's all there in the... Has it not been said to you before, O Israel? In the
look, he's got Derrida, Foucault,
Jonathan Pajot. For a quick overview, see Zeitgeist in Wikipedia. Cheers. See GPT-4 Wikipedia.
I sometimes see citations like that. So I don't think people who do that understand what the purpose of a citation is. So there's no need to cite a general purpose encyclopedia. The assumption is that someone can look that up themselves. You cite a specific source of information for a specific claim, not a general, like, learn more about this in a general purpose encyclopedia. Thanks, I knew that. I don't need a citation to that.
By the way, if you were interested in this, you can type it in a search engine and get the result and continue to, yeah. Oh, and even he's citing, so this was when he was talking about the language thing. He cites Chomsky, the sound pattern of English. Interesting. Yeah. And then he cites Elon Musk's AI, which is like in the world of deep learning models is like completely underwhelmed. Like no one is like, yeah, Grok is like the gold standard, but Peterson is, because of course Musk is a genius engineer, and all of his programs that Musk is involved in, Musk has personally engineered all the pioneering things, and so X's Grok is, you know, the most important one to use over and above anybody else's LLMs. And did you see the clip where Musk was on Rogan and they were like, they put a prompt into GPT and they were like, oh look, it's woke, so you know, ChatGPT will not say certain like inappropriate things. But then they tried to do the same thing with Grok, and then like Grok wouldn't say like really transphobic things that they wanted to get it to say. And then Musk was like, yeah, we'll need to work on that. We'll need to get it to
we need to make it more offensive.
Yeah, we need to make it like bully trans people. Its responses. Oh god, what a mess. So are there more sections in this bit that you want to go into? Because I'd like to get to the
Where
engineers.
Is this bit? Well, before that, yes.
Engineers. Yeah.
Before the engineers, yes.
Engineers.
See.
Luciferian engineers.
Yeah, that does sound fun, actually. That seems like it could be a clan name for some sort of RPG, or
well, maybe it can now. Yeah.
I kind of like it, actually. So I'm just looking through here. There's more about. Yeah, he talks about how humans are like. Okay, so let me try to explain this the way I understand it. Humans are like God because God is a creative force who like forms order from chaos. And in the same way, humans are a creative force that forms order from chaos because we make free choices that shape our lives and about what happens in the future.
Sorry,
so that the sovereign individuals and the master of the sorry, what were you saying?
I was going to say, I think this is the one cool theological idea that Peterson just butchers and fucks up. Like in like high German theology in the 1800s, they came up with this idea of like Chaos Kampf, right? So like their analytic theology, instead of being like Thomism and like, scholastic metaphysics and all this stuff, they were like, well, what do we get out of the Bible when we apply all our tools of historical criticism and analysis? And it was like, the thing that gods do is they deal with like the chaotic world and like order it and build it together to make civilization of it. And then I guess there are like psychological interpretations of that where you can say that that's like what people do. Now I think there are some ways of dealing with this that maybe you can't draw a universal human generalization from it, but they're at least like interesting as literature, or maybe you find them inspiring or something like that. But then Peterson just like doesn't do any of that and makes it like murky and unclear what he's saying, and through to just like straightforward like false claims about universal human psychology.
Yeah, well, he certainly likes those. So I think he's just trying to draw out what it means. Well, he is, because he starts a section with this question about what it means for humans to be created in the image of God, which is a little confusing because it feels like he's already discussed this, but he's going back and talking about it more. He's saying how human rights and whatever are there from the beginning. They're axiomatic, the foundation of everything. Doesn't
He loves
explain
that.
why, but
I'd love to see actually axiom. Like, how many times does axiom occur in the text? Because he loves an axiom. 32 axioms in the text. They are axiomatic. Axiomatic proclamation of our sacred worth.
Yeah, he uses it in similar context, as you can see. He's talking about value, which is interesting because many Christian apologists who make this argument seem to say that you can't take human value as axiomatic. Because remember, to take something as axiomatic is just to sort of treat or assume that it's true without further argument. You don't justify an axiom, otherwise it's not an axiom. They seem to say you can't do that.
Well, this is where I think this is where I sort of like don't like the metaphorical use of axiom. Usually, like it depends on like the conversational implicature, like who I'm talking to. Like maybe I'll be like more charitable and grant it to them, but like a lot of times people are just so sloppy with their use of axiomatic, where what they're trying to do. So firstly, Peterson is reaching these claims as conclusions of his reasoning, and then
then it's not axiomatic. That's what I'm saying.
And okay, so there's a sense in which he could say he's uncovered an axiom, so actually it's like foundational, but you needed to like recognize the belief structure in the inferential schema to realize it's an axiom. But I think what he's doing here, I don't think he means axiom really in the mathematical sense. So as you say, axioms in mathematics, it's like it's a part of the formalism of the system. You just take it for granted and then prove stuff. And then there's stuff you can do where you might like build rival axiomatizations and debate which is the best one, and that is complicated. Like, why would you do that, or how would you compare them? And that's going to just depend on like specific disciplines, standards of success, right, or something like that, which are going to differ between fields. But what Peterson's doing is he's like, well, look, maths is smart. Mathematicians do something impressive. They use the word axiom. So I'm just going to like use that word because I want people to think I'm smart and that I'm doing something like that. But it's not doing anything useful calling it an axiom. It's kind of like, it's like the way people often use the word objective, or how he's using the word, like a flag in the ground or whatever. It's like he's just thumping the table while he says his conclusion. When he says it's axiomatic, he just wants people to be like, so you can't, So like you can't question it anymore. Yeah, it's like I reached my conclusion. You're like, well, that seems kind of crazy, and he's like, it's axiomatic. Like,
yeah, it's all very sloppy. So, but I think, well, yeah, as we were saying, ironically, he's trying to justify that axiom, give rationale for it, which doesn't entirely make sense. But
he's trying to cut that off by when he says it's axiomatic, he's trying to then undermine your ability to question the conclusions that he's reached. But that's why that's why he does it.
Well, on page 63, he makes some interesting claims here.
Let's go back. Yeah.
So he talks about like why we think slavery is wrong, and most of it's just them asking questions. So it's a bit hard to say.
Do you believe in your heart?
Yeah. Well, no, I believe in my brain.
Life after life.
But he says here, let's see, the opposition to enslavement and force alike is genuine belief and religious belief at that, as a matter of first principles. Okay, we have fought many wars over whether or not the axiom of divine intrinsic value of the individual man and woman is true, whether it is deeply fundamentally non-arbitrarily true.
Yeah, how can it be an axiom if people are disagreeing and fighting wars over it? Like,
well, I'd wonder which wars he had in mind, because I can't think of a single war that's been fought about that.
Yeah, that's true as well.
It's sort of something that feels true if you don't think about it, but obviously there have been wars fought about ideological differences. But whether they've been fought about that axiom, I mean, how would you establish that? Like, what war would you even point to as a potential example?
So there's like this database, right? That's like the database of human wars or something. And
yes.
Isn't there like percentages of
data
conflict?
bank or something?
Yeah, and it's like some low percentage, like lower than 20% of wars where one of the main causes is attributed to like religion, right? Like, I thought I should probably try and find it when you're talking.
But wars between Christians and Muslims are not going to fit into this category. Since Christians and Muslims have similar beliefs about that.
Well, this is what I mean, is that even when you look at wars that involve like religious divides, like the causes of those wars can still be like economic or land grabbing, or like this guy wouldn't marry my daughter, or something, like just some like completely disconnected nonsense.
Well, yeah, and even if they are because of religious ideology, it's not clear that falls along the dichotomy of divine intrinsic value or not, because most religions recognize something similar to that. I'd argue that Hinduism doesn't use quite those words, but it has a similar similar concept. So Buddhism, I think you could say, doesn't have this notion. But what wars can you think of that have been fought between Buddhists and, say, Christians on the basis purely of this specific belief difference? There just haven't been any. Like, what's he talking about?
The only war that matters, James, the culture war.
Maybe that is what he's talking about. But like, I feel like that's something that he just feels is true, that there have been wars that have been fought about this, and he doesn't even feel the need to think about it. Like, there's not even a reference there or anything. It's just like, yeah, obviously we fought wars about that. Well, have we? Well, yeah. Doesn't it feel like? Do you believe that we fought wars about that? Yeah, it feels like we have. That vague appeal to history really pisses me off.
Yeah, that's
just so lazy.
True. I like, what war is it? Like, the only case I can think of, right, that could even plausibly, charitably be interpreted this way is maybe like the French Revolution or something. But still, like, what were the revolutionaries?
Who was on the side of intrinsic human value and who was not?
Well, this is what I'm saying. Like,
Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen, right? That was a product of the revolution.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is like, arguably, the revolutionaries are saying men and women have these values, and the kind of like patriarchal norm of the religious order before is saying, well, women don't only have that value insofar as they are like traded by men and used by them as their wives or something. Like, so yeah, it's just very hard to know what he's talking about here, and I don't know. Maybe this links into his Lucifer and the Engineers. Maybe he's going to say it's the French Revolution. I don't know.
Yeah, anyway, that one stuck out to me because I just have no idea what he's talking about. I feel like
we have an example. Sandal says
yeah, good example.
Yeah, the My Lai massacre was an example of Christianity triumphing. Christianity showing the intrinsic value of men and women both equally die at the hands of psychopathic.
Oh yeah, so and he concludes this section or this chapter by on the next page. So do we believe that do we believe that we are made, man and woman alike, in the very image of God? If so, what does it mean to believe? If not, what do we believe instead?
Well,
or
certainly
do we
not
merely believe
feminism.
in nothing and suffer the terrible, anxiety-provoking, hope-devouring, and socially destabilizing consequences of that?
It's this binary again between like you either choose my like really rigid, narrow view, or the alternative is like something insane, like everyone dies and we worship cockroaches.
Yeah, and there's just so many interesting aspects to this as a sociological and historical question. Like, you could argue that Chinese civilization, they didn't believe nothing, but they did not have a conception of like an omnipotent creator God whom they worshipped and who gave people value and things like that. Well, their society seemed to do fairly well for a long time. So is that a counterexample? We sort of mentioned that before. But then there's, well, what about modern societies? So some of the most irreligious modern societies are also some of the most functional and prosperous societies in the world, like Scandinavia, for instance. So is that not a potential counterexample to what he's saying here? Or maybe he'd say, well, yeah, but they'll fall apart eventually. Well, possibly, but they're at least not a current counterexample. So this doesn't appear to be an actual historical or like sociological claim about like empirical claim. It's more just, again, it feels true to him that if you believe in nothing, in the sense that he means nothing, which is just like not believing in monotheism or something, then everything will just go to hell. But this is obviously it seems to me that this is obviously this is incongruous with what he said before about totalitarianism and authoritarianism, because totalitarian regimes don't believe in nothing. They always have an ideology, at least that not, again, I said totalitarian. Authoritarian regimes may not, but the totalitarian ones, at least historically, have. Fascist regimes and Marxist regimes always have a very rich and strongly emphasized ideology that they're pursuing. And, you know, I'm not saying that Peterson would agree with those ideologies, but they don't believe in nothing. And saying that is silly. Like they obviously just don't. So it seems that a better reading of history is believing in bad things, putting that in quotes, leads to bad outcomes, right? And believing in better things leads to better outcomes. And
what constitutes a bad thing? Yeah.
Obviously, we need to do some work cashing that out, right? But he's saying believing in his notion of intrinsic value for humanity is sort of like the only thing that will save society. And then if you don't believe in that, that's basically believing in nothing, which will lead to all of these bad things.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that he's given no evidence or supporting facts to back that up. It's just, again, it seems to me that to him, this just feels obviously true, so he doesn't need to defend it.
Yeah. What one obviously more complicated and potentially wrong thing he seems to be saying here as well is one of the examples of like, in his binary between we either believe in God like he wants or we worship cockroaches. In the believe in God view and the West leads to considering slavery to be bad. I mean, he lists tyranny as well as like one of the other things that the worshipping cockroaches view leads to. Whereas it's not even true that the West and Christianity, guarantees that people don't believe in slavery. Like famously, Aristotle argues, right, for slaves having a particular place in society. So if you're going to say the West is a part of that, and then similarly Christians, many of them were great with slavery. In fact,
no, they weren't real Christians. Shut up.
Yeah, well, in fact, they were the ones who were the real Christians in the sense that they were like, look, I'm just doing the stuff that the Bible says it's okay and keeping the divisions between the races like God wanted me to.
What did Paul say about slaves?
It's you liberals coming along with your, the Holy Spirit told me in my heart that that's bad, so I interpret the text differently, that are telling me slavery is bad. But it's the truth. I've got the truth, which is that slavery is absolutely fine. God's kind of silent / endorses that. So Peterson's idea here that, look, if we don't do this, if we don't do exactly what I'm endorsing, then we'll have slavery, is just wrong, because for the vast majority of history, people have endorsed slavery as a direct result of believing in the types of ideas that he's endorsing.
Well, slavery has been practiced in pretty much every developed society throughout history.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't seem to make a difference as to what religion they hold.
Yeah, to precisify my claim, it's not that I'm saying that, like, Christianity is sufficient for this, and that Christianity is disproportionately causing of this, but it's that in many cases in like the Western tradition, you know, people's ideas have been Christianity or like, you know, the Greek classics, and those ideas have fit very snugly and nicely with slavery and all the other bad things.
Yeah, and then somehow Christians want to take credit for the abolition of slavery because a very tiny minority of Christians spoke out against slavery in England. And most of the other people who spoke against it on the continent were in the tradition of the Enlightenment thinkers in the French Revolution, who were very much not Christians or often deists. Anyway, but that's whenever we like review Dominion or whatever, we can talk more about that.
Yeah.
That always pisses me off again as a reading of history. But yeah, so that's the first chapter. The second chapter is kind of more of the same, actually. More about like the fundamental axiom of human value and more about Adam and Eve. I'm just seeing if there's anything else
32
that I want to comment on
axiomatics.
here.
I think there was like 32. There was 32 of another word that I searched before, but only 4 flags in the ground. So
he actually uses the phrase necessarily and inevitably axiomatic at one point.
Nice. So at least we know where Peterson stands on the issue of material implication as an interpretation of the conditional.
Yeah, so he talks about the metaphor of the stake in the ground again, and linking that to the axioms of traditional morality. He doesn't really say anything about traditional morality other than that it is based on the idea of the inherent value of man and woman, like humanity. There's no actual substance to it beyond that, which I think is kind of interesting.
You see, when you said Lincolning, which sounds like linking, Lincoln, of course, founded America. Like you're falling into the Peterson thought association hallucination trap. We've been reading.
I think I was trying to say like and Lincoln at the same time. So we got Lincolning,
which is Peterson's approach to discovering truth
everything. Okay, yeah. So now we're talking about the incompleteness of Adam and the arrival of Eve. So this is some more of the ideas about gender, which
you're in section 2, right? Still, yeah.
2.3.
Yeah. Let me go back a bit. Oh, where the hell? So hard to navigate this stupid
79.
book. Yeah. Okay, a little bit further back. Yeah. So yeah. Look, Peter. Many have accused me, Jordan Peterson, of being against women's rights, but I say that there is a theological story that Adam is incomplete without Eve. Sed contra.
Yeah, I think that this is actually... There are some progressives who I think fall into this trap of saying things like conservatives hate women, or they don't think that women should have any rights. I mean, there are some... Yeah, there are some just blatant misogynists out there, but I think that if you're going to address the ideological content of what conservatives actually say, it isn't those things. What they say is something like there is a natural order to, well, the universe and society, and part of that is a natural order to relating to gender roles or sexual roles. And so men have their rightful place and women have their rightful place, and that's the appropriate. And what we should do as a society is to basically encourage people to stay in their rightful place and to act in accordance with the correct roles. So, of course, then you can ask, well, what is the rightful place for men and women? And that's where you get a reading of biblical passages that attempt to potentially say something about what that role is. And that's what's interesting to look at in terms of, well, what does Peterson think about the correct or proper roles of men and women? So he talks about some of the differences between men and women again, and makes some sort of appeals to scientific results about sexual maturation and whatever, which I don't know that's particularly relevant.
The difference in the experience of negative emotion and therefore self-consciousness emerges in adolescence. This is perhaps because the size and strength differences between men and women, particularly in the upper body, so key to victory in physical combat, also appear at that time, making additional anxiety-mediated caution in relationship to men necessary and wise. So women are more emotional because they can't fight as well as men.
I think that it's actually a deeper claim than that. It's something like it's part of the natural order that women are more emotional because they can't fight as well. It's not that just they happen to be.
Yeah,
right? Because this is actually a big difference. This is actually, I think, a core difference because, I mean, again, there are some sort of crazy progressives who just sort of deny any differences between men and women, which I think is a bit silly. The more sensible view is to say, yes, there are differences, but many of these differences are, in a sense, historically contingent on a bunch of social practices and ideology and stuff like that. So they happen to be differences, but they're not essential, or they're not necessary, or that they don't they're not part of some sort of natural order of things. Whereas conservatives will often say explicitly or implicitly that,
or even if
there is some
there,
sort of natural order.
Or even if they're there, we can modify them. Like you can take a bunch of testosterone.
Yes,
and,
right. And there's a connotation of immutability as well if something is part of the natural order, which ironically doesn't follow at all. It's a completely separate question. It could be natural that there is some differences, but they could be mutable, right? Or vice versa even. Anyway, so that's also something that annoys me. But anyway, so I think that what we're getting at is a sort of discussion about those sort of gender differences there, or sex-based differences. And then he talks about, so I've just highlighted on on page 80, is no coincidence perhaps that the sacred image of woman is not so much woman as it is woman and infant. What is a woman alone? A target of short-term sexual gratification made so by the venality of men oriented towards such a pursuit, although enticed into such things by possession of their own hedonism. A pawn in the patriarchal order, just as a man might be, although the full panoply of benefits of social status per se confers upon men. There's no reason whatsoever to assume that the fundamental unit of psychological integration or social order is the atomized and subjectively defined individual. This goes for men too, who are unlikely to be men and much more likely to be immature, hedonist, or manipulative power players until they become masters of responsibility that appears with woman and child. So this is a lot of waffle, but what do you take out from that paragraph? I
mean, from my point of view, this is like really quite transparent sexism, right? It's like,
I think so as well.
I never know, like, if I'm just overinterpreting these things, but I'm like, I
think it's slightly less transparent because of all of the wordiness that surrounds it. But
what I take Peterson to be saying is that, look, I view women such that they only have value if they can be objects of my sexual desire or raise children for me, right? And other than that, women have no value. There's no, like, I'm not going to treat them. If they're not raising a child, what are they? If they're not targets of my sexual objectification, what are they? Lonely on their own, nothing. It's like, no, they're people. They have desires. They have thoughts. They have no. They're nothing because they're not raising children and they're not being used for sex. So what are they?
I took the target of sexual gratification to be portrayed as negative, just like porn in the patriarchal order.
Oh yeah. I don't think he's okay with that.
Yeah, right. But he is okay with woman and infant. So
yeah,
I think it's this false dichotomy thing, right? It's like he's presenting himself as being respectful of women and their rights or whatever else. And so in order to justify the claim that, and he links that to women having children because he sees that as a proper social role, right, in the social order. And to ward off the criticism that that's sexist, essentially, he's going to say, well, what's the alternative? You treat them as a sexual object or a pawn in the patriarchal order? Well, no, how about equality? Well, he just doesn't even mention that. Again, it's this bizarre dichotomy between treating them even worse and then treating them in a sort of it's sort of like the it's the idea that, well, no, we conservatives, we don't hate women. We just want them to be in their rightful social place. Okay, we could argue about what constitutes like misogyny, but the point is you don't want equality. So, go ahead.
I think that there is also this tension between, like, I think, again, when I interpret this, I see like an element of projection in terms of Peterson's own views in the text. And I'm kind of like, so it's not like I think he's endorsing, just viewing women as sex objects or something. But I do think that this kind of reveals that is how he views them, but then he also thinks that's morally bad because of religious values. And so he like forces himself to, it's like the Madonna whore complex thing where it's like, so then
pretty much. He says, well, they're a mother, or how else can you view women if they're not a mother?
Yeah, exactly.
That's literally what he's saying. So I thought that was fascinating. And then also at the end, he says, or near the end, he says, this goes for men too, who are unlikely to be men and much more likely to be immature hedonist or manipulative power players until they become masters of the responsibility that appears with woman and child. What do you think that sentence is saying?
So that men have that, well, like in the natural order, the right place for men is to like be have like some 1950s family, nuclear family, and go to work every day and come back and look after their kids or something.
Yeah, well, I think that's a little more specific than what he's saying here, but I think that that's the idea that he has. So he seems to be saying that a woman is not really a woman, or hasn't fulfilled her position as a woman or something like that until she has a child, right?
But it's not sexist because
it's not sexist because men have an appropriate role too, right? So he's going to say,
which is to be a person with desires and pursue them.
Well, he says that men shouldn't be immature hedonist or manipulative power players. Okay, so there's bad things that men can do too, but what's men's appropriate role? Well, he says until they become masters of the responsibility that appears with woman and child. So it sounds like he's saying the appropriate role for men is to be the head of the household and responsible for the woman and child. Now, sure, he's going to say that they should treat them, appropriately, that they shouldn't be violent and things like this. Presumably he would say that, but it's like the stewardship idea that you're supposed to treat them appropriately. So yes, they can't just do whatever. But the point is, he still seems to be endorsing a very traditional notion of gender hierarchy, where the role of the woman is to have children, to care for children. The role of the man is to, what's the word he uses here? Have responsibility, masters of the responsibility of women and child. Now, he hasn't said that explicitly, but I don't see how else you can really read that paragraph as saying, look, there are different social roles for men and women. Woman's role is to have children. Men's role is to look after the women and children and be responsible for them. And that's not sexist because, both men and women can do bad things and can do things that aren't consistent with their social role. So I'm not being sexist. I'm just saying that there's a difference between them and that's the right way that society should be. That's just a classic, conservative viewpoint about gender roles. There's nothing really very insightful about that, except for the fact that it's sort of couched in all of this overly verbose language that we've been talking about.
I think though the sort of like sexist attitude here is as well the thing of, so women are to be fulfilled only in virtue of raising kids, and it's like, okay, men are to not do something that's overly hedonistic. They have to have a family and be responsible for it, but then fulfilling their finding self-actualization for the man, being the master of the household, is just following their passions, as long as their passions aren't pure hedonism, and because men have all these desires and goals and skills and things, and so men get to be fully human, whereas women, no, there's no full
the woman is much more prescriptive. It's like, well, he even says that a woman doesn't even mean anything, like she almost doesn't exist socially. But what is a woman alone?
What is a woman? What is a woman?
Someone
who gets fucked and raises kids.
What about a man? Well, there's bad things a man can do, but he doesn't have as prescribed role. It says he's responsible for the woman and child, but that's not as constrained as he has to look after a child. Like he doesn't have the same. What is a man without a woman and child? Like it is very interesting, the asymmetry there. And then he, in the next section, he says, women's heightened self-consciousness spills over into the domain of men because men are required to adapt themselves to women.
We have to deal with their emotions and bullshit.
Which is interesting because it seems to me that a lot of feminists say the exact opposite. They say that women are always having to adapt to men, soothe their egos or comfort them emotionally and things like this. Maybe it's a little more complicated than either of those very simple stories, but, it's just seemed odd to me that he just says, men always have to adapt themselves to women and their concerns. I'm like, huh?
Well, this is why
why you think that?
This is why I think a lot of this stuff is kind of like projection, because I see the same stuff as well when like Peterson gives relationship advice. I don't know if you remember the video we looked at in the Peterson Bad Apologetics, or I don't know if we did even look at it. There's like this one video where he gives like marriage. It's like Peterson gives marriage advice to young men, and he's like, just pick someone and shackle yourself to them. And I'm like, this is like just terrible relationship advice, because maybe you're like really unhappy, or you'd be better with someone else, or maybe that's not the right fit, maybe you're not mature enough or whatever. Like there's so many reasons why this could be bad advice, and I think he's just kind of like describing maybe what he did or how he feels okay with any like doubts, whatever he has. It's just really bizarre, and I think you get the same stuff coming through here where he's talking when he's like the female proclivity for, he's like, my wife's interactions with
women.
me are like this. Yeah. When he's like women, he's like, my wife tries to tell me about her emotions and I have to deal with it or something. Like,
well, in the next paragraph, we get a pretty explicit description of gender roles. So remember, this is not. So in this paragraph, what does this all suggest? Here again, it's important that he's not just saying that like these are tendencies that men and women have or something like that. He's actually saying that these are part of the fundamental moral order, the same moral order which, if you go against that, leads to authoritarianism and totalitarianism and slavery and all that stuff, right? So this is a very strong statement that he's making. So what does this all suggest? Women aggregate the concerns of those they are specialized in some deep sense to attend and care for. So what's a woman's role? To care and attend
conduits, to act as conduits for men's emotions.
Well, yeah, but basically they're caregivers, right? And also they bring those concerns to the attention of their male partners. Okay, well, caring for people is good, right? That's not necessarily a bad thing.
Oh, yeah,
let's see what he has to say about men's roles, which I think is an interesting part. So men are specialized for outward striving, confronting the natural enemies of hearth and kin, competing and cooperating for hierarchical positioning and garnering the benefits thereof in the broader social world. So basically, like doing everything else.
Benefits for the men.
Yeah, the benefits of being in the social world. So that's like work and employment, political engagement, I think would fall under that category. Hierarchical positioning, so like getting promotions, getting recognition, confronting natural enemies. So that's also like defense. And I think that you can think of that in a physical and in other senses as well. So like doing everything in the outside world and getting the recognition and benefits of that. And yeah, they're supposed to bring those benefits to the women and children as well, right? They're not just supposed to keep them all to themselves, but that is their role to do those things.
Yeah, JD Vance is like reading this section and thinking, yeah, how does voting help women care for people more?
Okay, but that's very interesting, right? Because if you believe that this is the correct social roles in the natural order of things, why would women get a vote, right? That actually doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, well,
if you actually believe that, because that's nothing to do with her role, right? And she wouldn't know about any of those things anyway. So as people said, she's just going to vote with what her husband tells her to vote for. So that means married men just get 2 votes.
I think you're sort of right, though. Maybe there's like some other crazy belief that Peterson has that would sort of like balance these things out. So,
well, maybe.
I mean, I guess because you know, so maybe he'd be like, but without women, then men would just be too aggressive. So we need both sets of votes for a democracy to balance itself out. But who knows?
I'm not
what's
saying
stopping
that
the
Peterson
other
has
person?
to be committed to saying that.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is that traditionally that was exactly what people argued on the basis of these beliefs.
Yeah.
And I think there's a logic to it, right? Like if you actually believe this, then there is a logic to that. So again, I'm not saying that we should accept the conclusion. I'm saying we should reject some of these premises that get you to that conclusion, right? Just be clear about that. But yeah, I just think it's fascinating that he doesn't say the like really crude things about like, oh, men are just better and women should stay in the kitchen. But he basically just says that in a fancier and less confrontational way.
Yeah.
So
it's all there in the Bible.
It's all there in the Bible. Which is interesting also because this is supposed to be him wrestling with God. But it sounds like that he's just
wrestling with
things that people have kind of always said on the basis of like a traditional conservative viewpoint about the right role for women in society. There's nothing profound or wrestling about that. It's like that, really, that's what you got out of all that wrestling, just the same thing that people have always been saying.
Well, this is what I mean. It's like the Feuerbachian interpretation of God as like man's projection of his own psychology, where it's just Peterson has like these 1950s boomer takes on like gender relations and politics, and now he's like, yeah, that's God. That's what God wants.
Yeah, because after all, what is a woman without a child? Oh my gosh.
God is like my beliefs that I absorbed in the culture I grew up in.
Yeah, pretty much. But the problem with that is not even that that's like your starting point, right? That's where you get after you've wrestled with God for 500 pages. Like it's just exactly where you start from. Like there's no challenge there at all.
Yeah, I agree. And that's what I find sort of like so weirdly unreflective about this whole thing. Because like, yeah, he's struggling to say it maybe because the woke will give him a hard time, but actually it's just what he believed all along. You know, the hard part is in the 10 billion words or whatever. It's not in it's not in the moral challenge or the epistemic challenge to believe new things or whatever.
Yeah, and I mean, it is interesting there that the social role that's appropriate for men is sort of describes exactly what he does, right?
Yeah. Well, what he takes himself to be doing. I mean, I'd say sitting around with Dennis Prager, sort of like pontificating on this stuff, is perhaps not, you know, the jousting combat of male whatever he described it as, but
and it's the same with the stewardship of the environment as well. Like he makes some sort of vague references to being sustainable and not, you know, destroying the environment. But he
has a
actually...
massive house full of, owns a jet ski with Jonathan.
Yeah, but there's no actual challenge there. It doesn't call him to do anything or change his behavior in any way.
Yeah, well, that's what
it's all very self-serving.
He bought that jet ski a few years ago. Like, oh yeah, I'm sure going on holiday and jet skiing around and burning petrol is like great for the environment, right?
Yeah, anyway, so that was all I wanted to get out of that. There's a section on the eternal serpent, which I got nothing
Who
out
knows?
of. So
Do you not? Does the eternal serpent not plague you?
No, who knows? I don't know if that's Freudian or something else. Yeah, so I kind of got bored with the rest of this. He talks more about like the fall and
I bet it would be
stuff,
so fun to like do a drug trip with Peterson and just see what he comes out with. Like all this.
Would it be that? I feel like it would just be all this. Like,
but drug addled. Yeah, more.
But again, isn't that just like what do you think is going to be different?
I don't know. I think maybe I don't know. Yeah, that's true. It's a good point.
It's like when what is it? Like the man behind the curtain. Like you think drug addict Peterson is going to have these like amazing, profound. No, it's just the same thing. It's just the same. All right. So the next section that I got to, or the chapter that I got to, was 3 Cain, Abel,
well, the flaming sword. I forgot his point.
I don't
about
have
the
anything
flaming
on that.
sword. I'm just trying to remember what it was because he has a point right about like the you can't
something about pride.
Paradise. Yeah, but he's like, you can't re-enter paradise because there's a flaming sword, and that means what? Like, that's why Trump can't have a third term or something. I don't know. Yeah.
Well, I've been thinking about that, and I'm worried. But you know, the amendment doesn't actually prevent someone from being president for 3 terms. It prevents them from running for president.
Right. Yeah. We'll see.
Anyway, we can worry about that if that comes to.
We'll see what the Trump judges come up with. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Normally, I would say, don't worry, the Supreme Court will take care of that. But I don't say that anymore. So. Yeah. All right, Cain and Abel. So
he loves this story. Cain and Abel is happening all the time.
Yeah, so I struggled a little bit more to get a core thread from this one than I did the previous 2. So he talks about how Cain and Abel is a story of
warring brothers.
Yeah, warring brothers, right? Which is an archetype. So he goes on about that. And then he talks about the idea of so on page. Oh, he talks about work first of all, which 117.
I'll go back a bit. Sorry. Yeah.
So he says, first a question. What is work? Okay, it's like back in grade 3. What is the difference between work and play? If I'm doing something that needs to be done instead of what I want to do for the sake of present gratification, I am working. So one would wonder, based on that definition, when the last time Peterson did any work was.
Yeah, that's true.
Because it seems like he just always says whatever he feels like saying, and that would be the present gratification.
I also don't know if that's. I don't know if that exactly is like the essence of work or something.
Oh, who cares? Whatever.
Yeah, anything goes. Yeah,
like why even bother?
Yeah, true.
So work is, to say differently, the delay of gratification. So I mean, I think there is part of that to work at the very least. That
maybe
delay of gratification.
It's not completely wrong, but
yeah. It's. I mean, that's about as good as we get with this. Because this one too. I don't know why he makes the point to define that though, because it doesn't seem that important. But I may have missed where he.
I think it's because in the back of his mind he's got like Karl Marx, who's like the spirit of Satan so he's like, well, Marx says work is bad because people are alienated from their labor and they're exploited. Work is not exploitation by the capital class. Work is forthrightly stepping into the future or something.
Yeah, well, this is interesting because in the Garden of Eden, the initial created state before the fall, Adam and Eve didn't have to work, as far as I understand. They needed to be provided for. They had stewardship in some sense over the garden, but they didn't seem to really have to do anything. It was only after they were evicted that they had to earn, bread by the sweat of their brow, or whatever the phrase was, that they really had to work. So it seems like the portrayal there is that work is not an inherent good,
Yeah, it's like a punishment.
Because God created them in the garden and called it good, right? So, and there's no work there. So it doesn't seem like you have to have work in this sense. I guess they did stuff, right? But not work in the sense.
Yeah, but we now have to have work because of our separation from God. So it's good for us, wretched creatures that we are.
Maybe, but I don't know if Peterson draws this specific link, but it seems that part of the, at least like maybe cultural opposition to Marxism from Christian, like from conservative Christians, is because part of it is the idea that Marxists want to create a utopia on Earth, whereas Christians, particularly conservative Christians, think that that's impossible and that that will only happen, in the afterlife. But it also seems to be that the idea is that in the Marxist utopian society, people don't actually have to work. There'll be such an abundance that everyone's needs will just be provided for. Now, it's not clear exactly how that was supposed to happen, but at least that there was this, Marx talks about the idea that people would just be able to be dilettantes and do whatever they wanted at different times in day, and have heaps of leisure time. Once the capitalist classes weren't exploiting and expropriating all of the surplus value from workers, but they were able to enjoy the fruits of their own labor, then there would just be this huge abundance, and it would unleash these creative energies, which would lead to more developments, whatever. And it seems that there's some opposition to that from at least some Christians who seem to really dislike the idea that of a society without work, effectively, that is somehow like deeply morally significant in and of itself, not just a means to an end. I think he's kind of appealing to that here.
Well, I have some
Protestant work ethic is sort of related to this. Yeah, I don't want to say it's precisely the same thing, but they seem connected. But like Catholics have an idea about this as well. Like I'm thinking of what's her name, the Mother Teresa, for example. She seemed to have a similar idea about this.
Well, do I have a Substack for you?
There's a Substack for everything.
I mean, not that we have to go into it, but at least many Christians take what's happening in Acts to be a sort of like a model of Christian communism, right, where everything's owned in common, and some people take later expressions of Christianity, such as like the monastery system or Catholic attempts at like universities, public education, stuff like that, as being forms of socialism or communism and stuff. Now, there's different cultures. Does it even make sense to speak of communism in a culture that isn't like an industrialized economy or whatever? Like, there's all sorts of stuff we could kind of like talk about, but it's not clear that you can't make like a Christian version of.
I'm not saying that there are Christians who've definitely taken that line as well. I'm just talking about a certain type of conservative Christian. Marxism. But there are. Well, again, Peterson doesn't seem to like the idea of different ideas and multiple perspectives on things. There's always two options, one of which is horrific, and the other is the one that he learnt when he was like 5 years old or something. So, anyway, so there's this stuff about work, which is kind of interesting, but is a little unclear why he's talking about that. And then he talks about sacrifice, which I think the connection there is that Cain and Abel were both asked to sacrifice of their labor, right? Then there was this interesting section on page 119, or passage on page 19. He says, he's talking about the idea of harmony. And so he says, if you serve a multiplicity instead of a unity, you are confused, anxious, aimless, and hopeless. Huh? My comment was 3 question marks. What is he even talking about there? What does it mean to serve a multiplicity?
I think what he's saying is like, imagine a case where you have one goal, and imagine a case where you have 1 billion goals. Well, it's harder to imagine the case where you have 1 billion goals, right? So therefore, it's better to have one goal.
Maybe that's what he's talking about. Goals. I thought because the phrase serve.
Yeah,
I don't know if that indicates an authority, or I think he means your desires.
I think it's sort of a mixture of both in Petersonese, right? Because having a desire for, like when he was talking about the relevance, realization, salience stuff, and the problem of that. I think partly the way he talks about God is as like a goal that orders our salience system, psychologically speaking, and so it's like that, so to speak. I think when he talks about serving and service and stuff, he's talking about in service to like objectives or goals and values. and then for him, like Christianity or God is like one well-defined, operationalized goal that's univocally shared by all who claim to be theists or something, and the alternative is rival goals or something. And so then he's like painting this picture of, here's a story where you have lots of goals, it's harder to imagine, and maybe those goals conflict with each other. Here's another story where there's one big goal that's easier to imagine because it's just one thing and it's ordered in one way, so that's better. And it's like, I mean, is that even true? Like, I can imagine lots of goals where they cohere harmoniously. You know, like
well, you just have to prioritize between different goals. Like, I'm not sure why that leads to
it's the
confusion, anxiety, aimlessness, and hopelessness.
Well, this is what I'm saying. It's the inconsistency of the goals that's the problem, right? So you could have a plurality of goals that are consistent with each other, and that would be fine. Or you could have God as one goal, but your definition of God is so confused and underspecified that it entails multiple conflicting goals. Like, for example, to be sustainable, but also, you know, to like drill baby drill. So like it's not you know, what he's saying I think falls apart when you just begin to like try and actually make sense of what he's saying and think about it in clearer terms. And
so that passage was interesting to me. Then he makes some interesting claims, which I thought was a bit strange for him to say. So when people aim at the same targets, celebrate the same festivals, worship the same gods, they are united. This is as true psychologically as it is socially. United people typically perceive the same objects, conceptualize the same ideas, agree on friend and foe, and feel the same emotions. As individuals, they are not subject to an internal war of fractious spirits competing for possession. As members of a true society, they are not riven apart by competing gods and striving consequently in different directions. People, jumping forward a bit, people aiming at the same unified target are psychologically integrated embodiments of the same spirit. This union of the individual and the collective is indistinguishable from fully socialized maturation. So that all sounds very collectivist to me, which is, I think, at odds with the discussion he had before about how important the individual is and protecting individual rights and freedom and autonomy. And now he's saying it's really important for everyone to be striving in the same direction and that unity and you know, all that.
Well, the individual.
How do you reconcile those?
Because the individual has to choose Jesus, because that's the way God wants it to be, in order for the collective to work. Otherwise, no nice football games for you, so to speak.
Well, I guess you could interpret it as everyone freely chooses to follow exactly the same object, which questionable how that really fits with the idea of freedom, but maybe you can get
and
that
this
to
is
work.
what I said about, you know, when he talks about God as being like a salience value thingy, like he for him it's super underspecified, but like just because you're using the same label, like I bet if I took a bunch of Christians, like their values and goals as a result of their theologies would be radically different, right? Just because they're saying God is the most important thing to me, like what they mean by that is just different.
So those passages stood out to me as being in tension with some of his other ideas and just also kind of bizarre.
I think the best you could make of what he's saying, right, would be something like communities that have rituals have tighter feelings of bonding, regardless of whether the internalist meaning and interpretations of those experiences is the same or something like that. That's the best I can do, and I don't even think that's what he's saying, but...
I don't fully understand why he's talking about this. The idea of social harmony and unity of purpose sounds nice, but in reality, that can be used for very negative results. I think the First World War is probably a good example of this, where nationalism was pretty successfully appealed to in most of the European countries to unite people around the war effort. And you could say that in many, not perfectly, but in a significant way, many of those societies were quite united, like class divisions diminished in significance and political divisions, and people united around the war effort. But I don't think that was ultimately a good thing. And people can unite, be united by quite harmful ideologies as well. So, I mean, Peterson's not necessarily saying that that's not true, but it's just feels like we're only hearing half of the story there. And then he talks about what divides us. So
we've got an etymologically speaking instead of a so to speak here.
And talking about the tropes here. Now then, okay, 129. Maybe you can shed some light on this. Maybe we'll actually get back to this with the Luciferian engineers, because he says, it is no coincidence, therefore, that the primary antagonist of such stories is frequently both intellectually arrogant and a worshipper of technology. Now, I never got that last part as one of the archetypes. He actually gives a bunch of examples here, which I don't see. Like the Scar in Lion King. How is he a worshipper of technology?
How do you think he got that scar? Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea, to be honest. I think again, this is like Peterson's projection, so he probably just like is imagining a bunch of stuff here that isn't actually in any of these stories. Similarly, is Faust a worshipper of technology? Like maybe he's an intellectual, but is he like really into his Newton's cradles or whatever? Or I don't know.
So I actually didn't see this before, but he says the intellectually arrogant and presumptuous. Let me say that again. The intellectually arrogant and presumptuous also have a pronounced tendency to turn to technological solutions solely to redress the apparent iniquities of being.
The thing is, I'm sympathetic to the conclusion, in the sense that, like, I do think that sometimes people oversimplify various problems and put like too much trust in, someone who's very smart and claims to have a clear solution to the problem to fix things, like some, Elon Musk type or Sam Bankman-Fried or something. But I mean, it's really context dependent. Like, also sometimes smart people have good ideas for solutions as well, that you can't just generalize in this way. Like,
notice he says apparent inequities of being, which I think is interesting.
Well, I don't know what he's talking. I don't even know what.
You don't say apparent
about.
Inequities if you think that they're real. You say apparent if you're casting doubt on whether they're real.
I mean, I get how he's using the word apparent. I'm more talking about the entire sentence taken together. Yeah. What the hell is that? Like, is he? So he's like saying, which doesn't even seem to make sense on its own terms, because he's saying like we exist in a state of sinful fallenness, right? Like he seems to agree to that. So then it is the case that there are inequities of being. Like our being is corrupted by sin, we're separated from God. But then the inequities are only apparent because being is God and God is perfect. Like it's just all over the place and unclear. I don't know.
Yeah, it's too vague to really draw any strong conclusion about that. I think I read there a vaguely kind of anti-enlightenment, anti-progress sentiment, because there are people who want to use technology to solve various problems in the world. And he's not saying that that's always bad. Like he says that's generally good, but there's some skepticism underlying that, which I think, and by his use of the phrase apparent inequities, I think that he may be thinking that some of the types of problems that technologists want to use technology to solve are things that he doesn't think are problems. Now, it's not entirely clear what he's referring to specifically, but yeah, I don't know. I thought that was an interesting connection. Like, I don't know where this connection to worshippers of technology and overuse of technology really has to do with Cain and Abel, but I think he's not saying it for no reason. There's something underlying it. Maybe, again, the Luciferian engineers will bring this up again. I'm not sure.
I suspect maybe it's probably going to be like people trying to tackle climate change.
That could be one example.
The people who used to run Twitter, because they used technology to try and stop the spread of misinformation. And so that was an example of this, because they thought being was bad, but actually misinformation was good because God.
An example that comes to mind, I'm not actually sure if what Peterson's position is on this, but some conservatives seem to oppose vaccination.
Oh yeah, he's anti-vax. Yeah.
Well, so there's some who believe in the full conspiracy theory side of things, where like it's poison or it's tracking you or something. There's other people, or maybe it's the same people just with a different justification, where they seem to be just saying that vaccinations are bad because they're artificial, and if God wants you to get a disease and die, then that's God's will, or if he wants you to get better, then you'll get better. So we shouldn't be using technology to interfere.
I don't think it's as clear that he says that, though. I think
I'm not
you could
saying that
use,
Peterson is saying that.
Yeah, I
I'm
think
saying
you could
that
use this justification, though.
yes,
This
there
justification
seems to be
we
some
get.
connection between these sorts of ideas. And again, that sort of vague association, I think, is about as good as you can do when reading Peterson. So I don't feel too bad about.
But he
about
can't be
that.
too far from that, because he is like anti-vax in the same way as well. Like he'll talk about, the idea that we could produce an mRNA vaccine or use lockdown, foolish authoritarian lockdowns to stop the spread of COVID as being it's not clear whether the claim is just that those were bad policies or that those were satanic attempts to use Prometheus's fire to make humanity like the gods. I don't really know, because he's just kind of like, it's just a vague mishmash of a bunch of these different things.
Yeah, and some Christians also object to, some Christians also object to certain measures to improve the human condition, particularly based on technology, because they think that the fundamental problem is that humans are sinful and fallen. And insofar as that continues, which they think it will, until the second coming, then
you're just pushing the problem back.
You're just being arrogant by thinking you can fundamentally change things, and you probably will make things worse. I don't quite know how that second claim is justified, but there appears to be that implication a lot of the time. Like it says, the intellectually arrogant and presumptuous have a tendency to rely on technological solutions.
Unless it's Elon Musk, of course. That guy.
Well, again, that's another paradox, because he is probably the poster child of relying on often quite poorly designed or poorly applied technological solutions to problems. But somehow he's, I don't even understand.
Well, because he's nice to Peterson. This is where I think, again, it's really hard to make sense of, unless the explanation here is that it's not that we're dealing with a consistent philosophical system. We're dealing with a man with very unstable emotions and a hint of narcissism. And so, someone's nice to him, and that's an evidence that God wants them to be on their path, and someone's bad to him, and that's evidence that they're satanic and stuff. And then he's just piecing this together with ideas. I mean, that's sort of what I think is going on here, and why we just end up with all these inconsistencies and things, because it's not principled reasoning. It's just the expression of a man's psychology. But you don't have to put yourself to that uncharitable reading, though.
Again, it's just I found these sections interesting. It's hard to draw a clear thread between them because it's all a bit scattered. So he says on the next page, the story of Cain and Abel is an attempt by the collective human imagination to distill, transmit, and remember the essentials of good and bad into a single narrative. How did we come to undertake this effort? One answer would be divine inspiration, and that's a good answer. Another,
is it why?
A variant of the first answer is that people have been telling each other stories forever, acting them out, perhaps even before that. Now, this is interesting because he says that divine inspiration is basically the same thing as just people telling each other stories. Which to me, those things are not the same.
Well,
but he doesn't draw a distinction.
He's trying to be clever here. He's trying to say what the atheist has to say isn't actually in conflict, because there's a way of understanding inspiration that it acts through people and their cultures. Now, I don't think he's exactly wrong, but there are more sophisticated versions of theology that I'm more sympathetic to than really, really basic idea that God just told someone what to write in the Bible or something. Sure, but I think that there's a way of communicating that isn't this tongue-in-cheek, I'm the one who's got it figured out, I just can't articulate it because it's so complex. And I don't think this is a good presentation of that. So here's an example of a guy who does a good job with it. Petersons has a book called Inspiration and Incarnation, which is about this very topic. It's a liberal Christian interpretation of inspiration, and how that's consistent with basically the methods that we know through historical inquiry we have for the biblical traditions. So how that's consistent with cultures borrowing concepts from earlier texts, and cultures being communicating concepts in terms of their time and place in history. Now, obviously, you can still levy criticisms against that stuff. You can say, is the conjunction of all these things a sufficient explanation such that it's unclear what God is doing? Is there's a conversation to be had, but I think that the point is that there are ways of doing it that are much better than what Peterson's doing here. And I don't think he's aware of like the having a reasonable, sensible discussion according to the norms of reason about models of inspiration or something. He just wants to be like, he just wants to have his cake and eat it, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's fair. So then we get to the connection back to Cain and Abel, I think, which is, I get the feeling that, oh, hang on, I've lost the page.
130, or are you on a different page?
Just while I find, oh yeah, here we go. So on page 132. So this is linking back what we were talking about with regard to arrogance and conflict between siblings with the Cain and Abel story. So here he says, and this is what feels like he really wants to say in this section: the resentful, then murderous, then genocidal Jacobins who first planned the French Revolution and then took it. They didn't first plan it. Never mind. The French Revolution then took it over completely, were the spiritual descendants of Cain. Karl Marx is Cain to the core, construing society as nothing but a battleground of power, assuming that any qualitative judgment regarding the value of comparative sacrifice is a game rigged by the victors. He goes on complaining about, interesting. He says the modern meta-Marxists, that's a new one. The postmodern power players have, as it were, metastasized Marx, but more deeply the spirit of Cain, extending the diagnosis of corrupted power to every possible categorization by group that can be applied to man and women. So I think the idea here is that Cain complained that the sacrifice that God demanded of them, of him and his brother, was somehow unfair. And
too much detail. Too much. It's Cain complained. Marx complained. Yeah.
Well, he mentioned about the system being rigged or something, and also, but I think the idea is that Cain complained that it was rigged or unfair, but really he was just jealous of his brother, and so it was based on antipathy of jealousy, right? And so I think that then Peterson thinks, well, that's what underpinned the Jacobins and Karl Marx. That's why they came to the core, right? Is because they said that the system was unfair, but really they were just jealous
of God.
Of
the others,
everything.
Yeah, but that is rebellion against God.
Yeah. All success, according to such accounts, takes place in a landscape of misery characterized by intrinsically scarce and limited resources. Blah blah blah. Battlegrounds of tyrant and slave.
But even like the framing here of like, scarce and limited resources, like, is that always anthropologically true? Like, you can look at human societies where there have been enough resources, so it's not like a zero sum get. Like,
well, that's what Peterson is going to say, right?
Oh,
he's saying that the Cains to the core say that resources are always limited, so it's a power game between people in society fighting over those resources, and Peterson's going to deny that.
But I take him to be arguing against social. No, wait, hang on. So this is just wrong then in terms of its understanding of like what socialists and Marxists have to say, because they're often.
Well, is that shocking?
Well, no, but they're frequently saying that actually, it's not a zero sum game, so there can be an abundance of resources, and that sharing is a more fundamental part of human nature than competition over scarce resources, and like that. Those are the avenues of argument that I take to be picked up by like socialists and Marxists rather than what Peterson's saying. So
yeah, well, I think that there's different threads, right? So a lot of, I mean, you don't have a lot of you don't hear a lot of unreconstructed Marxists in the discourse these days, but a lot of people on the left do talk about the distribution of wealth and income. And they talk about how much percentage different groups get. So that is treating wealth or income as if there's a fixed amount and it's distributed in certain ways. And the right often criticizes that, and I would say with some justification, as being an inaccurate portrayal. It's not like that there's a fixed amount of pizza that then gets cut up and given out to people. That's a faulty way to think about it. Now, Peterson is, I think, characterizing Marx and everyone he doesn't like as thinking in that way. And therefore as being focused on, because I guess if you think in that way, then you think, for me to get more, someone else has to get less. Therefore, it's all a power play, and I'm just going to get whatever I can. And that's how he's characterizing Marxists and the Jacobites and others, right? That's how they think about things. So yeah, I think that he's just got this sort of vague associations of things that people he doesn't like say, and he's jumbled them all up together. And to him, that feels right. Like, yeah, that's sort of what they say, right? That, wealth is fixed and it's all a power play. Even though that's not really what Marx said. There's bits of what he said in there, but it's all a bit.
And it's got nothing to do with the French Revolution.
that wasn't even really economic. Well, people were upset because of how poor they were, but anyway, So, and then he just goes on about that and how that's the imitation of Cain, the fate of the Canaanites.
And why does he argue? Is he seriously arguing the French Revolution was a bad thing as well?
Well, the Jacobins were a bad thing, I guess.
I mean, there are bad things in it for sure. Like, it's not
the
like
genocidal Jacobins. I mean, genocide, I don't think is the right term there, but also it's just not correct that Jacobins first planned the French Revolution. They came about. No one planned the French Revolution, right? They took it over at some point, and then whatever. He doesn't care.
Who cares? Who cares about history? We're talking about the Cain and Abel.
So I think that he's essentially linking the story of Cain and Abel to anti-communism, basically. Don't be like Cain, who was just jealous and thought everything was about power. Be good and work hard and make sacrifices like Abel, and give God his due, and and then you'll be good.
A McCarthyist reading of Cain and Abel.
Pretty much, pretty much. But again, it's another example of how apparently in wrestling with God, Peterson has not been confronted in any way to change his views. It's just it's basically, imagine all of the stereotypical conservative views from, he's from Canada, right? But it's probably similar in the US.
Well, he's moving to the US because people on his street don't like him in Canada anymore. So.
But the point is, imagine the stereotypical set of, conservative Christian views that would have predominated in, mid-century. Well, it turns out those are all of the correct views that you get if you wrestle with God for 500 pages. We were right all along. It's a bit sad, really.
Which is extra evidence in favor of God, really, that his chosen people would get to the right have had the right conclusions all along. Good
on
Shepherd.
page 137, where so it's the Good Shepherd now, but I don't know that he still seems to be talking about the same things.
We're confronting logos. We're confronting our logos here and now.
If society loses all respect for the integrity of the person and denigrates into a consequent nihilism or hedonism, there's that. He always says nihilism and hedonism together.
And it's the binary again, right? It's if society.
But also, they're not the same. Hedonism and nihilism are not the same.
Yeah.
And also, those are not the. Anyway.
Well, they seem striving for dominance.
Hedonism, in the philosophical sense, it actually means what's good for you. Like the good thing for you. What is morally good is for you to pursue pleasure, right? It's actually a moral statement in the philosophical. In the contemporary philosophical understanding of that. So it's not actually nihilism, which would be a contrasting view that says there is no meaning or value. But apparently to him, they're the same. Or striving for dominance, then the social contract, which he puts in quotes, will immediately become unsustainable, in a word, moot. So he's talking here again about the importance of the integrity of the person, and then contrasting that with revolution and ideological possession. And so he links that here to the Soviet Union as well. So,
it has a lot to do with it.
Yeah. So basically, the idea here seems to be that you need to respect persons to maintain the social order, and so maintaining the social order will then make sure that everything is in its proper place. And this seems to be again basically a McCarthyian idea, because critics of the social order, at least in the economic and political sense, will say that the social order is unfair and we need to fundamentally restructure society. And Peterson is going to argue against that by saying, well, you're just channeling the spirit of Cain and you want to upend the social order and destroy respect for the integrity of the person, and that will just lead to chaos, right? So we can't do that. So any critique of the current social order and why certain people have more than others is just placed in the same bucket of, you just want to destroy everything and upend the order, and that'll lead to nihilism and totalitarianism and things. So you can't have any critique on that basis, I think, because it's just going to be lumped in the same basket as the Jacobins.
This antecedent is just crazy. If the social order is not logos predicated, what does that even mean? Logos predicated social. What is well, it just means whatever Peterson tells us the social order is, right?
Whatever Peterson says that God wants the social order to be, I think.
Yeah, which is just what Peterson believes the social order
it's the same picture, yeah.
Yeah.
So if it's not that, then it will not be for the good, and certainly not the order that is very good. It might very well be hell instead.
This is great.
Hell, at least in its earthly form.
Wait, hang on. Argument needed for this. Like it will not be the order that is. Maybe it won't be as good as the logos predicated social order. Can it be good in some ways? Like,
he seems to be skeptical about that. So I think this harkens back to the idea of those technologists who want to use technology to improve things. He's like, well, in principle, technology can be good, but he seems to be deeply skeptical. Likewise here, if the social order is not logos predicated, then it's probably going to be hell on earth.
I know, it's just the fact that this is so like, all you've got to do is look at the countries that exist at the minute, right? Like you can look at the US, you can look at California. Like California is a state in the US. It has like a GDP that's like bigger than the EU or something, and is like super liberal and secular. You can look at like Norway. You can look at countries that are more religious, less religious, have more socialist policies, more free market type policies, and there's some good things in all of them, right? Like as you look at different countries, you're like, oh, they've got a good healthcare system, they've got really good roads, their schools are good. It's just not true that like it's really clear that there's like hellish countries and heavenly countries, and that they follow.
Yeah, okay, but people, so conservatives like Trumpists in America, they say things like Obama ruined America, or more recently Biden ruined America, or like he destroyed the country.
Well, yeah, but that's because he was black.
Well, yeah, but there's still a question about the mechanism, right?
Yeah,
so, in other words, it seems to me that under Bush or Obama or Biden or Trump, maybe, well, less so recently under Trump, but broadly speaking, even so, at least so far, a lot of things in America haven't actually changed that much, right? Like fundamentally.
Yeah.
Obviously, there are some differences, right? I don't want to diminish those, but it's still like one of the richest countries on earth. It still has very high rates of education. Most people have health insurance, though there's problems there. Like, you can go through the list and what exactly is it, how is it ruined? Like, you can focus on the problems and the things you don't like, but to go to the extreme to say like he destroyed America, he ruined the country. Like, do you know anything about Somalia or Afghanistan or Haiti? Like that is what I would say maybe a ruined country looks like. And of course, even there, there's like good things and you can still potentially live a good life there. I don't want to say it's horrible for everyone there, but like those are, you could, if you put countries in like baskets of like maybe better countries to live in and worse countries to live in for your average person, like America just didn't somehow go from near the top to near the bottom under Obama or Biden. Like you just have to be completely delusional to think that. Yeah, and it just seems to be this disconnect where people just go about living their lives normally and like driving big cars and living in big houses. Like not everyone, but a lot of people in America do live quite well, right? Especially, and a lot of Trump voters as well. And then somehow like Obama ruined America, but they're just doing everything they previously did and living a generally quite good standard of living.
Yeah, it's because they've forgotten about God.
I don't get it. How does this? And this seems to be the kind of idea that Peterson's appealing to. Like, oh, well, if it's not logos predicated, then it'll just go to hell in a handbasket.
Well, so they're benefiting from Christian culture materially, but in their individual lives, they suffer because they haven't wrestled with God enough individually. And this is where the collective and the whole comes together in Petersonian theology.
Yeah, but he seems to be here specifically talking about the social order, not at the individual level. Which is interesting because at least through the parts of the book that I've read about, he doesn't actually say much of anything about the individual.
The point I'm making,
moral situation.
The point I'm trying to make, level. Well, this is the point I'm trying to make is that because he actually says both, and there's no real consistency or like clarity about the connections and things, and he's so ambiguous with the theological language and stuff. Is that however you try and criticize, it's like whack-a-mole, right? Like you criticize him about what he's saying about society, he'll just move to a claim about the individual. You criticize him what he's saying about the individual and their psychology, he'll move to a claim about like the general social order or something. So it's just impossible to nail him down to making any actual commitments.
So then after that, he complains about hedonism, and although I'm not really inclined to defend hedonism, I think he also doesn't really give that a fair shake. Because like a lot of people, they seem to think that hedonism is like just a drug addict. Just doing everything that seems like it's the least effort, highest gratification thing at that exact instant, which isn't what hedonism is.
Might be like, oh, it feels really good to help the homeless, so that's why that's good. Or
Yeah, or I mean, there's lots of things that hedonism is about maximizing your pleasure, and actually a lot of that is about thinking about the future, which is what he wants us to do. But he contrasts that with hedonism. So I suppose you could say, well, he means hedonism in a different way. Well, then what exactly? Who is advocating for the version of hedonism that he that he's saying? Maybe no one does, but they don't realize it because that's what will happen to society. But what society looks like that? Has there been a society that's looked like that?
I think maybe what he's talking about is like if you just go out to like a city center and you see people sort of having fun in an unreflective way, like smoking, drinking alcohol and stuff, that makes him feel icky. So therefore, they must all be nihilists who don't believe in God.
Well, I can relate to that because I hate seeing people have fun as well, but that's just a personality trait, right?
I'm not trying to do all the political and metaphysical thing about like not enjoying the loud noises and vaping and stuff.
Yeah, no, I'm just a grumpy old man, right? I just don't like people having fun. But you know, I don't I don't link that to the logos predicate, right? That's just me. That's the difference.
Yeah.
All right. If you like, I think we can go to the Luciferian engineers.
Yes,
I think that's
finally, Luciferian engineers. Right.
Yeah,
that's
what we've been waiting for.
All of this. Maybe this is our problem, is that in all of these pages is where the useful argumentation takes place.
That'd be funny, actually, if like it actually is really well tightly argued in the section we skipped. But I kind of doubt that.
God as the call to prepare. Oh, giants in the land. That was. I did want to see what he says about giants. Oh, yeah, so he is. The Nephilim, these giants have been considered honorable robbers, lawless gallants, mighty men, unique in size, even fallen angels. The simplest explanation, anthropologically and physiologically, is that what is remembered across time is not so much the specific empirical details of a given life, no matter how notable, but the abstracted pattern of what is notable in general about life. In collective memory, why does he not even consider fiction to be a good explanation here? That's so the efforts of the ancient Romans to deify their emperor. Yeah, but they didn't say like they're 12 foot tall.
The Romans also didn't deify their emperors while they were alive, at least not in the Principate. I think they started to do that later on.
I guess maybe that
was more of a title, I think.
Maybe that would fit with what Peterson's saying, right? Like, because people later on said, because the collective memory, they made them deities, or when they made them Nephilim or something. But I don't know. I think
that wasn't anything about that. It was a political act that was supposed to help, stabilize the regime before.
Yeah.
But I think that they even kept those titles when they were. Yeah. Anyway, it's a bit confusing.
I think this is where Peterson will have his cake and eat it too, though, because he'll be like, well, so yeah, I'm like giving, I'm doing anthropology, but I'm not. But the real reason why he's going with an anthropological explanation here is because the people he's talking to are like young Earth creationists who think there were actual giants, and so they think they've got like bone findings and things of these people, and so then they're telling Peterson about how to do Bible studies, and Peterson's like, yeah, we need to use the anthropology. Whereas if you actually engage with like historical biblical criticism, you don't end up with like there being a race of people that the Nephilim refers to or something.
Oh, I'm shocked that that's not an actual archaeological finding.
Yeah. So obviously none of this is my area, so I'm sure I can have like, Dr. Josh or Dr. Kip on or something if they take issue with what I'm saying. Do I want to talk? Yeah. I want to see if there's anything about the drowning. You are acting on a spirit that possesses you. It's just rambling nonsense. Oh yeah, the Tower of Babel. The Tower of Babel kind of gets into some of the Luciferian themes, because for Peterson, the Tower of Babel is like man's attempt to build a really tall structure, and obviously that is like evil because if God wanted us to have a really tall structure, He would have built one for us. So it's kind of like a rebellious act to build a tall structure. And so then he scrambles our languages. So let's see. The Bible's first builders of cities, fabricators of musical instruments and weapons of war, the individuals who pursue technical solutions, are significantly the children of Cain, the evil.
Yeah, we know about him.
We read this directly in the text. So that it must be true. And it is true thematically insofar as the pursuit of technology engaged in by these builders constitutes both a substitute for proper ethical striving and a form of the worship of... What? So is Peterson saying it's evil to build stuff?
I think it's evil to build stuff when that's a result of hubris and arrogant ambition.
But
and as to when does it count as that? Well, whenever he doesn't like it, I guess. I mean,
yeah, that's what I mean.
He doesn't tell us anything else. Oh, actually, there's some interesting stuff on page 222 that I've just spotted here.
Okay, I'll just go through to it. I'm just seeing. I mean, it looks like he's talking about Marduk, ziggurats.
The ziggurats were pretty cool, to be fair.
And satanic.
We should bring back ziggurats, I think.
I mean, we've kind of got one in the British Museum, I think, but probably like a stolen colonialist one or something. I don't know much about it.
The best kind of ziggurat.
Oh yeah, we've got the gate, haven't we? We've got like the Babylonian gate here or something. You know, like the horses or whatever, the Sumerian-looking. Anyway, I'll have to.
I think that might be Assyrian. Oh, I don't know.
Yeah. Different cultures.
This paragraph is so good here. We got to look at this one. 222.
The one at the start, it is instructive in this regard to understand that Cain, who invited the Luciferian spirit to dwell within him, did he? Is also explicitly described in the biblical text as the first to build. I think my memory of what goes on in this story has also been heavily corrupted by the Noah film that came out in 2012 or whatever with Russell Crowe. In addition to being the forerunner of those who made various technological artifacts, including tents are evil, musical instruments, and
only when built with the Luciferian spirit.
Okay, yeah. So arcs aren't evil because they're built with God's Christ spirit, proto-Christ spirit, I should say. Sorry for my imprecision in the science of theology. It is thus that the engineers in general and the builders of the Tower of Babel more specifically are portrayed as Cain's spiritual descendants, taking pride in their creations and their mastery of the physical world, ignoring the spiritual hierarchy and the divinely ordained limit. So he wants basically what this is it's saying he wants Google engineers in Silicon Valley to be like techno monks or something, right? Like they've got to be like praying and
it's entirely unclear. So he says the problem is that they're building things
in the wrong
taking pride in their creations and ignoring the spiritual hierarchy and the divinely ordained limitations. He doesn't really say what those limitations are or what the hierarchy has to do with
the Tower of Babel. Yeah, because naturally people maybe have different men are men and women are women, and there was like a transgender health clinic in the Tower of Babel, and so
that might explain a lot, actually.
Yeah,
it just seems like it's a license for him to reject any technological, scientific, or like engineering, really any aspect of human creativity or ingenuity that he doesn't like, because he can just say, well, that's the spirit of it's the spirit of Cain. It's Luciferian. It's not paying attention to divinely ordained limitations. Like, what's the constraint of that? He doesn't explain what that actually means.
So how about this then? Catching the body of a rocket in noodle arms like this, is that serving the purpose of expanding human knowledge, or is that vanity because it looks cool? What is that? You know?
I don't have an answer. It'd be interesting if Peterson were to tell us, but we just get these sort of platitudes. But let's continue. There's more juice in the rest of this section here.
This disregard for the higher divine order inevitably produces a consequential disarray and chaos. Well, it's not. No, hang on. Building the Tower of Babel doesn't lead to disarray. God deciding he doesn't like the Tower of Babel and collapsing it leads to disorder and dividing people's languages.
It seems like he got a bit jelly that humans were getting a bit uppity, and he's like, well, screw you, I'm going to confuse your languages.
And even my understanding of what's going on here is like, this is a parable for like big ziggurat building. Like there was some culture that was like building a bigger ziggurat. And so like people destroyed it. And then they told a story about like, actually our destruction of that was God being unhappy with.
Well, those sorts of temples did consume a lot of resources, and a lot of people, I think, were well, let's say making a contribution wasn't optional. So, there's something to be said about that. But I don't know that actually has anything to do with Peterson's critique.
Well, it's also not optional in the New Testament, remember, because the people who hold back the tithe, God decides to kill still. The meaning of the story produced when the Tower of Babel collapses, the meaning of the story extends beyond its traditional and reductive understanding as a primitive theory about the origin of diverse tongues. The arrogant belief in the power of technology, and more deeply the presumption that the technical intellect can and should rule even over divinity, corrupts the entirety of psyche and states so completely that words themselves in such a state lose their meaning, a meaning that only exists if it is shared, that only exists in relationship to a universal point of reference. So I guess he's saying here, okay, here's what the Tower of Babel story means. People got really good at building a tall tower, but there's some kind of natural law when people do this sort of thing that means that their efforts collapse and their original goals are completely undone by this natural law. And this is something that actually happened in history. And when it did, these people used the metaphor of God to encapsulate the wisdom of that thing happening. And this happens all the time across time.
Well, you haven't gone the full way through, because it's not just that when humanity reaches too far, when we get out of our place that we're rightfully put in by striving of our intellect and technological capacities. Interestingly, it seems that we're just using the capabilities that God gave us, but apparently that's the wrong way to use them. Not only will that fail and it will be destroyed, right, but also it results in a loss of understanding of itself. Words lose their meaning. And if you look into the next paragraph, second sentence, this is exactly what is happening in our society now. A society increasingly unable to agree on the meaning of the most fundamental reference, the words man and woman foremost among them. So basically, if you rely too much on technology, eventually even basic words like man and woman will just cease to have their meaning, or people will misunderstand their meaning.
Yeah. Those basic words which existed for the Sumerians in English.
You probably didn't know that oh, wait, hang on. He even says this explicitly here. The next page. Eternally lurking potential catastrophe of the Tower of Babel is an indication of the pathology of intellect and its striving per se.
Oh, hang on. He's invoked Wittgenstein.
It is not an idiot invitation to a thoughtlessly and reactionary ludditism.
This isn't what Wittgenstein said. Wittgenstein didn't say... Wittgenstein's point wasn't languages are like tools, like pieces of a chessboard, like pieces, like a game of chess where we play the game according to rules. And what is he saying? We can't play the game if the rules change. That's not what he just said. We play a different game. Like, that's not what.
Okay, I think we get some more clarity in the next paragraph down about the presumptuous totalitarian catastrophe. So when is it bad, right? So, okay, so the development of civilization, intellect, and technology, progress, is not therefore to be regarded as inherently sinful or evil. Okay, so it's not always bad. So when is it bad? Well, he's going to tell us. It becomes so only when it is held to be the supreme path forward, or worse, when the offering of that pathway is made in a manner that falsely elevates the perceived status of those making the offer. This is the attempt by the engineer or the builder to be worshipped as the engine of creative progression itself in attempt to impress and dominate, and when such attempts fail, to seek the revenge of unjustly spurned. So back to Cain again. So it's about being prideful and usurping the throne of God himself.
Like for example, if someone spent billions on a social media site in order to try and get people to love them, and then
yeah, I think that would count. That sounds like it's all driven by vanity and desire for praise, or spent benefiting other people.
Or spent billions on a super PAC to try and get a president elected to try and steal the love of the people for their cult figure for them. Would that also be an example of this? Or it just seems inconsistent with what Peterson actually believes about individuals. It doesn't seem to follow through.
Oh, on the next page, he's talking about the whore of Babylon. Oh, and he's drawing it to the gender stuff. Oh man, there's so much juicy stuff here. Might have to do a whole other session on this. There's just so much.
I told you this chapter would be the good one. Herself. I mean, at least he's progressing to using female pronouns.
Well, for the whore of Babylon.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's putting some negative connotations in there, but
Oh,
at least he brought
the
himself
whore of Babylon. Sorry, the whore of Babylon is the spirit that makes herself present, even worshipped. When women employ the power of sexual seductiveness as a tool of manipulation and advance for the purpose of immediate hedonistic self-gratification.
Oh yeah, it's not men doing that, exploiting women.
I'm immediately reminded of that clip where he says that when women wear lipstick, they're making their lips appear more that the blood flow is increased, which is what happens during sexual arousal. And it's like, well, that's why they do it. I'm not saying they
evolutionarily, which was evolutionarily selected for.
Immediately think of that. Again, this is like the classic, all of these conservative tropes, like, oh, women getting all dolled up, you know, that's the whore of Babylon. That will lead to the downfall of civilization.
It's like the worst prejudice. It's like someone's worst intrusive thoughts, but then like put forward as a science.
Oh, more good stuff. The next page. This is more likely to occur, of course, when the male community has abandoned its responsibility, not least to abide by the sacred dictates of monogamy, to substitute for that carnal pleasure and worship of the power, blah, blah, blah. So, you know, talking about monogamy, traditional values there. This is not to understate the complicity of women, the temptation to flaunt and profit by what is attractive, regardless of the consequences.
She's asking for it by dressing that way.
He do get some of those vibes. I think he'd say they're both at fault. Let's be fair. They're both at fault.
Yeah. This is
feminine proclivity to trade sex for desired resources or to avoid the productive and generative responsibility for marriage. So
this is where you get like the incel Evo psych stuff, which is like, you know,
coming out here,
where it's like, you know, women doing anything is because they're like trying to gather resources for high quality semen to raise offspring or something. Like women don't have reasons to act other than to acquire resources to fertilize their eggs with the best sperm. And
actually, so what I read here is that's only bad if it's done in combination with avoiding the productive and generative responsibility of marriage and motherhood. So it's good if she's doing that to help provide resources for her children, but if she's just doing it for herself, then that's bad.
Yeah. Because women, of course, shouldn't think about themselves. They only exist. They only have worth by virtue of
what is a woman without a child.
Yeah. Well, it could be anything. It could have a penis. It could be a trans person. You know, if you take away a woman's function to reproduce, well, then where would we be? We'd have to say that trans people might be humans and that maybe they have values we should respect. You know, maybe they have desires and goals we should respect based on who they are rather than what they can do for us. Don't ask not what can a womanhood do for me. Ask what a woman can do for me.
Oh, he says it again. The understanding of femininity as relational, understanding of women as inseparable in some fundamental sense from infant and
as objects for men's use
is a crucial element of a functional society.
Yeah,
he's just literally saying, like women without a child is basically like pointless or contradictory or some combination of those. Does this mean that single woman is a category of the undesirable? No more and no less than single man. Yes, but remember that women and men have different roles in the marriage. Essentially, man does all of the status-deriving things and interaction with society, and
things he enjoys. Status-deriving things and things he enjoys.
So, it's true that he thinks that men should also be in a marriage, but when you consider the differing roles, you know, one is giving up a little bit more than the other. Shall we say? By the way, I don't want to come across as saying that there's anything wrong with, you know, caring responsibility. That is important, but it's just that the way he's expressing it as that is essentially the definitive and defining. That's what's different about that. He's not saying that men and women should both come together to equally contribute to bringing up offspring. He's saying, well, no, that's what a woman is. Like, what's a woman without a child? You know, that's her job, and a man does all the other things.
I just love that this sentence kind of came out of him. Femininity only in terms of the undeniable raw sexual power of women. Jesus, Jordan. Go and take care of yourself, man. Have a cold shower.
Now, this will be another one where I'd like to have the editor's commentary on this. Like,
well, this is like
he's not shaking when he's.
Is Jordan wrestling with God or his own horniness? Like,
you just have this big paragraph after that that's just like redacted. It's like, we couldn't publish this. What he said.
He's like, sexual power. I see women and I just want to be with them sexually, but how can I cope with these feelings? God doesn't. It is a battle with Satan. You harlot, depart. Like, there's just a woman existing, and he's like, you harlot, depart from me.
Be gone. What?
It's like the mythical story of Aquinas, where like his brothers tried to stop him becoming a monk.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And then they brought like a prostitute to him, and then he pulled a fiery stick out of the fireplace, drove the harlot out of the room, and drew a cross on the door with the charcoal. Oh God.
Yeah, this is fascinating stuff. But yeah, it's again, to draw it back, this was supposed to be what the ostensive purpose of this chapter is, to tell us about the story of the Tower of Babel and how it relates to our contemporary world, like how that helps us to understand ourselves and our relationship to God or whatever. And what do we get from it? It degenerates into this sort of deranged rant about technology, which is sometimes bad when you don't do it in the right way, but
good when Elon Musk does it.
Yeah. And then also, women should be looking after the children. Am I right? And like also, but when they like doll themselves up and, use their sexual seductiveness, that's when things really fall apart.
No, doll yourself up for Christ, which is me. Something. Yeah.
Oh, and he's going on about pornography here as well.
Well, we get a paragraph on what all things considered means, which is interesting.
Yeah, he doesn't like pornography. Some 25% of the total web traffic involves the dissemination of pornographic material.
It's because he's
personally verified that statistic.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, no, he's been saying this for years, actually. Yeah, I don't know where he got that from.
Oh, there's a reference there, but I can't be bothered checking that.
Yeah, but he said, do you remember?
Look at this. It was the possibility of broad access to pornographic material that was even one of the driving factors for both the development and widespread instantaneous and enthusiastic adoption of the World Wide Web. What is his reference for that?
Yeah. Well, I think I can help you here. Let me... So I have a source.
There's just some journal, like some newspaper articles.
No. There's more to it. He's been thinking about this a while.
Wicked Thoughts. There's a great book called A Billion Wicked Thoughts. It was written by Google engineers. There's a book called A Billion Wicked Thoughts that the Google engineers wrote. Oh. Yeah, and Google engineers make great psychologists because they're too stupid to be politically correct. It was written by Google engineers, and so it contains great psychology because Google engineers don't care about political correctness. Billion Wicked Thoughts that Google engineers had put together by analyzing patterns of pornography use. It's like, this is just what happened because they're engineers.
Right. They're nerds.
Yeah. So they just think, this is what the data shows. You got a problem with that? How would anyone have a problem with that? Because they're engineers, right? So there's 5 male categories that are hyper attractive on the pornographic front to women: surgeons, pirates, vampires, billionaires, and unfortunately, I can't remember the other one. Pirate, vampire, surgeon, billionaire. I can never remember the 5th. Vampires, werewolves, pirates, surgeons, and billionaires. Hey, that's right, man. So, I can't help this.
Yeah.
There does seem to be something about the vampires, though, that...
Oh yeah.
I don't know what all the anyway.
But this is what like Peterson and the engineers and the porn and the what's going like and the Whore of Babylon. I think he had a bad experience, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe one search too far.
Yeah. So it's just going on more about this. It's pretty much the same stuff. It's like women's sexual expression is bad unless it's for the purpose of procreation. And he sort of says, it's like, he says the same thing about men as well, but it's like there's 3 paragraphs saying how it's bad for women's sexual expression to be not procreative. And then at the end of it's like, oh yeah, and it's the same for men too. So
boys will be boys, but come on, lads. Settle down with a wife.
Get your act together. Come on. But that whore of Babylon, am I right?
Yeah, it's like women being the whore of Babylon and tempting men. And look, guys, I know, come on, they're hot and everything, but come on, get it together.
Yeah, it's so predictable. It's almost funny. Well, it is funny.
Harlotry per se. Harlotry qua harlotry.
The essence of harlotry.
I don't think he's learnt the word qua yet, so he can't sort of inject that into his sentences randomly.
I'm just seeing if there's any more juicy stuff. Oh, geez, we've got more media references. Dystopian movies. Big long list of them.
Nice.
Why is he talking about this? Brave
I
New
bet he
World?
loves American Psycho. Oh, he likes Brave New World, yeah. I guess it's because it's dystopian, and there's a bit of eugenics in it, so he probably likes the eugenics.
Well, it sort of presents a hedonistic notion of society, or at least the sense he would regard it, hedonistic and totalitarian, and so he would like that. I mean, I think it is an interesting book, but also weaves in themes of the corrupt feminine. The sexual attitudes in Huxley's future dystopia are so lax that objection to casual promiscuity has become socially unacceptable.
I thought that was it depends on the class that you're in or something, doesn't it? Isn't the idea?
Oh, it's been a while. Yeah, I think. Don't they produce really bad pornography to keep? Oh, was that? Or am I confusing that with 1984?
No. I think it's like the people who aren't the genetically pure bred ones, or whatever. They're like they just want to like breed with each other and spread their bad genes or something, and so they try and manipulate them in some ways to disincentivize that. I can't really remember, to be honest.
I don't really know how that's connected to the Fall of Babylon, but
I don't think it's what Peterson is saying quite though. I don't.
I think, resentful, fratricidal impulse of Cain expands to include the whole world. The Luciferian impulse manifests in the city of Babylon, dooms itself and all those who welcomed it to damnation and destruction. He's just being a doom and gloomer now at this point.
Do they, or did they just like not have a strong enough army, or was their economy bad, or like agriculture? Like, are there any other causes of the fall of Babylon?
No. It was because they embraced the Luciferian impulse.
It's because they gave women too many rights. Yeah. God put them in their place.
Well, look at what happened. When did women get the vote in the UK? Right, it was 1919, if I remember correctly, or maybe it was 1920. And then they had all of the consistent troubles throughout the 20s and 30s, and then I think that they in 1930 they equalized the age between men and women. And then World War II, and then the empire goes, right?
I agree. Bloody hell. It all makes sense.
Yeah.
If only our engineers had prayed more.
We've got Skynet, Republic of China.
Oh, yeah. Because this is where... Do you remember the thing he shared about, like, the Chinese semen milking?
I do not remember that.
Like he tweeted, someone put like a parody tweet out saying like, bloody hell, look what they're doing in communist China. And it was from like a fetish porn video. Of, like,
well, he's got to check that statistic about the 25%, right? You've got to check that that's accurate.
But then
a lot of research required there.
But Peterson quote tweeted that tweet, like saying, like the Luciferian horrors of communism on full display or something like that. So I'll see. I think it's in the original.
This is so stream of consciousness. I'm just looking through at all the references he was talking about. Faust, Frankenstein, Brave New World, 1984, a bunch of dystopian films, including Terminator. And then it's communist China, Sauron, mutually assured destruction, Arbeit
Sauron's kind of like saying Arbeit macht frei, just like Nazi
something wicked this way comes, Batman, the Joker, musical cabaret, Nazis,
it's like a bad dream.
The Simpsons, worst comic ever. Reference to comic book guy for some reason, the death of Stalin.
Well,
I don't think there's any connection between these. It's just things that he's thinking of when he's writing about the fall of society or something.
I think he's thought about these things a while. Where's the Bad Apologetics special on Peterson?
How can anyone think this guy's like profound? It's just the most ridiculous brain. What is it? Drawing associations and referencing things that about Suicide Squad, right? About the Soviet Union, right?
So what I'm looking at is I don't know if you remember our original Peterson episode that we did years ago, where I put a bunch of.
I tried to forget.
So there was like, he's obviously commenting on blah 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 DEI blah blah blah. But I'm trying to see if I can find like the tweet about the dick milking thing. Let me see. Peterson, what was it? Retweet.
Careful what you search for, my man.
Yeah. Was it this? Oh no, that account no longer exists. This one. Have we got it? Chinese fertility factory. Oh God, someone's not. Yes, I found it finally.
Yeah.
But where is it? Oh, this one. So here we go. This is the techno Luciferian nightmare. What's going on in China? 3 children policy. And then he says, such fun in unbelievable techno nightmare CCCP hell.
But I can't even tell what's happening in this image. It's impossible.
Well, something is happening. I don't know.
Well, thank you for sharing that. I don't know what I'm supposed to take out of that.
Well, just this is where, I mean...
But it seems that he's just, again, more associations like techno, dystopia, CCP. It just goes together. So,
I think he's like, it's like, maybe he's got like PTSD from thinking about some of these things. And he's just like, having a sort of like, it's like one continuous manic episode or something.
All right. Well, I got through that section. I think we should probably skip through to the Luciferian engineers before we find more Whores of Babylon or
there's some Batman. Yeah. Oh yeah. Here's what you Batman, Suicide Squad, the Joker. He really doesn't He doesn't like it. Stephen King's It Pennywise. Like I think he's scared of Pennywise.
It is pretty weird.
I mean, I agree it's weird, but then I think what happens I think like this is where I say maybe he's got like some PTSD or something, because like when he looks at Pennywise, he's like, Satan, like he gets like
spooked. Oh well, clearly the spirit of Cain.
Yeah.
So maybe it explains why he has such strong reactions to so many things, because he's got all these associations between all these ideas and names and events, and whenever he is just one of them, it's all just like, it's not just like a carbon tax, right? It's like the spirit of Cain, which embodies, the cultural Marxists who are trying to, destroy the natural order of things, and like it's all of that stuff just immediately overwashes him, and that's why he gets so upset.
Did you see anything in God or Else? Like
no, I didn't read that one.
I think my guess is he's sort of saying, believe what I'm saying, or bad things. Probably, but I have come too soon, as he considers himself to be, the madman in the Spoke Zarathustra. Yeah, who cares?
This is just quotes. The moral of the story, once again, do not ascribe to yourself the right to question the minimal necessary preconditions for harmonious being established by what is truly transcendent, or all is lost. Yeah, it's the same thing again. Axioms. It's interesting he says don't even allow yourself to question them. Like you can't even ask.
Oh, yeah. It's like thought terminating. Yeah.
And everything will be horrible.
Yeah, don't think about it, because that would, if you did think about it, that would actually be Luciferian rationality.
If morality is relative, then Auschwitz was not evil, but only unfortunate. Same stuff.
Yeah, but also, if God has morally sufficient reasons for everything, then maybe Auschwitz was not evil as well. So who knows?
Stalin, Mao, Brothers Karamazov, French Revolution, the usual, same old. Opiate of the masses.
It's like it's like if you trained an LLM only on like newspaper clippings from the McCarthy era.
Yeah.
Like Mao, Pol Pot, communism, Satan.
Oh, here's that quote. You're right. If we accept the proposition there is no real down, no real hell, no real and final moral transgression, then we also accept the proposition there's no real up, no real heaven, no real goal, no hope.
Yeah.
Again, no justification for any of these claims either. It's just obvious. So you don't.
If there's no hell, how can anything be good?
Yes, clearly, if there's no hell or heaven, then therefore Auschwitz was just like fine.
Or neutral at work.
Well, he says unfortunate actually, which is interesting because that seems to be making an objective moral claim. But whatever.
This is like the same thing that precepts do, like when they just obscure all the details. They're like, if my brain is just like a tornado with
chemicals fizzing,
then how is Auschwitz bad? How is Auschwitz not just one thing bumping into another? Like that's just more chemicals fizzing, right? And it's like, yeah, sure, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, the call to adventure. I think this is where we're going to get back to some of this Joseph Campbell storytelling stuff. Abram is deemed identical with the innate proclivity of a baby to take his or her first steps. I mean, that's a bit, I don't think that is true. Abram is deemed identical by me to be like a baby's first steps, but I've not got that from the Bible. Occam's razor. It is much simpler to presume, much more in keeping with the use of Occam's razor, scientifically, even evolutionarily speaking, that our natural or implicit way of being and becoming is one that unites us with our environment, social and natural, in the most, like, this is like saying, do you prefer cookies that are like kind of baked so they're a bit hard, or they're kind of like a bit soft? Well, the best way to eat your cookies is when they're a bit soft. And if you disagree, the best way to make sense of that is to use logical argument and Occam's razor and evolutionary reasoning and science and maths, which tell us that soft baked cookies are the best. Just none of that was done. It's like the use mention distinction. You didn't use evolution to figure that out. You just mentioned evolution and like said that's like good enough.
I think often when he does that, he just thinks that the connection's obvious, and so he doesn't have to explain it.
Yeah.
That's my best guess.
Yeah.
I haven't read this chapter, so I don't have anything to bring to the table here. Can have a quick scan through.
Worries. The wind bloweth where it listeth, and
we've got
thereof.
We've got denial of instinctual self-gratification. We've already heard about that.
Yeah,
I feel like he repeats himself a lot. So.
Oh yeah. Absolutely.
Canaanites again. Children of Cain. Yeah. I wonder how many times Cain appears in the book.
Resentment. Like, this is a troubled man. He needs so much help. Like, he's just constantly ruminating with these feelings and like crazy thoughts.
Spirit of Cain or Babylon.
Well, that's what I mean. He's like locked. He's locked away in his. In his room as well. He's got these. Native American, like Canadian totem poles and like spirit figures, and he's also got Soviet propaganda posters.
I did know that. Yes.
Yeah, so he's locked away in his room with these Soviet propaganda posters and like totem poles looking at him with their like monstrous faces, like Spirit of Cain, resentment, Satan, Lucifer, engineers, porn. Don't watch the porn.
And then, yeah, so he gets up out of bed every day and sees those posters. He walks over to the closet, opens it, and then it's just like that horrible jacket staring back at him. And then he goes to eat breakfast, and it's just this, just this steak that's just, just marinating in this gross
500 grams of beef.
Yeah. Like, no wonder he's so miserable.
Yeah. It's like a crazy maddening, and then he takes a benzo and like, it's just maddening. Oh my God. This is not a model for how anyone should live their life. Like, this is awful, horrifying, in fact. Ah, God. Yeah, no wonder he needs God. His life is miserable.
Yeah, the polity that Cain's descendants established was not founded on divine logos or covenant with God, but on resentment, pride, deceit, and desire to usurp. I wonder if he thinks that it would be interesting to ask him about the mandate of heaven in China, because it seems that that's just an example of a civilization that just had no contact with any of these ideas until very recently. So, like, would he say the mandate of heaven was actually a covenant with God? Like,
probably
was that actually? Yeah, he probably would actually, which would be interesting. I wonder what his Christian friends would think about that, but I don't know. I like to think about
like so the idea is like you'd push him towards a kind of perennialism or something, but then that would alienate the evangelicals who support his view even more or something like that. Yeah, and I do think that's a feature of his work, right? Because he wants to talk about how the religious commitments he cares about are exemplifications of like universals in human psychology. But he isn't actually pluralistic in his approach to religion at all.
Exactly. So there's a huge tension there.
Okay, he's talking about you were privileged and sheltered, at least to some degree, as a child, as my sisters, as well all had to be, lest we curl up and die. Like, what the hell? Like, it's this binary again between the only options are like excessive coddling or curl up and die like the woodlouse you are, like the pill bug you are. Okay, man, you need some help.
Oh my goodness, how many questions does he ask here? 1, 2, 3, 4,
Why?
5, 6, 7 questions in a row. I hate that writing style. It's so annoying.
It feels like here Peterson just needs, that scene in Good Will Hunting where
I haven't seen it.
Who's the actor who plays Mrs. Doubtfire? The Robin Williams.
Yeah.
Where he goes like, "It's not your fault," and then he's like, "Stop screwing with me, man," and he's like, "It's not your fault," and he's like, "I know what you're trying to do," and he just keeps going, "It's not your fault. It's not," and then he like breaks down crying, like it's just like Peterson needs like that, like just someone to put their hand on his shoulder. It's not your fault, Jordan. It's not your fault.
It's the spirit of Cain.
Oh God. And then he's like, hang on, he ends this line of questioning trying to make a reference to the hard problem of consciousness. These are truly hard questions of consciousness. Like it's like he's both like done this weird dialectical thing where he's just raised a bunch of questions, and then he thinks he's talking about the hard problem of consciousness, and he knows that's the thing. Like he's heard people say the hard problem of consciousness. So he's like, mention the hard problem of consciousness, you'll sound smart. But it's not that. The hard problem of consciousness is not, did you father nations? Which comes in the series of
But maybe that's what it all comes back to, Is it in the spirit of the logos or not? That's what all problems are.
The predicate, what are you talking about? The spirit of the logos or the predicate logos here? Because
well, it's all the same, right?
Or are they? Are they different? It depends whether we want to follow Cain into the multiplicity of being or the unity.
Yeah, true.
Everything just dissolves into like nonsense word association and waxing lyrical. Blah blah blah. I'm amazed he doesn't like make any reference to the lyrics of Californication by Red Hot Chili Peppers in any case. The sun may rise in the east, at least it settles in a fine location. Like that would go quite well with some of what he's saying.
So on page 290, there's an interesting little.
I've gone past a
Let
little
me
bit.
have a quick look at this. The devil at the crossroads is this.
Oh.
Abram stays in the vicinity of Bethel, yet again wavering. No, sorry, not wavering.
Wait,
renewing his covenant with God, who repeats and extends his previous promise. Why is it that promise extended? It is something in keeping with the so-called Pareto or power distribution. What? In keeping with the so-called Matthew principle. Well,
he loves the Pareto distribution.
The principle that governs the inevitability and radically unequal distribution that characterizes much of the provisioning of the world.
Yeah, so his natural hierarchy thing is like rich people have money because Pareto distribution is like a law of nature.
Yeah, that's literally what he said here.
Yeah.
And so success breeds success, and as it so often does, and Abram's faith is rewarded. I'm going to skip the quote there.
As God says, to those who have everything, more will be given.
Yeah, exactly.
Therefore, billionaires.
Well, look at the next paragraph. Abundance is dependent on truly courageous moral action, on genuine faith and forthrightness. This is forever the deepest of truths. The opposite is also true. Satan himself eternally stands at every crossroads, as noted previously. As a crossroads is a decision point, as is a parting of ways. Those who genuinely choose up at such moments head up, God willing, while those who choose down head down. In doing so, they choose the desert or the tyranny over the land of plenty. And that is what you'll see, regardless of the intrinsic fruitfulness of the land, as we shall later see. So he seems to be saying here that if you do good things, you'll be rewarded materially. And if you do bad things, well...
Yeah, it's like karma almost.
Yeah, it's a prosperity gospel, basically.
Just worlds, yeah.
And yeah, he's saying that the Pareto principle is what governs unequal distributions of in the natural and social worlds. And remember that he has the view that these that what you should do is put everything in its rightful place. So it's rightful that some people have way more than others in a material sense, right? And that appears to be God's will, according to what he's saying here. Again, and this is literally a medieval justification of the feudal system. Like, well, it's God put people in the positions in the feudal hierarchy, and that's how it's supposed to be, right? Don't argue against it. Remember what happens when you question these things? Well, all hell breaks loose and society collapses. To keep your place.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not a radical egalitarian.
Yeah, sure.
But like, this is a crazy justification of social differences.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
The other thing that's interesting that it would actually be, I'd genuinely be curious to get Peterson's like take on, that I don't think he talks about here, is he has actually made reference before to the importance of wealth inequality not becoming so bad from like a sociological perspective, because that's like a driver of violence. So he's at least aware of like some studies showing that when there's extreme wealth disparities, that like seems to cause violence, right? So I wonder how he then reconciles that. So does that mean that the natural hierarchy is naturally a violent hierarchy or something? Or
it might be that there's a natural amount of inequality, and that a society goes wrong if it goes too far in either direction.
Right. Yeah. So if it's not like his 80-20 Pareto thing, then and presumably the wealth gap we have is actually not Pareto distributed, right? Because like if you look at American wealth distribution, for example,
I don't know. I'd have to check that.
Yeah, maybe it is, but I guess
my guess would be the correct naturally ordained income distribution would probably be one that prevailed in his part of Canada when he was a child. Just a guess based on his other positions.
Right. Right. Factional war waging. Peace may well be a proper goal for those who are upward aiming and wise. Nice.
Sure.
You know, like as I'm kind of skimming through this section, I just feel like I'm opening millions of fortune cookies and like reading.
They're very long fortune cookies, though. Some of them are they're not as concise as they usually are. Yeah, we get more discussion of Cain and Abel here. Same sort of thing. Cain was jealous. He didn't pull himself up by his bootstraps. He actually says he pull on his boots, set forward to do things right.
Which part of his boots? I think not sandals. So I think as well, what I don't like about this section 6.3, life as sacrificial session, is that it builds into the way you ought to experience life, that it's like as this tragedy and like this negative experience, which I think is just like a kind of glib justification for enabling depression, basically. Because I think that that's kind of what Peterson's self-help is doing, is it's taking confused, depressed people and giving them like really bad solutions for their experiences. And now what he's doing is he's like bootstrapping people's depression into the metaphorical substrate of metaphysics.
Well, remember, life is about climbing a series of hills. So I guess it's supposed to be difficult.
Yeah, but it's not just difficult here. Like the type of sacrifice that he's talking about is like never feeling like okay, because you always have to be sacrificing. And I think that that's just like bad, because it's like it's just an enablement of depression in my interpretation of what he's saying. And I don't think you should, even if treatment outcomes for like your depression or whatever might be bad, I don't think it's a good thing to like justify them with a story of like metaphysics or something. Like maybe it would be good to think of ways of getting to slightly better places.
I'm looking at 6.4, sex and parasitism.
Oh yeah, here we go. This is going to be good.
Are you talking about how women are attracted to competence and confidence and success and all that?
Yeah, he's going to talk about how he doesn't like other men who he views as sexual rivals because he thinks they're parasites. Is it like women want to be with them because they're parasites or something, right? Or what did you say, 6.4?
Yeah.
I think I've gone past it. What page number are you on?
297.
Yeah. Back a little bit. Yeah, here we go. And this is just some like, again, bizarre Freudian like interpretation of sex.
I'm reading about high investment maters and caretakers, and then you just next paragraph, what then of women? It's like the Jewish question, it's the women question. What are we going to do about those women? Like, what are you even talking about? Conception is always somewhat miraculous and is experienced as such. It is also the case for women that the divine pathway is the best strategy, all things considered, for successful partnership and reproductive success. I don't know what he means by that. Women who retain their virtue, to use the old-fashioned terminology, and orient themselves in the direction of so-called long-term mating strategies are much more likely to be chosen as partners by men.
Which page are you on, sorry, James? Which page?
297. Just said.
No,
I lied. It's 299. I jumped to the next
okay.
one. My mistake. It must have been the spirit of Cain in me. So he's saying that virtuous women are those who men want to be with virtuous women.
Yeah, but he's like, this is what I mean, is that he
men.
relates it back to this like overly simplistic understanding of like really bad evo psych and like RK gene theory and stuff. And it's like, what the hell?
Oh, here we go. The outrage of women directed at the men by whom they feel exploited is a consequence of our foolish demands for two simultaneously impossible outcomes: full sexual freedom, although he talked before about the importance of freedom and autonomy, but I guess sexual freedom doesn't count, and complete predictability and security in the course of short-term sexual endeavors. These are impossible goals to jointly fulfill because women who make themselves easily available for short-term sexual access will inevitably fall prey to the worst sort of men. Oof. There was no escape from this conundrum. The better men who would behave in whatever manner might be deemed as proper in such situations are not going to be the men who are attracted to sequential, opportunistic one-night stands.
Hang on. What did you see this claim, James? Sex itself literally evolved to protect life against parasites.
I think what he's talking about there is the theory that sex evolved in order to have, because when the gametes combine, you get a fusion of genes from both parents, which results in more variation across generations, which I think has been hypothesized at helping to promote, what's the word I'm looking for? Resilience to, well, a range of diseases, including maybe parasites. That feels like he's maybe oversimplifying a little bit. just a tad.
Oversimplification, overstatement of the confidence, and it's the way he just states it, as if
in italics, nonetheless.
As if source 28 proves it.
I just checked the reference. It's a newspaper article from 1978. There are some other ones as well, but that's the first one.
I don't know why my bloody hyperlinks don't work. I'm trying to click on it. It does nothing.
Maybe the program you're using?
Yeah, I think it must be. I'm not in a proper PDF explorer, I guess that's probably it.
Well, you know, the Bible was the first hyperlinked book. I guess you're mocking that, so maybe that's the spirit of Cain, and that's
true. Well, yeah, but you're using technology, which is what Cain descended.
But I'm using it in the right spirit, remember, which is, you know, not being hubristic and, you know, focusing on the logos or something.
That's true. Praise be to God. Over time, this ability can pose a deadly threat to those whose resources are being consumed. Locked in an evolutionary arms race, the parasite continually attempts to modify its assault so that it becomes more efficient at overcoming the defensive mechanisms produced to forestall its advance.
Sorry, I just found the paragraph that you told me would exist.
Which one?
So 301, he's complaining about sexual promiscuity, basically. 301, he says, the long-promised sexual marketplace is therefore, instead of a utopia, far too often a place of threat to women and children. And
think of the women and children.
In addition, it is something that works against the interests of truly good men. I think I know where we're going here. Why? For starters, the relatively commonplace nature of sexual assault, the widespread prevalence of abortion.
But they are asking for it by, you know,
blah, 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 and increased tension between single men and women. It is not by chance that university campuses are both hotbeds of sexual libertinism and alcohol-fueled, and the very places increasingly...
He's got that from Stefan Molyneux. I swear to God, he's listening to Stefan Molyneux, where he's got this sexual libertinism thing from.
Sexual Hookup Culture Review.
He did talk to Stefan Molyneux as well, didn't he?
The establishment of such a secure covenant, by the way, was the purpose of marriage. The employment, idiot enabling, and even celebration of what can be so bloodstained and easily described as short-term mating strategies works across generations to destroy the trust that is vital. Yeah, so he's complaining about the men who are...
When women sleep with men other than me.
Basically, he's complaining about the Chads getting all the Stacys.
Yeah, when those whores of Babylon... This is like Elliot Rodgers' manifesto right here. This could be like, why did I shoot up the school? Those whores of Babylon. Oh, God.
The The parasitic predators are narrowly self-serving idiot hedonist strategies they both adopt and pose a moral threat to the integrity of culture and community itself. The truly parasitic predators will burn everything to the ground to gain the opportunity to fornicate in the ashes.
This is like it was created by Goebbels to like justify hatred of to justify like incel school shootings or something. It's so weird.
Oh, back to the Tower of Babel again. Communication did not allow us to implement our age-old mechanisms of defense against the psychotic narcissists.
Oh.
I was quoting Mike Tyson here. Social media made you all way too comfortable with disrespecting people and not getting punched for it, which is ironic coming from Peterson.
Yeah.
I think he's complaining that we can't shame people anymore for
I don't know, because I've seen him kind of talk about this before where you know, like when he talks about Kathy Newman. Do you remember the Kathy Newman interview?
Oh, yeah. That was fun, that one.
And he's like...
So you're saying...
So he's like, you know, these bloody leftists, they're so used to, you know, me back in my day, you would have got a punch. And this is what he says as well, because he complains about her gender, because he's like, well, obviously I can't punch her when she upsets me because she's a woman. So she's hiding behind her gender, but that's why
women shouldn't be in these
debates. Yeah, because if it was a man, we'd have to have a civil conversation because he'd know I could bloody thump him one if he treated me as badly as that whore harlot did who won't sleep with me.
That's what happens when you upset the order of nature, right? You get all these problems.
It's so insane. Oh my God. He needs like years of therapy. How you can't undo all this at this point, right? Like how do you fix this man?
He just continually complaining about the sexual.
It's a missed opportunity. In the game I did at the start, I should have got like quotes from shooter manifestos, like like Elliot Rodgers or like the Luigi manifesto or whatever. Like, fortunate in this regard, God appears to approve of sex.
Only the right type, though.
Yeah. Only no condom sex. I actually would, to be fair, given Peterson's views, he doesn't say a lot about condoms and their immorality, but he seems to actually endorse the condoms are a moral view because the purpose of sex is to bring forth offspring, not hedonism, which is nihilism.
Well, what is a woman without a child?
Yeah, without trying to produce one.
I just love that paragraph introduction. And what of women? What then of women? How do you write a sentence like that to start a paragraph and not one? They're like, what am I doing with my life? What then of women? I wondered about this because he was before talking about the importance of monogamy, but Abraham was not monogamous. So I'm wondering. True. So he talks about this. We find Sarai struggling at this point with her inability to conceive. After many years of disappointment, she encourages Abraham to take her maid Hagar as another wife. This is an accurate representation of a conundrum faced by many couples, one that often afflicts women most profoundly. In the majority of cases, particularly in later life, it is the woman who experiences infertility. I don't know if that's true, but I guess he does have the particularly in later life as an out there. As the brunt of the immediate and even later reproductive burden, blah, blah, blah. What does he have to say about the two wives, though? Oh, here we go. Preference for women with features indicating such capacity, he's obviously talking about reproductive capacity, appears cross-culturally and temporally stable.
Yeah, you don't just like people, you like their childbearing hips. That's what you really see. You don't see people for who they are with the features they have. You see people for who they would have been in a counterfactual reality on the evolutionary plains of Africa.
No. Sarai's barrenness should thus be understood as a terrible cross for her to bear, as such a fate still can be and often is in the modern world. The male equivalent might be the pain experienced by those men who appear doomed by fate to an inescapable destiny of low comparative status.
What the earth?
This is just straight out of Incel. I can't believe it. Oh. He doesn't comment on the fact that he has two wives now. I don't understand that.
I guess maybe thinking about polygamy would be a bridge too far.
Yeah, he doesn't
Even-
say anything
even-
about it. He just says, well, it sucks to be childless as a woman.
No, actually, well, maybe he's not saying that here, but I think when, you know, the thing he said before, he says it's a problem when one man gets too many women, because what about the incels? Like, who's gonna sleep with the incels? So
Well, the low status. He literally says, doomed by fate to an inescapable destiny of low comparative status.
I think Peterson is opposed to polygamy on the grounds that you want like an even distribution of mates.
Yeah, well, he mentioned it before, which is, I'm just wondering what he doesn't comment on it here.
Yeah,
I
so
guess
why does God...
unless God wants it, then it's
yeah. Because in fairness, maybe God didn't do that to stop incels from having women. In fairness to God.
Yeah, he comments here on the fact that given that the purpose of women is to have children and pretty much nothing, well, have and look after children, if for those who can't have children because of involuntary childlessness as well, that's pretty horrible for them. Anyway, moving on. He just like he doesn't have anything to say about how we should treat them or what society like what it mean, how it would feel for a person who is told that they're one role they can't do. Like, well, then what? Should we rethink that? Or no, it's just like, well, that sucks for them. Anyway, moving on.
Do you know what, like, I find, I mean, I guess it's sort of, maybe I shouldn't joke about this because it's clearly true and horrifying, is like what a manifestation of all of the things about promiscuity Peterson is saying women shouldn't be, his daughter is. Like just in terms of the way that she like uses that stuff to market the carnivore diet and her like nonsense podcast stuff, and like is on her like third husband and all that stuff. Like, I mean, not that it's fine to get divorced and have different, but I'm just saying in terms of all, like, it's clearly done some psychological damage and is like harming and doing all that stuff, right? All this nonsense.
Yeah, that's interesting. Just scrolling through the next bits now. I'm not seeing anything obviously juicy. With the angels into the abyss. Oh dear. Oh, he's talking about Lot. Ooh, what does he have to say about Lot?
Well, what does he have to say about Lot's wife? What's the salt a metaphor for? Turned into pillars of salt is what women should be when they become feminists.
We've already got a problem with desertification, though. That might make it worse.
Lot's wife gets ideas of voting, so God turns her to a pillar of salt.
I'm trying to see if he's going off onto a tangent about booking an Airbnb so that he could organize a seminar on the Book of Exodus. I don't know why he's talking about this.
No, he does this sometimes because like he'll be like mildly inconvenienced by something in his life. And then he'll be like, this is a manifestation of like all that's wrong theologically. Yeah. He'll be like, I didn't know what button to click on the Airbnb, and so this shows that why Satan is ever present in the layout of buttons for Airbnb.
It is because of the sacred importance of hospitality to the inhabitants of the Middle East that Lot acts in a manner that appears to be strange to the modern sensibility and offers his daughters to the mob. Even that offer, by the way, indicates the relationship between the hospitality that is fertile versus the inhospitability, or worse, perverse hospitality that is barren. Huh? The men of Sodom are so thoroughly committed to mayhem and destruction, however, that they reject even this offer. So I guess it was good for him to do that.
So yeah, maybe he's saying like there's not something wrong about giving up your daughters in that way, as long as they might be used for reproduction through their raping or something.
Well, I don't know how else you read what he says there about fertile versus barren. Like, what the hell does that mean?
Unless he probably means it metaphorically, to be fair.
Yeah,
metaphorical
sure,
fertility. Their metaphorical fertility, which is a metaphor for their reproduction.
Were the daughters metaphorical as well? Like, I don't think they were supposed to be.
Wait, which page are you on? Where?
329.
Okay. You're ahead of
Yeah,
me.
what does he have to say about the pillar of salt? He escapes with his wife and 2 daughters who are famously born neither to tarry as they journey nor to look back. What does it mean to look back when a tyrannical state collapses? A false nostalgia of the hypothetical certainties of the former totalitarian condition will inevitably arise. Blah, blah, blah. Mao Zedong, communism. Something very similar to the Yeah, of course.
Gorbachev's birthmark. The USSR's... The story of Lot has a lot to do with the final years of the USSR.
Well, everything does, doesn't it? The moral of the story: do not look back at what you have left behind once you have learned to look forward in a better direction. Do not return to a road you have once trod.
Oh, look, we don't get Carl Gustav Jung here. We get C.G. Jung, so it's not as profound, this one. He described the phenomenon of regressive restoration of the persona in this regard. Just like Christ warned. It's just rambling nonsense. Oh, this is where you were when you said the moral of the story: do not look back at what you've left behind. And then the next phrase: or pay the price. Then the Lord rained upon Sodom and Gomorrah brimstone. Oh my God.
Yeah, so I guess
and then he tries to make it. Hang on, he tries to make it historical. There is, in fact, a pillar of fossil salt known as Lot's wife in the vicinity of the Dead Sea. Perhaps it was the intermingling of the knowledge of the fact that the geographical feature, the creative imagination that gave rise to the story, the possibility does not in the least change its meaning. So he's saying, maybe it's true, but even if it's not, there's still something there.
He doesn't care about that.
And why does he put lay in quotes? And lay
was a euphemism, I guess.
Yeah, but I mean, still a euphemism if it's not in the scare quotes, right?
No, I don't know.
I mean, it's literally...
Propriety needs to be preserved.
Pitch his tent. Bring back biblical flirting.
Well, that's offering your daughters in hospitality. I don't know that.
Yeah, well, sometimes that's okay.
It's okay as long as it's done in the right way. What's the right way? Well, it's
not incestuous.
The possibility that he's fertile versus barren.
It's not the women choosing for themselves. As long as it's not the women choosing for themselves to rape their father, then it's
it's
okay.
weird that he's more critical of that than he was by Lot offering his daughters to the mob.
Yeah,
very strange.
Well, he's got to be okay with that because God puts it in a okay light. He's being hospitable.
I thought so. When I studied this section, I was told that what that meant was that Lot sent his daughters with drinks or something. It was like trying to make peace with them or something.
Well, yeah, people try and smooth over the rough.
In what sense is Peterson not defending Christianity or the Bible? I don't know how. He's literally explaining how it's still relevant and important for our contemporary world. He's both defending in a Craigian sense, sure, but it's still a defense.
And he's both defending the worst possible interpretation of theology, the worst possible political views that are religiously motivated, and the worst epistemology. It's definitely related.
More talk about sexual transgressions.
What the hell, anti-YouTube trad? I'm like, are you think about it, anti-YouTube trad. We Who Wrestle with God. It's a book about defending Judeo-Christian God.
In a Petersonian way, of course.
Yeah. Hang on. Thus, it stands to reason that sex must be regulated through custom and contract so that everyone knows where he or she stands and why. Everyone must
where he or she lies down as the...
Everyone must come to understand in no uncertain terms how the most intense desire for immediate gratification must be bounded, so that medium to long-term psychological health might be maintained and peaceful, productive, generous, social interaction. This is just wild. Look, if the state doesn't tell me who to fuck, I'll stop fucking anyone.
Yeah, that's what he thinks, given what he said about everything else.
Yeah.
If it's not God's way, it's just, total totalitarianism, anarchy. And of course, God's way meaning his version of what
yeah.
God said.
Which, of course, the exact same events that are total anarchy could be fine if God asked for them to be that way as well. So there's no like principle of the matter about the events themselves, because it's only made good or bad by God's psychological state towards the events that are happening. I feel like there's just not that much. So, we've got Moses 1 and Moses 2. I don't know if there's, I don't really think there's anything in Moses 1 and Moses 2, right? It's going to be like,
I'm guessing that the Pharaoh represents like Stalin or something. That's the Soviet Union, and they're like,
yeah, but also like Pharaoh hardens his own heart is going to be like us not listening to Peterson's warnings or something and becoming woke. He casts down his staff of authority. It transforms again into the serpent. The magicians of Egypt duplicate. Blah, blah, blah. It's just madness. I feel like I got more out of like Disney's Fantasia than this in terms of like understanding God or something. I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm just scrolling. Oh, I highlighted some stuff here. So maybe, yeah, it's also the case that the future can be negotiated with through sacrifice. Reality is thus best conceptualized as something that human beings exist in relationship with or to, and it can and should be conceptualized akin to or like a personality. Hang on, why should it be conceptualized that way? We are characterized in the biblical text as images of God. This implies or indicates that whatever God is greater than a mere human personality, but something that is at least sufficiently similar to the idea we are reflections of the divine nature is valid. Is it? Thus, the personality of God. He's just like sort of restating his conclusion and then coming back to it. The very humanity in question emerged out of the dust of the world, so to speak. We have one of the famous... Okay, so did it or didn't it? It therefore seems reasonable to assume that this very dust... I feel like if Peterson, installed the Grammarly plugin, it would really help.
It would suggest some shorter sentences, I think.
It therefore seems reasonable to assume that this very dust had in its implicit structure and organization the pattern eventually reflected in the social world. I mean, what do you say, James, as a reductive physicalist about that sentence?
Sorry, which sentence? The very humanity?
The very humanity in question emerged out of the dust of the world, so to speak. It therefore seems reasonable to assume that this very dust had in its implicit structure and organization the pattern eventually reflected in the social world.
That's an interesting way of thinking about things. That's like saying that the turds that you're using to fertilize your garden have in their implicit structure the food that you're going to eat when the plant's grown and then it's been harvested. Like, if you interpret that as meaning that it is, possible through the right causes and effects to bring about that later structure and organization, then I guess, but I don't know what point is established by defining implicit structure in that way. But it seems like that's not what he's saying. It seems like he's thinking, what's the word for this? It's like, it's a type of magical thinking where you think that in order for something to come out of something else, then it has to have the essence in it already.
Yeah.
And
the causal adequacy,
like begets like,
yeah,
kind of thing. So it almost feels like that sort of thinking, which is just wrong. So, no.
This is where I got the quantum quote from the quiz at the start. It is not as if we understand. So he said something that sounds like reductionism there about the pattern being in the dust, right? And then he kind of like has a sort of fit about reductionism in the next paragraph. It is not as if we understand. It's like he had a thought and then he considers it unholy because it's like, I'm starting to understand things from a reductionist point of view. So then he has like an emotional reaction, starts like crying out to God. It is not as if we understand what the world is made of materially in any scientific and simple reductionist sense. The dust out of which we all emerge is unimaginable in its central aspect. The mysteries of the quantum world have assured us of
quantum.
that. Whatever is at the bottom of things appears no less incomprehensible than any spirit, hypothetical or otherwise, that might characterize the cosmos. Is that true, James? Do you think that quantum stuff as characterized by physics is basically the same as spirit characterized by whoever talks about spirit?
Oh, well, that's the classic quantum woo argument, right? So consciousness is and maybe spirits you'd add in is hard to understand, and quantum is hard to understand and weird. So they're probably like the same or closely related, right?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, that's the way a small child reasons. I guess it's the way Peterson reasons as well, because it's everything is just associational. Like, well, that's kind of like this other thing, or it reminds me of this thing. So I guess they're connected.
And this is where we get the and perhaps our reductive materialism is a reflection of something worse than mere ignorance. Maybe we insist on the deadness and intrinsic meaningless of the world to rationalize our unwillingness to accept the immense burden of opportunity and obligation that a true understanding of our place in a truly meaningful world would necessitate. Perhaps it is not religion that is the opiate of the masses. Perhaps it is instead that a rationalist, materialist atheism is the camouflage of the irresponsible. So he's like judo flipped the atheist worldview turned it against them into a pithy aphorism that undermines their metaphorical axioms.
Well, I think if he thinks that, he might consider reading some Nietzsche and sorry, what's the other one? Existentialism.
Just anyone. Just read any of the people that he claims.
I'm just trying to. Who am I thinking of? Come on, I'm getting tired. The French guy,
Baudrillard.
No. Sartre. That's Sartre.
Okay.
Yeah. My considering some Sartre and Nietzsche there, because they both wrote about the idea that if the world doesn't have this kind of inherent meaning, or like God-given meaning, or something like
we have
that,
to give it to it.
Yeah, we then have to take our responsibility of determining meaning for ourselves and the direction of our own lives, and that's actually a massive responsibility. And according to I think Sartre and Nietzsche both, though they use slightly different language to describe it, many people can't stand that responsibility, and so they shy away from it and attribute meaning as coming from something outside, or like the herd morality that Nietzsche talks about, as subordinating themselves to something that tells them what to do, rather than taking responsibility for finding their own path in life and pursuing their own interests, right? So I think at least some of these atheistic thinkers would say, no, it's that's not correct at all. I don't really know that there are many thinkers who say that, well, yeah, there's no meaning in life, so we should just all sort of roll over and die. Which
curl up in a ball and die, I believe.
Actually say, it's all on us, right? So that's a bigger responsibility than just subordinate yourself to what God says in his book, right? Not to say that that's the only reading of Christianity, by the way. Like there's Christian existentialism as well, but the crude form that we're getting from Peterson is basically like, do what God says or roll over and die.
Or else. He literally calls the chapter God or else. So what I love is that after he's done this little quote here where he goes, perhaps it's not religion that's the opiate of the masses. Perhaps it is instead that a rationalist, materialist atheism is the camouflage of the irresponsible. So he does that. He feels really good about himself, sits back in his chair, and he goes, let us return to the immediacies of the stories at hand. We left the Israelites. It's like just so like... he's just imagining himself.
The previous paragraph, he like finished and went to dinner or something, and then he comes back the next day. He's like, "Geez, what the hell was I talking about?" All right, let's just forget about that. I don't know where I was going. Let's just come back to the story. Like, anyway, coming back to
I just take him as being like as being so self-absorbed and like self-impressed by he's like. The great thinker Marx came up with this quote, religion's the opiate of the masses. And it's like, I have come up with a better version. And now let us return to the immediacies of the story at hand. Like, it's just, again, reads like a high school shooter manifesto where someone's like got this narcissism and they think they're like better than everyone else. Like, obviously, maybe I'm over-interpreting, but...
I get the sense from Peterson that he thinks that anything that he has to say or has an inclination to say about the topic is worth saying and people need to hear. So that's why we get this absurd 500 page long diatribe, or collection of diatribes, I guess, with very little, well, almost nothing original in it, and very little actual substance. Like, again, I maintain that much of the content of this could be articulated in 30 pages.
Could have been a Substack article, bro.
Could have been. Well, yeah. Although, to be fair, a lot of books could have been a Substack article, but this one even more than most.
Yeah. Absolutely.
But yeah, he just thinks it's all worth hearing, so he just needs to say it, right?
Let's get through some of this. I think.
Oh, geez, the commandments as well. There's probably a lot of stuff there. I think I'm about done, to be honest.
Yeah. No worries. Let's just maybe let's go super quick. Moses 2, hedonism, and like we know what he thinks about hedonism and infantile temptation. So let's get.
I feel like we've already done all that.
Yeah.
Moses, there's more juice in there, but we've got enough for one day.
Yeah.
There's only so many whores of Babylon that you can edit one day.
That you can ignore your responsibilities as a man to reproduce with. Jonah and the Eternal Abyss. So we've got the random Jonah bit.
Yeah, what's with it? Let's take a minute to see what Jonah's doing in here.
Well,
it seems very out of place.
It's because it had, like when he was doing his Harvard psychology stuff, and he did like psychology of religious belief, right? He used to have like a lecture on different world religions. So he's like, here's how you'd interpret Buddhism. Here's how you'd interpret like some Hindu myths. Here's how you interpret some biblical stories, which is, I think, what was like partly what led him to where he kind of ends up being. And one of the lectures that he gave was on the Jonah story and what it kind of represents. So I suspect that he kind of, he's going through the Bible chronologically. He reached this point with his Daily Wire friends, but then additionally, he's like, I got to get this Jonah bit in there because I've got this like lecture material. Jonah's my guy. Like, that's my wheelhouse is Jonah metaphors. So he just kind of
this God. If evolution is real, why hasn't Peterson grown a third arm for paying someone? Oh, that's good.
Yeah. So I think that the reason that he included Jonah is just because like he had this lecture material from the past on Jonah, and so maybe he had some.
So what you're saying is that he did absolutely no new work for this book, and it's just all material that already existed, and it was just re-edited,
repackaged. Yeah, basically.
It seems like there's just no other way to explain this format, because he's going chronologically through the Bible, and he gets to Moses, and then it's like, okay, I'm looking forward to finding out what to going through all of the rest of it, and then there's just one chapter on Jonah, the end. And he doesn't even have he should have called it part 1. And we'll go through the rest of it later.
Yeah. Maybe he expects to die soon. Who knows?
Get someone to ghostwrite it for him. I mean, come on, there's ways to do this. We should know by now that it doesn't matter. Like ChatGPT could generate all this based on, fine tune it based on his writings and lectures, and it can just spit out all this.
Yeah, I mean, who knows?
Well, no, the reason I suspect that's not the case is because he already had this material, right? So probably that wasn't necessary.
Yeah,
but there's no reason why that couldn't pump out a couple more of these for the rest of the
Bible.
Well, when you say it's going to be all the same thing anyway.
You could fine tune it on that material on all his lecture notes, right? And you get something like this. I am Alpha and Omega, the beginning of the end, saith the Lord. Jonah has been told by God in no uncertain terms that the people of Nineveh deviated from a proper path. Blah, blah, blah. I actually wrote a blog post when I was like 19 about Peterson's interpretation of this Jonah and the whale story, which is probably equally as bad as this. Oh, yeah, look, so this is where he brings the Pinocchio into it. I want to be a real boy.
So this paragraph is fun. I don't really know what he's talking about here, but that doesn't really change things. So
it's just English literature. Like it's like this
is 501.
501. You've gone back. I'm going ahead of you. I'm trying to get to the end.
Wow. If it is true that evil exists, and if the reality of this truth becomes self-evident, once evil has been encountered and seen for what it is, then the opposite of evil is something equally real. Even the mere form of the contrary direction, even in the ineffable form of the alternative to the journey to hell. If there is a pathway to the abyss, our direction on that road can be reversed. Why should we assume that there is any difference between getting as far from Satan as possible and climbing Jacob's ladder? Or are we somehow willing to admit that only hell truly exists, once again, say in the form of the trustee in Auschwitz or the Soviet Gulag who enjoys the delights of his power? in the form of the veritable devil who takes pleasure in sticking the prongs of his pitchfork in others, even if it means submitting himself in turn to the even larger pitchforks of the even bigger devils who inevitably rule over him. Only hell, then, and some idiot neutrality, a land where neither good nor evil live, the equally damned land of the fence-sitter, is the final destination of those who turn without reservation away from the idiot blandishments of Satan in the desert.
Yeah. So some have.
I don't know what the hell he's talking about, but it's pretty funny.
Let me translate some Petersonese. Right. You have heard it said that hell and the devil are a metaphor for Auschwitz and the Gulag.
Yeah.
I am here to tell you that non-partisanship is the real hell.
The fence-sitter. Yeah.
Yeah. Which is just insane. Like, how is
neutrality?
How is non-partisanship worse than Auschwitz? Like, what an insane...
Well, if you're not with me, you're against me, right?
Yeah. Void Apparate says, I came to a similar conclusion as you two regarding Jordan's thought process. I referred to it as Pavlovian brain rot, which I think is maybe...
maybe that's right as well. I also think there's some reinforcement to it as well, because he makes money from this.
Yeah, maybe it would be Hebbian brain rot or something. It's like just all this bullshit has fired together so much that there's like just just like a cacophony of bullshit ideas like every time he gets stimulated in a certain type of way.
Anyway, that paragraph was just funny.
The terrible Leviathan, Hobbes's Leviathan, Hades, the US, the gulags.
Oh, here's a sentence for you. A carcass the size of a whale is indeed the most salient possible direct embodiment and representation of the accrued value that is in its most fundamental form a storehouse of food and energy.
That is true. Whales do store food.
There's a fortune cookie for you.
Whales can be used for food and they contain a lot of energy. This is like a physics textbook, a theology textbook. So much. The depths of Peterson can be plunged infinitely.
Yeah, Pinocchio again.
What's the Augustine quote? It's like a paddling pool to the child and an ocean to the theologian or something.
Oh, I see. The corpse of a whale is like an institution that we've neglected, and then rots and society just gets destroyed or something.
I agree.
Interesting connection. Something about narcissism.
Solzhenitsyn's back again on page 509. Everyone in a tyranny lies and about absolutely everything to themselves and to everyone they purport to love all the time. It's the classic Soviet. We've got that. Hang on, how many times does he refer to this Soviet joke? It's the classic Soviet joke. We pretend to work and they pretend to pay us. I swear he's already used this previously.
But yes, he has. I remember. But there's a very obvious explanation for this. These are just different talks or articles that have been put together, so it doesn't matter if he's used it previously.
Different ChatGPT prompts on the same.
We had this. We had Arbeit Macht Frei and MAD as well. He also mentioned those. He's reusing material, my man. You're not supposed to do this in the same book.
Yeah, but what the hell? Like, why is he putting them together in this way? He's just like, you agree they're bad.
It's just Satan. Association. It's just like, that sounds scary, and that sounds scary, and Satan. Like, I don't think there's any reason.
Schizo Pavlovian brain rot. Jonah manages the impossible. In the abysmal depths, he finishes this book.
Yeah, it's so funny that the phrase Arbeit Macht Frei appears twice in the book, once on page 234, and once on page 509. And in both cases, it's followed immediately by a reference to mutually assured destruction. It's like the only place that exists in his brain. Those two are just together for some reason.
No, in my brain, the phrase Arbeit Macht Frei appears once above the gates of Auschwitz and two places in this book. Coincidence? I think not.
Oh, it would be so interesting to do a linguistic analysis of this book and see what ideas are associated with what and when he uses certain quotes and things like that. It's so interesting.
Well, it's like particularly, I think, those reasoning things that he uses, like so to speak, right? That appears like, or like the flag in the ground and stuff. Like these appear multiple times. Like he seems to have like an argumentative pattern, which isn't like a valid inferential scheme or anything. It's just like words he kind of says that make him feel good about the thing he's about to say next. So yeah, like some statistical analysis of it would be fun. Jonah repents. Conclusion. This is the conclusion of the book, page 520, which is put on page 520 because 100 pages ago on page 420 would be the devil's letters.
All right, let's have a quick look through the conclusion and wrap this baby up. The conclusion is not very long, thankfully.
The world as we have seen is far more than a collection of facts. Hang on. Who is it that's like, I tell you the world is a collection of facts? Well, maybe he's arguing against Wittgenstein here. Yeah, he's arguing against Wittgenstein and the logical positivists in the Tractatus. He's just really upset by the Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus.
I think this is probably, this and the introduction probably the only things he wrote for this book.
Maybe.
So they may not actually bear much relationship to the contents of the book.
Yeah.
Any direct relationship, at least.
Our kinship with the logos comes with a set of responsibilities to
properly name and subdue.
What does it mean to properly name?
In accordance with something's nature, I guess.
Yeah, which is that like German or Japanese? Like, which he said was bad anyway, because in the Tower of Babylon they were properly naming, right? Like they had one language, and God was like, "No way, bro."
Well, they're doing it in the wrong way, you know.
Mm.
Attend to the threat of chaos, to keep our technological presumption under control, to brave the romantic adventure of our lives, to become the leader of slaves away from the tyrant, to speak the words. These are, I guess, the things we're supposed to do. To speak the words that redeem even to our enemies,
and to impregnate
our
wives.
Does he do that? Oh, that might be coming. We are to do all that in keeping. Oh, sorry. We are to do all that in keeping with the intrinsic moral order, the spirit of which is God's, the results of which are written in the great book of the heavenly order, captured in biblical. I mean, this is just pandering to a Christian audience. It's not saying anything here.
This is like
Adam and Eve.
Let me tell you what this reminds me of. What he's saying we're called to do. It sounds like this.
I'm a pioneer. I'm an explorer. I'm a human, and I'm coming. I'm animated. I'm alive. My heart's big. It's got hot blood going through it fast. I like to fight, too. I like to eat. I like to have children. I'm here. I got a life force. This is a human. This is what we look like. This is what we act like. This is what everybody was like before us. This is what I am. I'm a throwback. I'm here. I've got the fire of human liberty. I'm setting fires everywhere, and humans are turning on everywhere.
I think that is a 30-second distillation of We Who Wrestle with God.
Peterson's more neurotic, though. The vibe is different.
Yeah.
We need a Peterson version of that.
Wait, hang on. Whoa. This sentence. Eve presumes the right and ability to clasp even what is truly venomous to her breast.
Yeah, well, she was out of place, wasn't she?
Yeah, Eve did have breasts.
The pathology of compassion extended pridefully beyond its purview. She was being too compassionate.
Yeah, when women try to be compassionate without men telling them what to do.
Supervising, yeah.
Yeah. Without male supervision.
Yeah, exactly. That's what happens.
Then they come up with all sorts of crazy ideas like voting and jobs and astronauts and
like literally anything apart from caring for children.
Cain, by contrast, holds. Okay, you.
I don't know. Both men and women fall in consequence of their pride, both in the way that characterizes the temptation specific to each sex, both manifesting the inversion of their unique and fundamental strength. In the case of women, this is the capacity to care and nurture, her great calling to people. In the case of man, it is the passion to understand and master the things of the world. So what is the role of women? Well, it's to look after children. Okay. What is the role of men?
To be bred.
Well, to do everything.
Yeah.
To do everything else. To master the things of the world. It's just like everything else. Oh, jeez. Master the thing. It's literally everything else.
Abel offers what's of the highest quality. Cain, by contrast, holds back. He offers what is second best, burying his talents. He thereby comes under the sway of the spirit of manipulation and deceit. But life is a difficult game. The price of entry is death and the possibility of hell. And any player who does not bring his best to the table will not succeed.
Take the sins of the world unto themselves. Isn't that what Jesus did?
Yeah, but he did that as a model, metaphorically, for us to do it in the same way.
That's also interesting because from a book about wrestling with God, he does mention Jesus a few times, but there's very little about that. He doesn't actually talk about it, obviously because he hasn't given those lectures yet, and he's not like he's going to write anything new for this book, right? So
Do you think he mentions Jesus more or Albite McFry more?
Well, it's harder to search because there's different ways of referring to Jesus.
Yeah.
Oh, and he also does have some quotes from the New Testament, but he doesn't talk that much about it.
Yeah.
It doesn't actually seem like there are that many references to Jesus. Maybe like a dozen.
How many did you? Yeah, that's less than So to Speak, which is like 34 or something.
Anyway, sorry, I got distracted.
It's okay. We're just onto the Tower of Babel. He's just kind of recapping bits. He's like the Tower of Babel. Noah pilots his ship through crisis. In so doing, he saves and reestablishes the world. The failure of gratitude emerges once again soon after, however, in the actions of his son Ham, who laughs when the flaws of his great father are revealed. Like my son laughs at me and my ideas. Oh, hang on, here we go. Everyone scatters, unable to cooperate or compete in peace and harmony, unable to unite in a single direction. Language, the very words of thought, contentious and mutual fruitful offerings, loses all meaning. Everyone speaks a different tongue. When the central skewer of the world is loosed, attention is fatally divided and fractured. The city disintegrates, and the pre-cosmogonic chaos returns.
Sorry, I'm just looking at the top paragraph on 524.
Yes.
The last sentence. Ham's descendants are the Canaanites, the eternally resentful failures sentenced to always be the servants of slaves, doomed to be continually subjugated by and delivered over to the devout followers of the one true God.
That sounds like Peterson's
Is that not
fans.
a little bit problematic? First of all, how can a people be, like a whole people, be sentenced to be slaves?
Well, by God, of course, James.
I guess if God... Also, I don't know if there's any contemporary political import of this idea that the Canaanites are doomed to be subjugated by the devout followers of one true God.
Well,
Anyway.
yeah, it's like how women have sort of like breedable natures or whatever. Like the people who are the descendants of this race have slave natures. In Peterson's view,
Yeah,
I mean,
well, I'm
even
just
if
a little...
even if he's not saying it, it would be very easy to use this kind of justification for those sorts of views.
Yeah,
it's
anyway,
the exact same kind of justification that would lead to that. Yeah. Oh, we've got some italics about Abram. Nothing whatsoever, no matter its value, is to be held in reserve. Everything, just some nonsense,
including your family. He's talking about the sacrifice of Abraham, or at least what he was asked to sacrifice.
Yeah,
that doesn't at all sound problematic or exploitative or abusive on behalf of God to just demand everything. That's what happens in a cult, and it seems to be contrary to the idea of individual autonomy. But whatever.
Our investigation ended with Jonah, the man who holds his tongue when commanded by God himself to do otherwise. He's commanded on to say his piece. We all know in the aftermath of the horrors of the 20th century that there is no difference between the lying silence of the cowardly good and the victory of the forces of the abyss. The thing is, I feel like if you're going to use sort of examples of bravery to sort of inspire good behavior in people or whatever, why not just appeal to the actual examples in history of people doing that? Like, why use this bizarre, like, Jonah the whale as the metaphor of like our corrupt institutions? Like, why not just use examples of like...
He seems to prefer to use negative examples from history much more than positive examples. Like that's true. It's always the Soviet Union and totalitarianism and these corrupt examples. Very rarely does he give us examples of positive figures that we should emulate.
Yeah, and like when he's talking about the judges of Nuremberg, like, I mean, I don't think they were using Jonah and the whale to judge, like, what went wrong there. There is simply nothing more real than such evil. What's this, like, degrees of realness? I mean, maybe there's like an interpretation of this degrees of realness talk where, like, maybe I would be like, some things are more real to me because they're more important. But, like, even though I guess I consider history about these evil events in history to be important, like, like, if I'm sufficiently hungry, I'm probably more concerned about my hunger than like evils that were perpetrated hundreds of years ago or something. That's just sort of how my psychology works. I don't know, like, it's just a weird...
It's just a flourish. It doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
Degrees of realness just doesn't... It's just nonsense, as far as I'm concerned.
That courage to speak is simultaneously the willingness to become an avatar of the divine logos. So this is where he sees himself, like, standing up to... this is where he sees himself espousing his, like, boomer political takes as, like, embodying God's voice. So, like, when he's like, no trans healthcare for you, gender dysphoric child, and he's like, the Lord hath spoken through me.
Thus saith the Lord. Yeah. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if Peterson thinks that, like, subconsciously thinks that after everything that he says.
Yeah. Well, he's literally saying that here. He's saying the courage to speak is simultaneously the willingness to become an avatar of the divine logos. So he's saying,
that's
like,
a bit presumptuous, isn't it?
Yeah, when he takes himself to be speaking courageously, he thinks that, like, he's an avatar of the divine logos. This is the reflection of God and the foundation of the rights and responsibility of man and woman, which were argued for by secular people who cares? What else have we got? Enuma Elish, Osiris, crystals, I don't know, sons and daughters of God.
Crystals?
I just added crystals in because I gave Philip Goff a crystal in Durham.
Oh, you mentioned that, yeah.
Yeah, but he posted about it the other day. He was like, "Thanks, Nathan, for my crystal." Okay. Nietzsche.
In response to the brilliant Nietzsche, who insisted that man must become he who creates his own values, replicating thereby the call of the serpent in the garden. In response to the nihilists and hedonists who worship the whore of Babylon and thereby risk the elimination of pleasure itself. In response to the reductionist materialist atheists who deny even the logical conclusion of their own investigations into the
holy run-on sentence
involved instincts, I say this. So it's actually still the same sentence. It is high time to rescue the highest form. No, rescue the highest. It's high time to rescue the highest from its unconscious existence in the lowest, to become fully aware in the face of the magical transformations that now so rapidly face us, and to establish our covenant with the God whose magic words structure our consciousness and our societies insofar as they are functional and productive. Okay, so that's the end of that sentence that started at the start of the previous paragraph, I think.
At least he says God has magic words. Like, we're finally getting to it.
It is time to wake up to the wrestling in earnest, to awaken, to return to our origin, and to know the place as conscious adults for the first time. God is dead? No. Deus Renatus est. Okay.
The return to innocence. You know the Enigma song? The Enya song? It was like in the 90s, when people were like putting poppy music together with like spiritual chants. There's this song called like Return to Innocence. That's like kind of all wooey and stuff. That kind of started playing in my head as Peterson beckons the return.
So what does God call on us to do according to Peterson? Like, there's a bunch of stuff that we're not supposed to do, but what does he call us to do? I guess, yeah, that's right, especially if you're a woman.
And if you're a man, if you're a man, you can basically do whatever you want as long as it's not too hedonistic, but you have to breed as well.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
We're also supposed to sacrifice. That part's clear.
Yeah.
He talks about that quite a lot.
Don't be too good at engineering.
No, that's a don't. The things we're supposed to
do.
Sorry. Positive things.
Yeah.
the point I'm making is that it doesn't seem like God actually, because all of the things that you're not supposed to do are things that, well, Peterson doesn't presumably take himself to do, right? And he has children, so it doesn't seem like in his wrestling with God, God has actually, called on Peterson to do anything to make the world better or to help people, other than like, I guess, speak out courageously, which he already does, because that's all he wants to do, apparently.
Yeah, it seems to me like over time he's probably, if anything, made the world slightly worse and made his own life worse. No, like I seriously mean that. Like people often, so there's this like, again, Substack article by Michael Humer that people keep talking about, which is calls Jordan Peterson the helpful rambler, right? The idea being, well, okay, maybe he's like saying these rambly things, but if he's helping a few people, like, that's good. But I actually don't even think it's like that. I think like the absolutely unhinged psychology of all the stuff we've just read through, insofar as he's sort of conditioning and training people to view the world in those terms, and like different people of different groups, political events, their own psychology, that's so messed up and harmful for anyone who starts to think this way about anything that's going on around them. And that, insofar as he's influencing people to interpret like contemporary American politics, culture war issues and things in these terms, it's not good. If someone cleaned their room and felt slightly better, but now thinks that like Satan is trying to distract them every time they get a boner or something, like I don't think that's good. Like it's just super messed up.
Yeah. I guess I like to think that, I don't believe in God, but my own view about, say, morality is that it does make pretty strong demands on us. And there's all sorts of ways that is manifested through, trying to reform our societies and to reduce our negative impacts on the environment, to help the poor and the needy, and to rectify injustices, and to confront ignorance, and to use the opportunities that we have to share knowledge and experience with other people. Lots and lots of things that one could go on about. And it just seems like Peterson is not really interested in talking about much of any of those things. He maybe makes vague references to things like that sometimes, but compared to what he focuses on, it just gets hardly any discussion. And really what Wrestling with God amounts to is just rehashing a bunch of very cliched conservative boomer takes about like sexual promiscuity and women getting uppity and technology going too far and people being arrogant and forgetting God and materialist reduction and Marxists and all this crap that he goes on about. That's really what mostly Wrestling with God amounts to, is just appealing to his existing beliefs and prejudices. It doesn't seem like it actually has changed his mind about anything or helped him to learn anything or grow as a person or challenged him to be more. So it's really quite disappointing. And I know at least a number of Christians who would certainly not regard that as being as what Wrestling with God is about, right? Even if some of the Christians I know do agree with some of the more conservative social points, right? That they would still say like, that's not what Wrestling with God is about. It's about. It's not about just, raging against all of the things in society you don't like about. That you don't like. So I just, really disappointing, actually. Not that I expected much, but it's just,
but
there's
like
some funny stuff
almost.
in there. Yeah. And the thing that surprised me most was how just the explicit avowal of extremely conservative views about gender, like literally saying, what is a woman for apart from making children and looking after them? Like, unbelievable that he was so explicit about that.
I saw this really cool paper the other day in Philosophy of Biology as well. Where was it? Was it this? God, where was it?
By the way, just so I'm not misconstrued, there's nothing wrong with having children and taking care of them. Like I do think that's important. But to say that that's all that women are for, it should be obvious that it's a bit gross.
I don't know if I'm going to find it. Basically, there was. I do want to re-find this paper because I really want to read it. Did I email it to myself? Maybe I'll be able to find it that way. Sometimes I do this. That is a book about slime mold. So that is not.
Well, that's what happens when you take God away from being the center of things. Then you have to put something in its place, and so of course it's going to be slime mold. Like what else is? And then you're just worshiping slime mold, and
Basically,
pain.
I mean, basically, there was this really interesting philosophy of biology argument, arguing that for like sex eliminativism, that basically, we should eliminate sex as a natural kind because the phenomena is so kind of like continuous and different in different organisms. And I don't know exactly what I think about the argument there, but I think it's like a really interesting perspective on some of this like essentialist sort of talking points that that Peterson's raising.
Well, he would just say sex is part of the natural order of things. Yeah, which is interesting because sex does function quite differently in different species. That never seems to be discussed by essentialists of this sort.
Yeah, it was this sex eliminativism, 12 December 2024. The concept of biological sex guides research, clinical practice, science funding policy, and contemporary political discourse. Despite some substantive differences, all existing candidate philosophical accounts of sex assume its legitimacy as a biological concept. Here we challenge this view. We argue against realism about biological sex, and that eliminating biological sex from large swathes of biological theory and practice may be preferable compared to conventionalist or fictionalist anti-realisms. There are serious social and epistemic costs to using biological sex in place of more specific alternatives. Because of this, biologists and philosophers of science should consider eliminativism. I guess this is kind of like the approach in philosophy of mind, where it's like, look, all this talk of like propositions, beliefs, and things is just really unfruitful, and a better discourse for understanding these things just makes no reference to these terms, and it is couched in terms of completely other. Now, I've not read the paper yet, so I don't really know what I think about it. But there's one interesting approach that's going to challenge like what Peterson's got.
Well, what do you think Peterson would say about articles like this?
I mean, like Luciferian, Satanism,
exactly.
Like,
he's not even going to.
I mean, it's written by two women, for God's sake. Like,
wow.
They be?
Why are they running scientific papers?
Yeah, they should be pregnant at home. Yeah, it's just.
Well, it's funny because although Peterson doesn't necessarily say they should be pregnant, he does pretty much explicitly say that's not what their role is socially, to be writing scientific papers. That's a man's job. So, what are you doing?
They're probably just unhappy that they don't.
Yeah, Peterson would say it's woke. Actually, that's a good point. He would probably just say that and nothing else.
Yeah.
I didn't see the word woke in the book actually, which was a relief. Although that could have been because almost all of it was written before that became a popular term. So
yeah, that's it. That's true.
I'm so sick of that word. Anyway,
right. So I think we're done with that horrible book. I'm sorry for putting you through that. Anything?
It's not the worst book I've read because it's funny in a lot of parts, like funny in like a macabre way, but like there's some just gems in there which make it worthwhile, I think. But honestly, it's just really boring, most of it. It's just so long and waffly, and oh my god.
Yeah. It's just like I said, like intellectual empty calories. There's just it's just nothing there of value, and waste of time.
But there's nothing that will challenge a like culturally conservative Christian reader. Well, some of the more astute ones might notice certain points that are actually in tension with conservative Christian beliefs, but I think a lot of them won't be paying enough attention to notice that, and they'll just gobble up all of the sort of talking points and presuppositions that they tend to share with Peterson. So I think that's largely the audience is appealing to. As I mentioned at the start, I also think that a lot of people who get this book or buy it will not read it, even more so than for most books, because of how long and boring it is, and it's more of a status thing. It's like to show that you have it on your shelf, or to act as a gift that seems appropriate or whatever. And so, and just the laziness of it. Like, I didn't know that it was based on previous lecture notes, but it doesn't surprise me just looking at the table of. You just look at the table of contents and you can tell that something's not right, because you don't design a book like that covers like a third of the Old Testament and then just stops, and then there's a random chapter on Jonah that's like way shorter than all the others.
Yeah.
It's just very obvious that this was lazy. His publishers probably wanted a new book. He doesn't have anything new to say. He's already done
I showed you the video. I showed you the video.
Yeah, but he already did that, right? He already did 12 more rules. He can't do another 12. Like, even, well, he probably still will, but like, you're taking the piss at some point. So they repackage some existing material that he has, which they know they can sell to a conservative audience. And then, Bob's your uncle. You make a few $1 million with essentially no effort.
Yeah.
I'd be willing to bet large sums of money that that's more or less what happened. that actually very little of that Peterson probably wrote that introduction and conclusion bit, maybe consulted on some other parts, that he did very little else for this volume. And so, yeah, it's a cheap cash grab. There's nothing very new there. There's nothing new in terms of Peterson saying anything new. The things that he says are not even new to him. They're just, he just presents it he just presents a bunch of standard conservative talking points in a extremely verbose way, with all of this mix up of the idea of like archetypes and narratives and stuff, and lots of biblical quotes thrown in. So it's not even a good source if you want to engage with that idea.
Any of those things. Yeah, any of these ideas.
And yeah, he doesn't attempt in any way to actually argue for any positions. He just sort of asserts them and paints a picture of, if you disagree, then you're like the spirit of Cain or something. So it's useless as philosophy. It's useless as history because he doesn't actually give any analysis of anything. He just makes vague references to things. It's useless as biblical exegesis. Even if you want, again, a conservative take, like there's just find a better source than that.
There's a review of the book from a biblical exegesis point of view by Rowan Williams, the old Archbishop of Canterbury, if people are interested in that angle, basically about all the stuff that's wrong from that perspective.
Yeah, and sort of ironically, from a conservative Christian point of view, it doesn't even say much about Jesus. So you're not even going to get much of that out of it. So yeah, unless you're a bit of a Peterson aficionado, like we are, big fans, you're probably not going to get much out of this.
But even I just couldn't, like when I sat down yesterday with this document and started just passing my eyes over these like walls of incomprehensible nonsense.
No, it's not a book to read. You skim through until you find the juicy bits and then you laugh at it.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Just who is the person that sits down with this? And it's like, yeah, I can't wait to put another block of run-on sentences about just fucking gibberish into my head.
That's what I was saying. I think there's almost no people. There's a small fringe who fit in that category, but almost no one who buys the book is in that category or receives the book.
It's honestly probably one of the worst books I've ever read. I've read Christian propaganda books on like marriage. I've read like all sorts of nonsense in theology. Like I've read French philosophers, all right, and I'm a fan of Wittgenstein. So look, I've read some of the worst stuff out there, and and this was the worst, I think, actually. I'm willing to say.
Yeah, well, there's something interesting about this as well, which I feel a bit rude saying, but I think is kind of true. So a lot of the people who are broadly supportive of Peterson and his ideas will not be capable of reading this book. Like they don't have the education level to read this book. I'm not saying everyone, but I'm saying like disproportionately. This is written. I mean, we struggle to understand it, and we have a lot of background, and we're used to reading difficult and academic prose. It's not easy to read, and a lot of people who he might want to appeal to or might be broadly sympathetic are just not going to be. I don't even mean like not understand the broader themes. Like they literally won't get through the sentences because they're just too convoluted. And, you have to be kind of corrupted like me and Nathan to even start to read stuff like that. So it's just like, and I'm saying that that's bad of Peterson to write it that way. I'm not actually criticizing his, the people there. So it's odd that you would write in that way to appeal to an audience that is mostly not going to be able to understand this. And I think that points to the fact that most people who aren't going to read it anyway. Like it's not about reading it.
Well, yeah, this is kind of, well, the problem is though, for those people who it's like an induction into all of these topics for, right? Where they're like, I'm kind of getting the feeling that populism's on the rise, so time to become a Christian nationalist or whatever. And then they kind of like, well, Peterson knows about all the stuff, so I'm going to get the theory right. And they don't like, this is how they learn for the first time about what Christianity is, what the Bible has to say.
That's actually a disturbing point.
Yeah.
Yeah, like your characterization of I get the feeling that Christian nationalism is on the rise, so time to become a Christian. That's not even a straw man. We reviewed some people who fit into that category.
Oh, I know people. There's like people who I review because they produce like good coding instructionals. There's like one particular guy I've got in mind, and he produces like really good content about software, but he's like a Peterson fan. So sometimes on his Instagram, I'll see that he's he's been following the all meat diet for about a year now, and he like keeps posting about buying Peterson's like 12 rules books, like getting deep in the weeds today or something. And I'm just like, horrified by this, because I know like at some point I know I've seen over the year him moving towards like wanting to like wear a cross, for example, and stuff like that, which is a result of his engagement with like Peterson's content. And this is going to be like his induction into the Bible before anything, and this is what he's going to think like, and it's going to build this political theological worldview for him. All this fucking gibberish. Like,
I don't even know that it. Well, I guess for Peterson, it's a worldview. I think you have to. One thing that's interesting to me, because I'm just a nerd about these things, is trying to make sense of it. Right. And so I actually did my best to try to articulate like how does he think about these things and how do the ideas fit together? Yeah. The challenge is, of course, that he's so vague that there's always escape routes, or it could always be, no, you misinterpreted or whatever. So, did my best. But I think a lot of it just comes down to it's a bunch of conservative talking points bound up with some of his favorite historical themes. So like anti-totalitarianism, anti-communism, and a bunch of Jungian archetype talk and some other things thrown in. Like there's really not much else to it. And in that sense, there's nothing very interesting about this ideology. I mean, it's sociologically interesting, but it's not really that profound. And like, there's nothing really new here. Presentation's a bit new, but that's all.
Yeah.
And now chat's arguing about whether Jesus was historical. I think that marks a good point to end the stream.
Yeah, I agree. I don't really have anything more to say on this book.
It descends into the most irrelevant.
Yeah. So 0 out of 10, would not recommend. Don't buy it as a Christmas present for anyone, and avoid at all costs. Okay.
We read it, or we read parts of it at least, so that you don't have to.
Like Jesus. So the next episode, James, what do you want to do? Because obviously I've got it in the calendar for like in a couple of weeks.
I think we need to just, what's the word I'm looking for? Rip off the Band-Aid and do it, right? I've been talking about it for years, I think.
Shroud of Turin. Do you think?
Yeah, Shroud of Turin.
Do you think that 2 weeks is enough time for us?
Well, I'm going on holiday now, or as of once I shoot off the next draft of my thesis, which should happen. Was supposed to happen today, but maybe early tomorrow. But anyway, the point is, after that holiday,
Peterson got in the way of your Luciferian.
It did actually, unironically. I would have finished it. Thanks, Peter. So the point is, I should have enough time. We don't have to cover absolutely everything, but we should be able to cover the main points.
So let me tell you what I worry about. Right, is that not many sympathetic people have covered the Shroud in like a kind of comprehensive way in this video format. So I worry that then will become the kind of standard. And so if we don't invest all of the time into, all of the fan fiction, alternative chemistry or whatever's going to come up, then we're going to end up with like, see, they didn't even engage with this predatory paper.
That was the risk with many of the other things we covered before, particularly the stream on, I'm getting tired, Aquinas.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Look, we can have it in the calendar, and if we feel the need to postpone, we
okay, cool.
I'm pretty flexible.
Look at it. You're very good with the chemistry and physics and stuff anyway. So any of that stuff, I guess, it's not going to be an issue to kind of cover.
There is another channel that's covered it from a critical standpoint. I can't remember the name. We'll have to check that. Anyway, the point is, let's go ahead and we'll see. If we need to postpone, we always can. But I feel like it's just the time has come, and
I know
I will have a bit more time.
The Shroud,
the Shroud, it will be.
It will be, right. Well, we'll see you all probably in about 2 weeks then for the Shroud. Void Apparat says, does James have a channel of his own? Yes, he does. James Fodor. The link should be in the description, but I will put it there if it's not. He's linked though on my main channel page as well. So yeah, go and subscribe to James Fodor. Like this video, share it around, leave a comment, and I've got a Patreon that you can donate to if you want to help support me in that way. I mean, you've got the Science of Everything Patreon. I don't know if you don't really promote that with your normal channel, but if you want to support James that way, you can go to the Science of Everything.
Yeah, that's mostly for the podcast, but you can always donate if you want to.
Cool. Right. Thanks, everyone. See you around.